Ever since the night the nine-tailed fox attacked Konoha, after being released from Kushina Namikaze, Naruto's life has been anything but ordinary. That night, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had to seal the Kyuubi. He intended to seal the Kyuubi's yang, or light, side into Naruto's sister, Kuru, and the other half into his brother, Menma. However, to save Minato, Sarutobi arrived and performed the sealing himself, dying with a smile, happy to rejoin his wife. Despite being the oldest of Minato and Kushina's triplets, Naruto was always treated as second best, or rather, third best. His parents seemed oblivious to their behavior and thus didn't care. Some believe the reason for this neglect stems from events just before the Kyuubi's release. After Kushina gave birth to all three children, she was exhausted. This presented the perfect opportunity for the masked man to attack. He took Naruto, threatening Minato to back away from Kushina, which ultimately led to the Kyuubi's release. After the battle and the sealing of the Kyuubi's halves into Naruto's siblings, a deep stigma and darkness settled within Minato and Kushina. Like Hayashi blaming Hinata for being too weak to prevent her own kidnapping, they subconsciously blamed Naruto for the entire incident. They remained unaware that this hatred would fester, and the darkness would one day consume them, becoming a far more dangerous force in their lives. Life was difficult for the blonde boy over the years. For his first 5 years, he learned to care for himself. When clothes were bought, he received only the bare minimum, if anything at all, while Kuru and Menma got everything they desired. The same applied to food. When asked what they wanted, Minato and Kushina seemed annoyed when Naruto offered his choice, always deferring to Kuru and Menma's preferences. It was always about Kuru and Menma. When his siblings began their training, Naruto was left behind. His parents claimed their training was more crucial due to the Kyuubi, but to him, it was just an excuse. He felt insignificant, like nothing. He tried repeatedly that year, but each attempt ended in disappointment, with increasingly harsh reactions. So, he stopped trying to get them to train him and began training on his own. He knew they'd be angry because they expected him to train at the academy. However, he felt cheated. Clans were supposed to train their children before the academy. Thus, he trained in secret, ensuring they never found out. Naruto shook his head, lost in memories, as he sat in the classroom, waiting for Iruka to announce the teams. While waiting, he recalled how he arrived at this point and his rigorous training. He remembered a time when his father had to visit Oniki and IWA to discuss an alliance. For reasons he didn't understand then, Minato brought him along. It was a terrible trip. His father barely spoke to him on the way, and when he did, he was cold. So, Naruto stopped trying to talk and remained silent. Upon reaching IWA, however, Minato began to talk and smile at everyone. It pained Naruto to see this, as his father never smiled at him. Even a simple smile seemed too much to ask. It was also somewhat odd, as he knew IWA held a strong grudge against his father after the last war. Nevertheless, the most significant part of that trip was making his first and best friend. Flashback. Naruto was bored. He sat in a dull office while his father and the Tsuchikage discussed matters he neither understood nor cared about. He glanced back, seeing confusion in the short old man's eyes, wondering why Naruto was even there and why he looked so miserable. Naruto, being 7, didn't grasp this, only perceiving confusion. Fortunately, his boredom was interrupted by a door opening. A little girl his age rushed in. She had short black hair, unique pink eyes, a red shirt with a sleeveless brown vest, brown shorts, and open-toed brown sandals. "Grandpa, I'm bored. Oh." She stopped short when she saw the old man talking to a blonde man her dad disliked. The Tsuchikage chuckled. "Sorry, Kurotsuki, I'm busy right now." He then turned to Naruto and smiled. "Boy, you must be bored. Would you mind keeping my granddaughter company?" "Sure," Naruto replied, his voice full of energy. He jumped up, took Kurotsuka's hand, and swiftly left the room. Minato eyed the Tsuchikage. "Oniki, are you sure that was wise?" The old man shrugged. "Why not? They're just kids. An alliance won't break if they don't get along. Besides, your son looked bored." He noticed Minato's annoyed expression, making him wonder why the man was so bothered. Shouldn't he be happy his son was happy? Then, he had his answer. It was subtle, but he saw it, just as he had years ago in his friend Roshi's family. At the mere mention of Naruto's happiness, the color in Minato's eyes flashed red for a second. That was all Oniki needed. Poor kid, he thought, his family must be severely affected by the hatred infection, with him as their sole target. I wonder who else it's affected. Do they even know what's happening to them? "So your name is Kurotsuka?" Naruto asked, and the girl nodded. "Cool, I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you, Naruto." Kurotsuka replied with a smile as they slowed their pace, simply walking through the village, drawing many curious glances. "So, what kind of fun do you guys have around here?" Kurotsuka smiled. She figured their games differed from Konoha's, which was expected. "Well, we have a game called Boulder Rush that I usually play with either my dad or grandpa, but they're both busy right now." "What about your other friends? Don't you play with them too? The young girl scowled. No, I'm unapproachable, or something like that. Ha! Why? Because my grandpa is that Suchikage, and people are afraid of offending me and, by proxy, him, Kuratsuka said sadly. Naruto noted her advanced vocabulary and attributed it to her family background. So, they should know it's clearly hurting you. Back home, I'm the fourth Hokage's oldest son, and people treat me normally. He said this, mostly because people there had noticed how Naruto was treated by his own family, so they treated him like a normal person for his sake. Must be fun, Kuratsuka pouted, wondering why it was different for Naruto. Meh, it's okay, Naruto replied. But the main thing is, I'll be your friend because I really don't care who you're related to. The black-haired girl stared at the blonde boy for a moment, disbelieving, then considered her own situation and smiled broadly. She hugged him. Thank you. No problem, Naruto said. No one should truly be alone. Pulling back with a smile, Kuratsuka asked, so, ready to play Boulder Rush? I'm game. Seriously, Naruto asked after they reached a strange spot and Kuratsuka explained the rules. They were on a large hill next to a giant boulder overlooking a vast lake. Apparently, they were supposed to push a giant boulder into the lake to create a huge splash. The only problem was, Naruto doubted they were strong enough. They were just kids, after all. Yet, Kuratsuka replied, a thoughtful look crossing her face. However, I'm not sure how Grandpa does this, to be honest. It looks heavy. How does your dad do it? He punches it with a rock-encased fist, the girl replied simply. Naruto looked at his own fist, then at the boulder. Nope. Then how are we going to do this? Kuratsuka asked. Push it as hard as we can, the blonde offered. Fine with me, Kuratsuka shrugged before rushing at the boulder and pushing with her whole body. Naruto shook his head before doing the same. Both turned red in the face from the effort. Finally, their bodies gave out. However, due to the sweat on their bodies, they slipped along the boulder as they lost their footing. They landed in front of the huge boulder, on top of each other. Thankfully, Naruto landed on top, using his arms to stop his fall, with both arms on either side of Kuratsuka's head. They lay there, staring at each other while catching their breath. Kuratsuka had a slight blush on her face due to their position and was about to say something when suddenly, crack, the two paled and looked back at the boulder. In their fall, they had kicked a thick plank of wood that had been holding the boulder in place. With it gone, the boulder was free to move. The only problem was, it was rolling right at them. Helping the raven-haired girl up, the two ran down the slope, away from the boulder that was hot on their heels. We're not going to make it, Kuratsuka cried. Like hell we're not, Naruto raged as they kept running. However, they soon faced a problem. They were quickly running out of land due to the lake in front of them. Naruto silently cursed. He would have to reveal some of his chakra control training to survive this. Hopefully, Kuratsuka wouldn't blab. Slowing down slightly, Naruto scooped Kuratsuka up bridal style, applied a constant flow of chakra to the solace of his feet, and ran along the water just as the boulder crashed into the lake. However, even though he thought they were safe, he was wrong. The crashing boulder had created a surging wave of water heading right for them. Oh, come on. Naruto deadpanned as the wave nearly hit them. Almost was the key word. Naruto cut the chakra to his feet and sank, letting the current carry him to the other side of the wave. Then, he ran on top of it, riding it out. All the while, Kuratsuka watched in amazement. Their brief reprieve from danger was cut short as Naruto not only lost his footing but also his chakra control. The result was them getting swept up by the rest of the wave and then slammed onto the other side of the lake, right into a rock outcropping. When Kuratsuka came to, she found herself in Naruto's arms, his back to a rock outcropping, no doubt made by her grandpa's men, one of those mask-wearing guys. Still, they were saved, and Naruto had saved her. He was cool in her books. Naruto opened his eyes and asked, "Are we dead?" The soaking wet girl laughed loudly at her equally soaked blonde friend and said, "Nope. But how were you able to walk on water like a ninja?" "About that, can we keep this a secret?" Naruto asked. Kuratsuka hesitated for a moment before sighing and nodding. "Good, because I've been training myself while my parents trained my siblings. Come on, I'll tell you on the way back." The girl nodded and followed her new friend back into town. Her father's Umbu followed and listened in, curious about the boy. The duo and their secret third wheel made it back to Oniki's cage tower quickly. By then, they were dried off thanks to the sun's rays, but it was starting to get dark. Kuratsuka put her arm around the blonde's shoulder and said, "Your family sucks, but if you're training to get back at them for ignoring you, then I say go for it. And if it doesn't work out, you can come here. After all, you're my friend." "Thanks," Kuratsuka and Naruto said a bit shyly, unaccustomed to people truly believing in him other than Tsunade and Shizune. "You know, you're my first friend." Kuratsuka looked at him for a moment, disbelieving, then thought about her own situation and smiled. She hugged him and said, "Mine too, but I think you're my best friend." Naruto gave off a megawatt smile and nodded. "Cool. The girl let go of her new friend and started to walk back into the tower. Before she could, she stopped. Naruto was about to ask if she was okay, but he didn't get a chance because Kurotsuki walked back to him. "Oh, and thanks for saving me," she said, planting a small kiss on his cheek before running back into the tower. Naruto watched the girl run back into the tower, a bit dazed, while holding his cheek. "No problem," he droned out, making the hidden Umbu chuckle as he disappeared to report back to his superior. Oniki sighed, massaging his forehead. His Umbu had just returned after being sent to watch the two kids. He was surprised to find that Naruto could walk on water somewhat, with seemingly no help from his parents. He was actually glad the boy learned to do so, or else he and Kurotsuki might have died from their boulder rush game. Something he needed to address, like teaching Kurotsuki how to manipulate the boulder's weight. However, what truly struck him was how the boy was handling the situation. He was training to eventually prove his worth. Then there was Kurotsuki's offer, which Oniki didn't think was a bad idea. Still, the boy's story was as bad as, or worse than, Rashi's experience. Minato and Kushina, along with a few family friends, were most affected by the hatred infection, while the young blonde sibling seemed barely affected. Odd, he thought. But whatever, he was sure the boy could do it. Then, another Umbu appeared in his office to give him information on Naruto's predicament. "Sir, it seems Minato is asleep and has locked his son out of their given apartment." "Thank you, you may leave," Oniki replied with some annoyance. He stood up to leave and help the boy since he himself had a key, but stopped as a scroll on his desk caught his attention. "Should I?" he asked aloud before shaking his head. "Why the hell not? Rashi already thinks Kurotsuki has the potential to use the lava element, so she won't really need it." Naruto sighed as he made his way to the roof of the apartment building Oniki let him and his father use. However, as usual, his father had locked him out after a long day of work, not even caring if Naruto was there or not. "Figures," Naruto grumbled as he stared out at the village of Iwa in twilight. "Something on your mind, boy?" a familiar voice asked him from behind. Naruto whipped around to see old man Oniki floating a few inches off the ground. The blonde shook his head and said, "No, not really. Just wondering why my family is like it is." Oniki nodded. "When you do, you will have to face something dark. When that time comes, I feel that you will need all the power you can get." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, not understanding. Oniki smiled as he handed Naruto a scroll. "You'll know when the time comes," he said as he floated back to his tower, but not before turning back to Naruto. "In the meantime, get some rest." Once he was gone, Naruto looked back at the scroll to see two things. One was a key, most likely to the apartment. The other was the words on the scroll, "Dust Release." End flashback. Naruto smiled at the memory. Oniki and Kurotsuki truly believed in him, and that was enough. Thankfully, he and Kurotsuki still kept in touch, sending each other letters every month. Despite the distance, they truly were best friends. Turning his head, he looked at his reflection as he still waited for his teacher to show up. Must be preparing himself for a goodbye speech. He does like to talk, he thought. Naruto was currently wearing the usual open-toed sandals for ninja, but they were white. His pants were bleached white jeans. He had on an orange t-shirt with a white unzipped hooded jacket over it. On the back was his special kanji that higher-level ninja and a few civilians knew the true meaning of chaos. It was his secret to keep until the time was right. A tap on his shoulder brought him out of his musings. The blonde looked to see three of his five only friends in the academy, Shino, Shikamaru, and Koji. While Koji was often clueless about Naruto's plan, Shino and Shikamaru had picked up on it. They also felt for him because of his situation. Shikamaru quickly grasped Naruto's ingenious plan, recognizing the blonde's strategic mind. Though free to leave, Naruto remained in the village, driven by a desire to provoke his family and, eventually, demonstrate his true capabilities even he had yet to fully uncover. Shino, too, understood Naruto's motives but didn't befriend him for that reason. Unlike most who recoiled from Shino's insects, Naruto, despite his animosity toward his siblings, accepted him instantly, intrigued by the coolness of the Bug Clan. Koji's friendship with Naruto stemmed primarily from his bond with Shikamaru. The larger boy sensed Naruto's hidden depths but held no judgment, even when Naruto exhibited a broody, Uchiha-like demeanor around his family. At other times, Naruto's goofy nature visibly irked his parents, who perceived his lightheartedness as a lack of seriousness. Naruto's other two friends, Kiba and Akamaru, occupied desks across the room. Kiba, as brash as Naruto, often collaborated with the group on pranks and truancy, creating minor chaos. Kiba hadn't truly deciphered Naruto's situation and, frankly, didn't much care. Their friendship existed simply just because. Fortunately, Kiba's mother seemed to understand Naruto's circumstances and encouraged their bond. Finally, there was Suzuki Uchiha, a surprising ally given Naruto's general perception of Uchiha as arrogant, even after a significant incident. Yet, Suzuki was affable and openly admired his brother, Itachi, the new clan leader. Despite the demanding role, Itaki always found time for his younger brother. Sasuke, surprisingly, was the second best in class, a fact he felt both content and discontent about. He wasn't particularly vying for Rookie of the Year, but his constant friction with Naruto's brother, Menma, led to frequent clashes. Thankfully, his relationship with Naruto remained untroubled. "Who do you think will be on your team?" Koji asked, crunching on his ever-present chips. "I'd prefer any of you, since we all passed," Naruto replied. He had intentionally just barely passed, a part of his larger strategy that didn't involve them. His sights were set on his siblings, planning to expose their folly, their destined children, status be damned. Logical, as we're your closest friends. Kiba, while a friend, isn't as close and seems to favor your sister, making a deeper friendship difficult, Shino concluded, earning a nod from Naruto. Indeed, Kiba harbored a significant crush on two girls in their class, Naruto's sister, Karu, and Hinata Hyuga. Despite their frequent rejections, Kiba, like a tenacious dog, never gave up his pursuit. Naruto, however, thought Karu and Kiba would make a good pair, both being quite full of themselves. "I also wouldn't mind being on Sasuke's team. I think he aims to replace his father as head of the police force, to lighten Itaka's burden." "Noble," Shino remarked. "Yeah, I'd have thought Sasuke's personality would have darkened after his father died in that incident," Koji added. "Lucky for us, it didn't," Shikamaru drawled. "I'm fine with you guys too, but if I'm right, the Hokage will try to recreate the Inoshikacho team." "Logical, considering your fathers form one of the best teams," Shino replied with a nod. Then, Iruka finally entered. He had always been a steadfast supporter of Naruto, often taking him to Ichiraku's and acting as a father or older brother figure. Most lower-ranking ninja in the village dismissed Naruto as a lost cause, showing him little care. Higher-ranking ninja, however, understood his difficult situation and respected his decision to stay, though this also diminished their respect for the Hokage and his family, a sentiment they largely kept to themselves. "All right, class. This is the last time we'll all be together for a while, and I'm proud to have been your teacher." "Thank you," Iruka announced, beginning his speech. When he finished, he moved on to the team assignments. Most were unremarkable until he reached Team 7. "Okay, Team 7 is Menma Namikaze, Kura Namikaze, and Naruto Namikaze. Your sensei is Kakashi Hatake." This announcement came as no great surprise. Menma, as Rookie of the Year, and Kuru, the top kunoichi, were expected to be on a team together, with the dead last in this case, Naruto, completing the trio. Naruto's friends, however, winced. They knew of his strong dislike for his family, and even for a seemingly indifferent family friend, and now he'd be spending even more time with him. That had to be tough. Sasuke shook his head, offering Naruto a silent nod of good luck, hoping his friend would survive his family. Yet, this was precisely Naruto's plan. Outwardly, his white knuckles conveyed his displeasure, mostly at the name Namikaze, a name he loathed, feeling no true connection to the family. Inwardly, he reveled in a malicious triumph, one step closer to making fools of his family. Next, we have Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Abarame, and Kiba Inyazuka. Your sensei is Korone Ui, Iruka continued, noting only a hint of sadness on Hinata's face and Kiba's usual brashness before moving on. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year, so we have Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. He paused as Shikamaru lazily drawled, called it, then resumed. Team 11 is Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura Harano, and Sai. Your sensei is Itaki Uchiha. The final assignment raised everyone's eyebrows. Iruka, anticipating this, explained, "Suzuki, your brother wishes to teach you, despite being the clan head and all that entails. However, your mother is capable of leading the clan as well, as she is also a clan heir. So, Itaki is working in shifts with your mother on that front." Iruka paused again, then added, "Sai, while not in this class, will be at your team meeting. As for who he is, well, he's part of Danzo's route, and Hokage-sama is giving that man another chance by integrating one of his younger subordinates back into the ninja force, sort of an experiment." Suzuki raised an eyebrow but then shrugged, his interest piqued more by the prospect of learning from his brother than by Sai's unusual origins. Sakura, on the other hand, was warier of her new teammate, having heard unsettling rumors about Root from her father. "Your senseis will be here to pick you up in a few minutes. See you later." With that, Iruka departed just as most of the sensei arrived for their students. Some appeared pleased with their new roles, others indifferent. As predicted, Kakashi was absent. He'd be late, so Naruto leaned back, propping his feet on the desk, and observed his teammates. First, there was Kuru. Simply put, she had fiery hair mostly blonde with red tips. She wore red ninja sandals, form-fitting black pants, and a similarly tight red shirt that did little to conceal her developing figure, including her C-cup breasts. 2 curved blades adorned her back. Karu was boisterous. To many, she could be both cruel and, at times, endearing. Her attempts to help Naruto ranged from yelling at him to being excessively sweet, a peculiar and irritating dynamic that often gave Naruto a headache. He'd call her a tsundere if he were certain of the term, but he wasn't. Naruto remained oblivious to her true feelings due to his ingrained distrust of his family. He often suspected her kindness, since she was the only one who didn't ignore or hate him, was merely part of some elaborate game, making him wary of her. Then there was Menma. His red hair with black tips was considered badass by many, but Naruto found it made him look like an ass. The boy wore black ninja sandals, black cargo pants, and a silver tank top that showcased his developing muscles. Like other ninja, his tools were secured at the back of his belt. Similar to Kuru and most of their family, Menma was loud and, on some days, as egotistical as an Uchiha. He and Naruto were constantly at odds, others even believed they genuinely hated each other. However, it hadn't always been this way. Menma once got along with Naruto, rejecting the family and friends' dismissive attitudes. Over the years, that changed, and he too began to view Naruto as dead weight, eventually hating the blonde with a passion and frequently degrading him, much like their father occasionally did. To Menma, Naruto was worthless, and Jiraiya had been right. Naruto closed his eyes. With all his training, not just in dust release, he would prove he wasn't the worthless brat they perceived him to be. More importantly, he would show the damned Toad Sage that he was not nothing. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he smiled. And I'll show them the power of Naruto Ranyaku. What a waste of time, Minato muttered, working through paperwork while conversing with Kakashi. The sensei was speaking with his former teacher before checking on his new team. What is, sensei? Kakashi asked in his usual bored tone. Me sticking to Sarutobi's team setup method, Minato replied with a frown. It's worked so far, but this time it won't, and it concerns your new team. Menma is the rookie of the year, and Kuro is the top kunoichi, which is expected. However, this year's dead last is my other son, Naruto. Kakashi noted the disdain in Minato's voice when he referred to Naruto as his son. It was no secret that Minato strongly disliked Naruto, bordering on hatred, and no one could pinpoint why. Kakashi himself didn't share that feeling, but often, due to his general laziness from losing Rin and Obito, he simply didn't care. Usually, he'd let Minato's comments about Naruto pass, but now that he'd be teaching Naruto, he felt compelled to act. He'd also observed Kushina's apparent indifference toward her firstborn, which baffled him, given her inherently kind and caring nature. He simply couldn't fathom the reason behind it. But he had a theory: it might be linked to the events that triggered the Kyuubi's release on that fateful night. Whatever transpired had resulted in the deaths of many Umbu, Sarutobi's wife, and Shizen's medic friend, creating a stigma within the family, with Naruto at its center. Another piece of information that fueled his suspicions was the Uchiha incident. Mikato and Itachi both confirmed a strange masked man attempted to use genjutsu to incite Fugaku and others into a coup d'etat. Fortunately, the attempt failed when Fugaku broke free, declaring the Uchiha would find their own path to power, and then rush the masked man. The outcome was the death of Fugaku and many other Uchiha police officers at the hands of this masked figure. News of this incident ignited a fresh wave of fury in Minato, and from that point onward, his treatment of Naruto became significantly harsher. To Kakashi, this implied that the masked man was the root cause of all the hatred within the Namikaze family, and it pained him to witness such animosity. Lord Jiraiya certainly didn't help, only exacerbating the situation with his damn toad prophecy, a prophecy Kakashi himself didn't entirely trust, given Jiraiya's frequent remarks about the old toad's senility. No, Kakashi decided he would form his own opinions of Naruto now that he was his teacher, and perhaps he could help the boy. Don't be too judgmental, sensei. Under my tutelage, he might just surprise you. Fab, Minato growled. No offense, Kakashi, but I doubt you can salvage anything from a worthless piece of trash like him. He is nothing. We'll see, Kakashi simply replied, though inwardly he was shocked to hear his sensei speak such words. Just remember that Lord Jiraiya was in a similar position as Naruto in his younger days, and look how he turned out. Minato remained unconvinced. But Naruto isn't Jiraiya sensei. The brat has no talent whatsoever. How he even passed the exams is beyond my comprehension, Minato retorted. Ever since the day Naruto refused his training a few years into the academy and his subsequent poor performance in school came to light, Minato had lost all interest in Naruto, verbally putting him down whenever possible. Minato sighed, a sad yet angry expression on his face. Sometimes I think it would be best if he was never born in the first place. Kakashi shook his head as he walked out to meet his students. This conversation was becoming too depressing, even for him, as Minato was starting to sound like Hayashi. 2 hours later, a man with gravity-defying silver hair entered the room, an extremely bored look in his visible eye. He wore a mask covering the lower half of his face and his headband concealed one eye. Dressed in the standard Jonin uniform, he announced, "My first impression of you three is that I'm already bored with you." He received 2 glares and 1 snore. Kakashi Hatake sighed, quickly observing his prospective students. Kuro was perpetually cheerful and, from what he knew, quite strong, having been trained by her parents. However, she was a bit arrogant and lacked shrewdness in certain situations, something he'd need to address. Menma was a child he wasn't particularly fond of. Kakashi knew the boy was strong, but without experience, that meant little. Yet, the kid could be as arrogant as an Uchiha at times, and he harbored a passionate hatred for his brother, a trait seemingly passed down from father to son. Kakashi knew he had his work cut out for him. Then there was Naruto, his sensei's failure of a son. Kakashi, however, blamed Minato. Naruto's parents had never truly spent time with him, and for that, they deemed him a failure because he refused their training during his final year at the academy. Minato preached about family, yet seemed to exclude his own son from that definition. It simply made no sense to the son of the White Fang. Of course, Kakashi knew about looking underneath the underneath. Naruto was clearly hiding something, and Kakashi was determined to uncover it. After all, he was on Naruto's side. Now, to just wake him up. "Please wake up, Naruto, and meet me on the roof," Kakashi ordered before walking out the door, his face buried in his little orange book. Menma scoffed. "You wake up the failure or let him rot there, I ain't waking him up." He then rose from his chair to head to the roof. Waste of time for this team anyway. Kura sighed and approached her older brother, knowing Menma wouldn't bother with such a trivial task. However, as she reached him, his head snapped up, and he opened his eyes, glaring fiercely, startling her. Kakashi-sensei said. "I heard him," the blonde interrupted her, then walked out the door, leaving a saddened Kuro in his wake. "How am I going to get through to him?" she thought as she trudged after him. There was a reason he hated her, after all. She was the one who had mentioned his poor performance at the academy. Flashback. "Are you kidding me?" an 11-year-old Kuro exclaimed, staring at her brother in disbelief. "You're failing the academy, doesn't matter. Just drop it," Naruto grumbled as they entered the mansion. Menma simply scoffed and walked past, uncaring. Naruto was a waste of his time, and why Kuro even bothered helping him was beyond Menma. Once inside, Naruto settled on the couch, reading a book. Normally, he'd be left alone to study in peace, but fate seemed to conspire against him that day as his father entered the room. Typically, this wouldn't be a problem, but the man was staring at him instead of ignoring his presence. "Naruto, I need to talk to you," Minato said, catching Kuru, Menma, and Kushina's attention. "What about?" Naruto replied, maintaining a civil tone, as tempers often flared in this family. "I think I should train you now that you know how to harness your own chakra," Minato responded, gauging his son's reaction. Kuru looked pleased, while Kushina maintained a neutral expression. Menma rolled his eyes, knowing it wouldn't help Naruto. Now, in the fucking last year of the academy? Naruto thought furiously, an intense glare settling on his face. "No thank you," Naruto said, shocking the family. What?" Minato asked in disbelief. He had assumed Naruto wanted training, as he'd asked constantly when he was 5. Kushina raised an eyebrow at her son's behavior but left it to her husband. Still, she found it odd that the boy would refuse their training. "You heard me, I have no interest," Naruto stated. "One fucking year of your training and then pawn me off to some low-level jonin so you won't have to deal with me." "No thanks." Kura frowned at Naruto and uttered words that further fractured the family, though she was only trying to help. "Brother, you should accept his offer since you are failing the academy." Naruto growled and sent his sister the most menacing glare he could muster. Kushina rolled her eyes and left the room, seemingly distracted, as if he wasn't worth her time. Menma smirked and followed his mother's lead. Minato's eyebrows shot up, and he nearly shouted, "What? Why did you refuse my training then?" "Because I don't need your help. I've survived this long without your help," Naruto retorted. "You haven't bothered to help until now, and I don't want it anymore. I'll figure out my own ninja way, father." He then rose from the couch and walked out, slamming the door behind him. It wasn't as if he truly lived there anyway. Naruto never noticed the pure rage on Minato's face, nor Kuru's deeply hurt expression. Then again, he truly didn't care. Flashback end. "I was just trying to help back then," she thought sadly. Still, she wouldn't give up, despite her friends telling her to abandon both her efforts to regain Naruto's trust and her affections. She loved him deeply and wanted to be with him, regardless of what Jiraiya said about him. To her, he was not nothing. She didn't even care if others found her feelings for him strange. Ino and Sakura had tried to convince her that Naruto was a lost cause and to give up on her feelings for him, but their attempts had ended in disaster. Even Hinata told her to give up, but Kura knew that girl's game. Hinata liked Naruto too, and Kura refused to lose to her. So engrossed in her thoughts, she didn't realize she was the last one to reach the roof and had already sat down between her brothers. She noticed Menma was perched on a step leading to the roof's edge, looking somewhat annoyed, likely at being on a team with his brother. Naruto, meanwhile, leaned against the railing, a bored expression on his face. Kakashi cleared his throat and began. "Well, now that we're all here," he paused, allowing the group to look at Kuru, who merely appeared annoyed at being singled out. "We can begin. First, I want to tell you that while you may think you are genin, you are not yet. So, tomorrow, we will have a test of sorts to see if you have what it takes to truly be genin and be on my team. But before that, let's get to know each other. Why don't you go first? Karu suggested. Kakashi regarded her with a bored expression. Alright, I'm Kakashi Hatake. My likes, my dislikes, I have hobbies. My future dreams are none of your concern. All we learned was his name, which we already knew. The new genin silently fumed. Since you spoke so freely, Flamehead, you're up first, Kakashi commanded. Karu puffed out her cheeks in a cute pout before giving in. I'm Karu Namikaze. I love my family and lots of ramen. I also enjoy training and spending time with my friends. I dislike idleness and the 3 minutes it takes for ramen to cook. My hobbies, I like to train. My dream for the future. Karu's smile turned wistful. Maybe becoming Hokage, like my mom wanted, and having my own family. While the others looked away, she met Naruto's gaze at the end. So, I have Minato's daughter, who possesses great potential and, for some reason, wants to be with her brother, who everyone can tell hates her. Yet, everyone also knows she loves him. Odd, Kakashi mused, but he wouldn't interfere. Menma simply raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Hokage, huh? That arrogant jerk would just hand it to her now if he could. What a waste of time, Naruto thought, bored. Those were the thoughts of Karu's potential team. Alright then, you're next, Red. Menma smirked, not minding the nickname. Fine by me. As you know, I'm Menma Namikaze. I like training, ramen, and strong people, because that's what truly matters. He paused, giving Naruto an arrogant smirk, but Naruto maintained his bored look. I dislike many things, starting with the dead last loser leaning against the railing. Naruto, do us all a favor, fall off the building and die. That way, you won't drag the team down. Naruto just flipped him off. Karu, however, slapped Menma across the face, a displeased look on hers. Listen up, Menma, stop being such an ass to him. Your siblings and teammates now, for goodness sake. Menma snorted. Maybe if he wasn't such a useless sack of shit and the rest of the family didn't despise him, then I might be civil. But until then, he can die for all I care. Asshole, Karu grumbled. Whatever. Now, my hobbies are none of your concern. My dreams for the future are to marry a strong woman and become Hokage in my father's place. He turned to Naruto with a smirk. You'll be the first to go when I rule. Again, the blonde merely stared at the boy as if he were an idiot before returning to not caring, used to the verbal put-downs from his own family. Oh god, he's worse than I thought. I need to whip this kid into shape. He needs to learn boundaries, among other things, Kakashi thought, shaking his head. Apparently, Menma embraced Minato's style of family a little too much. Arrogant asshole. We're family, we shouldn't act like this. Karu fumed inwardly. Great, two arrogant prodigies. Why do I have the worst luck in the world? Last is you, little ball of shine, Kakashi said, referring to Naruto, who gave him a deadpan look. My name is Naruto. There's not much I like, but I do enjoy ramen and being lazy. I hate a lot of things. My hobbies include just lazing the day away, like a Nara. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment then said, as for my dreams, I guess they don't matter, I won't last long anyway, being a failure. After all, I am nothing. He finished with a creepy smile that sent shivers down their spines. Sigh. This kid is something else. They really did a number on you, but I see through that facade. You're hiding something big. What is it? Loser. At least you've accepted your fate. Oh, Naruto. I love you with all my heart. Why are you like this? Karu obliviously thought before speaking. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll protect you. Great, Naruto replied sarcastically, rolling his eyes. My death has been prolonged today. That made Karu look at him sadly, but then she adopted a determined look. She saw this as another challenge. That's a promise of a lifetime, Karu declared, earning annoyed looks from her brothers. Menma didn't bother saying anything, knowing she'd either ignore him or lose her temper, like their mom did with certain people. Kakashi just sweat dropped at the whole scene, silently cursing his old teacher for this extremely dysfunctional team. Okay, let's meet at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 7 a.m. And remember, this test has a 66.6% failure rate. Oh, and it's best not to eat breakfast, unless you want to throw up. Later. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Ugh, fine, let's just go home, Menma stated as he and Karu got up to leave. Karu noticed Naruto wasn't going in the same direction. Naruto, where are you going? Away, was the short reply. Forget him, Karu, it's not like he's actually welcome at home, Menma stated, making Karu sigh in exasperation. Naruto arrived at one of his favorite spots in the village, despite his family occasionally being there at Shiriku's ramen stand, of course. Hey Naruto, your usual? Toki asked with a smirk, knowing all of Naruto and his siblings' orders by heart. That would be great, thanks, Naruto replied, noticing Ayam wasn't there. So, where's Ayam? Tuka smiled and said, out delivering orders, if you stay long enough, you'll probably see her, heh. Thanks, Naruto replied. Ayame was a special girl Naruto often saw as a sister, however, she would often flirt with him, but despite that, he thought she was a better sister than the one he had. Soon, his order arrived, and he started chowing down. However, his mind wasn't on the great gift that was ramen. No, it was on a subject he often reflected upon, the day when Jiraiya came to deliver the so-called prophecy that drove the wedge between him and his so-called family even deeper. Flashback. A 7-year-old Naruto was walking to his father's office to annoy him, as he usually did, just to show the man he was still there. After all, the man loved to ignore him since they got back from IWA. When he got there, he noticed the door was cracked open and someone was talking. So, being the curious kid he was, he stayed outside the room and listened in. Through the crack, he saw his whole family was in there along with a man who only showed his eye, Tsunade, Shizun, and a tall, white-haired man. It was the white-haired man who was speaking. I have gathered you all because I have received a prophecy from the Grand Toad Sage, Jiraiya stated. Really? What is it? Kushina asked. Jiraiya seemed to pause, as if thinking. It goes like this, 2 children from powerful parents will decide the fate of the world. They will be its destruction or its salvation. I believe these 2 children are Menma and Kuru. Minato smiled brightly at this. So what should we do? Simple. Increase their training. Focus solely on them, Jiraiya stated. That's no problem, we already do, Kushina replied simply. What about Naruto? Tsunade asked, a bit peeved with Kushina and Minato since they admitted they obviously didn't train Naruto. Jiraiya scoffed. What about the brat? He's useless. I say just forget about him. In this situation, he is nothing. Huh, why would you say that, Uncle Jiraiya? Asked a younger Menma, a bit angry with the man. Jiraiya smiled at the young boy as he crouched down to his eye level. Because, Menma, you and Kuru are the only ones that matter. Your brother is useless trash with no talent. When he becomes a genin, then you will have to protect him if you want, but if he gets to Chunin it will be a miracle. Just accept it. Menma turned away from the man with a sad look, but his mind was made up then and there. Kuru, on the other hand, just glared at the white-haired man, not believing the bullshit that came out of his mouth for 1 second. Tsunade, who had been disgustedly shocked by Jiraiya's words, grew pissed with each passing second. Looking at Minato and Kushina to see that they were just accepting Jiraiya's hurtful words was sickening. Naruto was their son. Then there was Kakashi, who was just taking everything in with a bored look like he didn't even care. What the hell is wrong with you people? Tsunade raged, making Shizun jump, but she understood where Tsunade was coming from. What do you mean, Tsunade? Minato asked. Naruto is your son, damn it. Tsunade shouted. How can you just treat him this way? That boy is nothing, Tsunade, Minato stated, but Tsunade noticed the darkening of the man's eyes and the quick flash of red. Minato gained a sad look. He is such a disappointment. Sometimes I think it would have been best if he had never been born or had died in his hands that night. How can you think like that? Tsunade raged. You haven't even trained or spent time with him, damn it. And why should we? Kushina growled, displaying the same reaction with her eyes, but also something else. She held her head for a second and looked distracted. Jiraiya noticed this and widened his eyes in fear for some reason before narrowing them. However, he did nothing to stop her, which confused Tsunade. He is not part of this family. Tsunade lost it then. This is utter bullshit, and you know it, Kushina. She screamed before turning to leave. And where are you going? Minato asked, his eyes narrowed. Back to the hospital. Tsunade snarled. Since none of you give a shit about one of your own, it's up to me to make sure he stays alive. At least I care for him. Come on, Shizun. Tsunade then ripped the door open and walked out into the hallway. However, she noticed a small blonde boy running further down the hall and out of sight. That sight fueled her rage as she turned back to the room. To me, you are the worthless ones, so don't expect me to help you out. She never heard Kushina break the silence as she ran off to check on Naruto. Kushina held her head more and whispered helplessly, no, it is not like that. She paused, and her voice became darker. He is connected to that man. While showing no reaction, Jiraiya was very creeped out and sweating on the inside. End flashback. Naruto. Tsunade called out as she found him crying at the entrance to the tower. The look she received was heartbreaking, making her want to cry alongside him. Instead, she crouched down and hugged him, alongside Shizun. Why do they hate me? Naruto cried. I've done nothing to them. I don't know, Naruto, I really don't, Tsunade said as she held back a sob of her own. But, I won't let anything happen to you. Shizun and I may not have a lot of time thanks to our jobs, but we are there for you, and if you ever need help with ninja training, even medical training, just ask, and we'll be there. Naruto calmed down after a while, just holding on to the 2 women. Okay, was all he really said, and they didn't know it, but something in him cracked that day. Yes, ever since that day, he considered Tsunade more of a mother than Kushina, and Shizun as a big sister. And true to their word, they had taught him all the medical knowledge he could ever want. He was a genius in his own right in the medical arts, and it showed. Everyone in the hospital knew what he could do. Still, sometimes he would scare them when he said it was no big deal, often saying in his own creepy way that he was nothing. Tsunade knew the meaning of that phrase, and it hurt her every time he said it. A few minutes later, Naruto was walking home from the ramen stand when he noticed the square rock following him. Ugh, Konohamaru, rocks don't follow people around or are square, right, like always, boss. The boy shouted as he dropped the transformation and coughed on the smoke. Naruto chuckled to himself. He knew the kid because Asuma introduced them, and they had been good friends since. Also, somehow, the brat managed to see past his charade. Boss, let's go prank some Chunin. Okay, Naruto said with a rare smile. Mom, I'm home, Kara shouted as she entered the mansion. Oh good, tell me, who did you get for a team? Kushina said, walking into the living room. Oh, I got Kakashi as a sensei, Kara stated, which made Kushina's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. Kakashi, while being known as one of her husband's last living students, was also known for being very late, all the time, and the fact that he never passed a team, plus he was lazy as hell. Then there was reading porn in public. That man just irritated her to no end. Then there's me, Menma, and Naruto. Kushina frowned. Two prodigies and the family failure? I get Menma, but why the hell did he put Naruto on the team? Kuro heard the disdain in her mother's voice. It wasn't the first time she talked about her own son like that, but for the first time, Kuro questioned why. Well, he's my brother for one, and I think father wants Menma and me to protect him. Kushina laughed. Oh, you're too nice, Kuru-chan. One day you'll be promoted, and he'll be left alone and probably die in the field, alone, like the worthless trash he is. Mom, Kuru shouted in shock. How can you say that? Kushina looked miffed at her daughter's behavior but shrugged it off. I'm only speaking the truth, honey, she said before walking off, holding her head as if in pain, never noticing the glare her daughter was sending her way. What is going on? Is this why brother is like this? Menma was in his own room, having gotten home sooner than his sister, fiercely and rapidly jabbing at a punching bag. He had an intense look on his face, but his mind wasn't on his task. I will not end up like that failure and have my own parents hate me. No, I will surpass them so much that they can't hate me. Yes, Menma had his own problems with paranoia to deal with. The next day, Naruto was the last to meet at Training Ground 7. He noticed Menma glared at him as usual, but Kuro seemed to be in deep thought. The blonde just shrugged it off, not really caring at all. A few minutes later, Kakashi arrived. Oh, timed that one well, Naruto thought with a smirk as he looked at the man. Well, it's nice to see you all, Kakashi stated with a nice smile. Now that we're all here, I believe we should begin and see if you all have what it takes to be shinobi. He took out 2 bells and attached them to his hip. You will have until noon to get these off me. Whoever doesn't get them gets sent back to the academy. But there are only 2, Kuro pointed out. Which means one of you will be going back, Kakashi said before looking at the sun. You will have to come at me with the intent to kill. Good luck, and yes, you may begin. With that, all 3 disappeared. Well, 2 of them did. What do you think you're doing, Naruto? The blonde shrugged before walking off and sitting under a tree. Sitting down. No way in hell will someone like me be able to do this by myself. Oh well, like I care. He said the last part with a glint in his eye as he looked at Kakashi. From the trees, 2 slaps to the head were heard. Come on, Naruto. At least try. Kuru thought angrily. So, you're not even going to try? Kakashi asked. Naruto sighed as if this was expending too much energy before he raised a hand and waved it in a circular motion. They were stunned to find energy building up around his hand into the form of a ball. What is that? Kakashi asked, almost thinking it was the Raiznan. He wasn't far off. Chakra ball, Naruto deadpanned, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, before lazily tossing it at the man. Of course, Kakashi dodged it by leaning to the side, but the man wasn't expecting the results. As soon as the ball hit a tree, it exploded, taking out a good chunk of the tree and making it fall. So, this is the thing that could make you lucky enough to be Chunin, Menma thought as he remembered Jiraiya's words. The technique had promise, and Menma wasn't sure how good it actually was. Awesome! I knew you had the power to protect yourself. Karu thought happily. The question is, would mom and dad accept you for this? After all, they seem to be against you no matter what, and I can't figure out why. Just how did he make that? Kakashi thought with wide eyes. There, I tried, Naruto stated before leaning his head back and closing his eyes. He's hiding something, maybe I'll find out during this escapade, Kakashi thought before shrugging outwardly, walking off, and disappearing. Soon, the scarecrow-like man found Kuru, and from what his old sensei told him, the girl was still really bad at genjutsu, but that was kind of expected for a Jinchuriki. However, she should be able to detect the illusions and dispel them. Still, he would have to do an emotionally shattering one to get past the girl. He just hoped she forgave him later on. First lesson, Genjutsu. Kuro thought she was perfectly hidden from Kakashi, but she was wrong. As a genin, she knew she was no match for the jonin, despite being a Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a thought struck her: teamwork. She needed her teammates to help her get the bells. Just as she prepared to move, a gust of wind swept through, and everything changed. Kuro, I figured out the real test, Naruto's voice called out. You too? Kuro responded, a smile spreading across her face. Her mother had been wrong about Naruto, he wasn't worthless. It's Naruto began, but a three-pronged kunai pierced his stomach, followed by a yellow flash as their father, Minato, appeared and backhanded Naruto into a nearby tree. Dad? Kuro stammered, frightened by his enraged expression. Outside the genjutsu, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, wondering what Minato was doing in this hell-viewing technique. You need to grow up, Kuro, Minato stated as Kushina, in full battle attire, materialized beside him. Mom? Kuro questioned in disbelief. Now, Kakashi was genuinely concerned. What was this girl seeing that involved her parents? I've told you before, honey, he's worthless trash. Something that needs to be put down. No. Kuro whispered, rooted to the spot as tears streamed down her face. Kushina ignored her. Menma, would you be a dear and bring that failure over here? We're going to help your sister with her little problem. My pleasure, Menma replied, walking into the scene and dragging Naruto toward them before stomping on his back to prevent escape, a cruel smile on his face. What do you mean, mother? Why is Menma involved? Kuro asked. He's just helping us get rid of this trash, Kakashi interjected, appearing on the scene. You too, sensei? Kuro questioned, visibly trembling both within and outside the genjutsu. Please don't. The real Kakashi began to deeply regret his genjutsu choice. Her worst fear might be truly horrific. The illusionary Kakashi drew a tanto and held it to Naruto's neck. From this point on, you will no longer have this worthless trash for a brother. He will be forgotten, and you will become a great shinobi with the magnificent Kyuubi no Kitsune inside you, no longer held back by your foolish affection. You'll be one of my 2 students. No, don't do it. He can be better. I'll help train him. No, please. I love him. Don't kill him. Kuro screamed both in the illusion and in reality, startling the real Kakashi, while the fake remained unfazed. Not good enough. Once a failure, always a failure, the illusionary Kakashi countered, bringing the blade down on Naruto's neck as Kuro shrieked in protest. Then it was over, Naruto's head rolled to her, its expression conveying her failure to protect him. Kuro gently picked up his severed head, falling to her knees, a torrent of tears flowing. No, Naruto. Nuuu, she wailed in agony to the heavens, making Kakashi look at her sadly, but also with a hint of pride that she hadn't yet resorted to the Kyuubi's power. He was sure if he continued, she would unleash that power. And he was right. He soon felt dark chakra leaking from her, changing her violet eyes to blood red. You really want to fight the great Kyuubi's power, Kakashi-sensei? Fine, she screamed, her hair waving menacingly. The strange thing about all this was how quickly it ended with Naruto's presence. A few minutes earlier, Naruto sat under a tree, pondering how to reveal his powers. He thought he should wait, but there was no harm in using them now to get the bells undetected. It was then he felt Kakashi engaging his sister with a genjutsu. Simultaneously, a clone of Kakashi was fighting Suzuki. Naruto decided to observe Suzuki's fight while sending a clone to help his sister. So, as the wind blew, he vanished from his spot to see what was happening. Seconds later, he witnessed the conclusion of the genjutsu cast upon Kuro. Rolling his eyes at the sobbing, enraged girl, he approached her with a kunai in hand. Kakashi watched with confusion and fear. It was no secret that Naruto disliked his siblings, and it looked like Naruto was about to put Kuro out of her misery. However, all Naruto did was stab her in the foot, shocking her out of the illusion and back to reality as he walked in front of her. And Naruto? Kuro asked in shock. Genjutsu, and I thought you were smart, Naruto replied before walking off into the deep forest, purposefully keeping his hands hidden in the shadows. Wait, I know what to do. Kuro shouted after him, but by the time she reached the spot, he was gone. Huh, where did he go? Still feeling the effects of the genjutsu and the Kyuubi's chakra, she walked away, wary of her surroundings, holding her arm nervously, and with a disappearing limp from the kunai in her foot. Kakashi stood frozen, trying to figure out where Naruto had gone. He felt his chakra spike, then he was gone. No, the boy literally walked into a tree and disappeared. What the hell was that? It was then he received the memories from his clone that had gone after Suzuki. He was so distracted that he hadn't noticed the pair of hands silently snatching the bells from his waist. What was odd about the bells was that nothing was connected to him, and one hand used a tiny ball of dust release to cut the string while the other silently caught them before vanishing completely. The real Naruto approached an admittedly hilarious sight, Menma Namikaze buried up to his head after his fight with Kakashi's clone. Menma had thought brute force would work, immediately channeling a significant amount of Kyuubi's chakra and rushing the Jonin. Well, this is quite the sight, Naruto said with a smirk. I have to admit that I'm enjoying it. Fuck you, dead last. Menma shouted. Get your worthless ass over here and get me out. Naruto snorted. Oh yeah, that'll make someone like me help you. Damn it, get me out of here or so help me dash. Or what, you'll glare at me to death? Naruto replied with an annoying smirk that turned dark as he invaded Menma's space. You know, brother, I could kill you with ease right now. Menma snorted. Like you know how to hold a kunai the right way, much less kill someone of higher skill. Are you sure? Naruto asked darkly, placing his hands on the sides of the redhead's face. One twist and no more Menma. Or I kick you so hard the same effect happens. Menma paled considerably. You wouldn't dare. You think it would go well, the failure of the family killing the son of more worth? I highly doubt it. Nah, I'm good. I'm not a murderer, Naruto replied cheerfully, his tone still darkening as he placed a hand around Menma's neck. But I want you to remember this moment, my hand at your throat, ready to kill you. Remember that in this moment, I had the power. A pale Menma sneered at his brother. Is this why you came, to threaten me? Nope. Naruto replied, his cheerful demeanor returning and cutting all the tension in the air, making Menma groan in annoyance. I was going to tell you the true meaning of this test, but, seeing how you're acting, I highly doubt someone like you would willingly work with me. Oi, where are you going? Menma shouted once he saw Naruto walking back into the shadowed forest. Somewhere quiet, Naruto said with a smirk, looking back at his buried brother out of the corner of his eye before disappearing. Menma blinked. It must be the heat because he just saw that dumbass walk into a tree and disappear. What the hell was going on? Noon arrived sooner than expected, and the group found themselves sitting against training posts with a disappointed Kakashi looking down on them. Kuru looked sad, Menma scowled, and Naruto appeared indifferent. Well, it looks like you all failed. None of you even tried to grasp the concept I was trying to get through to you. I expected more. Oh, and what was it? Menma asked snidely, pissed that he'd been beaten by Kakashi and then mocked by his failure of a brother. Teamwork. All of you were supposed to come at me with everything you had to get these bells, Kakashi said, gesturing to the non-existent bells at his side, which made two of the three blink in confusion. Naruto barely even tried, Kuru got caught in my genjutsu, and Menma rushed me head-on without really thinking how a genin, Jinchuriki or not, can beat a jonin. Jinchuriki are superior, Menma mumbled. Sensei, there are no bells on you, Kuru decided to speak out, ignoring Menma for the moment. Kakashi's head whipped down so fast they thought he broke his neck. Ha! How could I have lost them? Did I drop them somewhere? He frantically searched for them around and on his person. While that entertained the three, Naruto finally had enough and pulled out the bells, jingling them to get everyone's attention. I get what you did with this test, Naruto began. You wanted us to fight each other to see who would get the bells, but also wanted us to work together to get them. The whole thing about only two of us being genin was total bullshit. Konoha is founded on teamwork, and teams usually have 4 members. You want only 3, though? Fine, those 2 can have the bells. Naruto then tossed the 2 bells to either side of him, knocking the other 2 out of their shock. How the hell did you get them, dope? Menma asked. Naruto shrugged. He must have dropped them because I found them on the ground. Kakashi didn't believe that for a second, but outwardly accepted it. Was that connected to his disappearing power? Kuru smiled softly. So, you do have some skills. I never doubted you, bro, but still, why hide them? Well, Kakashi said, regaining his voice just as Naruto got up to leave. It would seem that with Naruto's last act, you 3 pass. Congratulations, we are now officially Team 7. Oh, and here are some words of advice: those who abandon the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Meet me here tomorrow, same time. Great, we really are a team now, Menma grumbled before grabbing the front of Naruto's shirt and getting in his face. You better pull your weight, bro, the team is already weakened just by your presence alone. And don't think I've forgotten what you said to me. With that, he threw Naruto away and walked home. Kuru glared at Menma as he walked past with a self-satisfied smirk. She shook her head and extended her hand to Naruto. Come on, bro, get up. Naruto, however, growled and batted her hand away. I can take care of myself. I've already been doing that my whole life. Kuru flinched, a reminder of how different their lives were. Naruto, can you stay behind? I need to speak with you, Kakashi said after observing the truly dysfunctional family, something he would be seeing for a while. The blonde nodded as Kuru, albeit reluctantly, left to catch up with her other brother. What do you need, sensei? Naruto asked, a bit bored. Kakashi adopted a serious look, despite most of his face being covered. Naruto, I saw the technique you used. It's something I've never seen before. How did you create it? Naruto snorted. He should have known the Jonin saw him. Ha, I made it from my father's failure. One failure using another, ironic, he said, confusing the silver-haired man. So he held up an arm with a smirk as a truly intricate seal appeared on it. Kakashi's eyes widened to epic proportions when he noticed part of it contained the Hiraishin seal. In truth, Minato, in his anger, had tried to replicate the intangibility jutsu the masked man used on him. It failed, and Minato cast it aside. Naruto found it and kept it. He didn't know what to do with it until he became friends with Sasuke and asked if he knew anything about seals. Sasuke replied in the negative, but he did ask Itachi. When Itachi saw the seal and its purpose, he was shocked, but he had a way to help Naruto. There was a jutsu in the Uchiha vault similar to the Sharingan's Kamui. He gave it to Naruto, hoping it would help. Plus, it was a bit sad to admit, but recently, no Uchiha could use it since they weren't good with seals. Naruto worked tirelessly to learn everything he could about seals, and thanks to his Uzumaki blood, it came easily to him after a while. He also imprinted his medical knowledge to create something else, but that was for another time. It was true that Naruto learned all he could about the Hiraishin, although he had to do so in secret, just like with all his training, including the Raise-Nan and a few spin-offs. Anyway, he couldn't use the Hiraishin because it was tied only to Minato. However, he used a few seals from that jutsu into his new jutsu to perfect the intangibility jutsu. The end result was something better, the power to be nowhere and everywhere at the same time. He still needed a name for it. Plus, he found a way to bypass the Hiraishin if his father ever tried to kill him. That is a pretty impressive seal, Naruto, Kakashi replied, a little rattled before he sighed as he noticed another small seal around Naruto's wrist, its purpose unknown to him. Look, I'm on your side. And I want to help. Even he saw that Naruto had trust issues because of his parents. Who wouldn't? But he was trying to help. We'll see, Naruto replied before walking away, taking a risk. If Kakashi really was on his side, he wouldn't speak about what he saw today. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of air. Kakashi couldn't help but gawk. Naruto arrived at his father's office door. It was nearing dusk, and after a long day of dealing with the village and paperwork, Minato still had more paperwork to do. He was irritable and just wanted to get things done. Now was the perfect time to enact the first part of Naruto's plan. Knocking on the door, he received an enter and did so. Minato, seeing it was his son, simply scowled and continued working. What do you want? Since you are the Hokage, would you mind signing these for a couple of my friends? Naruto asked in a civil tone. Minato snorted. Friends, right. They wanted his autograph? Why couldn't they come directly to him instead of asking Naruto to do it? Sorry, Naruto, but I'm busy. I need to get this shit done so I can sleep tonight. Please, father, Naruto said, trying not to roll his eyes. I won't ask for another thing ever again. I won't even bother you unless it's ninja business. Finally, Minato groaned. He wasn't really thinking straight and just wanted some peace. Fine, he said as he grabbed the two pieces of paper, which looked blank, and signed them. Now get out of my sight. Naruto nodded and left the room. With pleasure, he mumbled so the man wouldn't hear him. Further down the hall, he released the genjutsu around the two papers and smirked. He was no longer part of that family. The Hokage unknowingly emancipated his own son and, with the other paper, created a new clan. He quickly took them to the administration building, where he got the papers from, and gave them to the lady working there. She looked shocked that the Hokage had actually signed them. Sure, she thought Naruto was just joking around and was going to threaten the man with them so that he could be treated better, but never in her wildest dreams did she think this would actually happen. Sighing, she took the papers and filed them. She would have a talk with her clan head, Asuma, later on. Good luck, Naruto. Thank you, Naruto said politely with a bow before walking away with a dark smile. Naruto walked through the seedy part of the village, along a path he had frequented for a year. No one bothered him because the people there knew he could hold his own and kick their asses. They knew that Naruto was not the failure he made himself out to be to his parents. The blonde reached an apartment complex that, with a large sum of money, he now owned. In reality, he had been saving his allowance since he was little. He had wanted to get out, so he did. He took meager amounts of money from his parents' bank account, just small amounts so that his parents wouldn't get suspicious, and it worked. He now lived in his own home. Naruto smiled and said, "This is my home now." He then walked in, never noticing a figure on the rooftops vanish, signifying it was a clone. The question was, whose? Of course, Naruto didn't care at the moment. His attention was solely on one object in the middle of his sparsely furnished apartment, a pure white mannequin that held its arm up, displaying open palms. The mannequin had no discernible features other than the complex seals that traveled down its arms and ended at the palms, showing odd circles with two eyes in them artificially created, fully matured Sharingan. He remembered when he decided to do this. Flashback. A 9-year-old Naruto was bored. He had just parted ways with his friends, one of them now being Sasuke. but he didn't feel like going home to where he wasn't wanted. His medical seals were progressing well, but he had created one that required something to be placed in it for it to work. The question was, what? Naruto, a voice asked to his left. Naruto hadn't noticed he had ventured close to the Uchiha part of the village, which wasn't hard thanks to the wall that had been taken down. After their incident with the masked man, Itachi offered to take down the wall separating the clan from the rest of the village so that Minato wouldn't get even more suspicious of them. It turned out to be a blessing because the village became friendlier with them around, and the economy went up as well. It turned out well despite Minato's anger towards them and Naruto. The person who called out to Naruto was none other than the clan head, Itachi Uchiha. "Hey, Itaka-sama," Naruto replied in boredom. "Naruto, I've told you before, call me Itakane-chan," the man said with a small smile. "After all, you and Sasuke are friends now." "Still odd," Naruto replied. "True," Itachi shrugged. "So what's on your mind?" "Well," Naruto started, unsure if he could trust Itachi or not, but the man did introduce him to Sasuke and their mom, so he guessed he could trust him. "Please don't tell anyone in my family, but I'm working on a special seal that lets me use the power of someone else." Itachi narrowed his eyes before asking Naruto to explain, and when he received the explanation of how it worked, he smiled and said, "Maybe I can help." "How so?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "Well, we could enable you to use the Uchiha powers," Itachi suggested. "But wouldn't your elders be furious?" Naruto pressed. "Most likely, but I've never cared what they want, and neither has my mother," Itachi replied with a smile before leading the young Namikaze to the hospital. End flashback. Ultimately, Itachi provided him with a vial of his own blood for experimentation. Later, a peculiar umbu with distinct mask symbols delivered a box containing a pair of normal eyes. Naruto simply shrugged it off, injecting both Itachi's and his own DNA into the eyes, creating a pair of Sharingan ready for use. He immediately applied them to his new medical seals, which he could activate and deactivate at will. It was fantastic, and he knew it would be incredibly helpful. In a dimly lit room, Naruto Ranyaku sat at his desk, diligently sketching seal ideas. Having finished his team training for the day, he felt the urge to reorganize his seal placements. It was mid-afternoon, and he'd soon need to break for dinner, though skipping it was an option. However, if he did, he'd have to be wary of Kuru tomorrow. She had noticed his prolonged absence from home and family meals. The charade was wearing thin, and it had only been about a month since he became a Konoha ninja. Glancing at the clock, he knew he had to leave soon, so he cast a look at his modified wrap seal on the nearby wall. This seal, much like the one formerly on his wrists, allowed him to transport himself to the house where he was unwanted. His regular war seal was what he'd used to get the bells in his test with Kakashi. It enabled him to safely detach a portion of his body to float around and perform tasks. So far, he'd only used it with his hands for minor things like pranks when he felt the inclination and energy. However, he believed he could incorporate other body parts for self-preservation if needed. Looking at his wall again, he observed other seals designed to function like television screens. He used these for security at the other house, monitoring for anyone approaching his empty room there. They would alert him even while he slept if anyone came near. Thankfully, that had never happened. Scanning the scenes, he saw that the Hokage wasn't home yet, and Kushina was engrossed in some show about a ninja princess. Kura was practicing with her swords and the chakra chain she inherited from her mother. Menma was relentlessly punching a bag, his room dark as he vented his frustrations. Naruto now understood that Menma had his own issues, fearing that any failure would lead Minato and Kushina to treat him as they treated Naruto. Naruto concluded that Menma likely felt compelled to degrade him to stay in his parents' good graces. The boy was a paranoid mess, pathetic. Naruto simply shook his head. That so-called family was beyond repair in his eyes, and he wouldn't exert effort to help them when they clearly didn't want him around. That was Kuru's problem, not his. Finally, his gaze settled on the mannequin in the center of his room. Its arms were once again adorned with the intricate Sharingan seal, but now much tidier, covering only his palms and wrapping around to the back, with 3 circles resting on each hand. Only one of them was filled in. He had created this as a tri-powered seal. The first power was his Sharingan, but he had nothing for the other 2. Although he wasn't without ideas, he desired the blood of the Yamanaka and Nara clans. Still, if he took their blood, he'd have to create experimental seals to see if they could work for him. Next was the warp seal around his wrists, resembling an intricate wristband. He felt that if he channeled chakra into it correctly, he could make the seal shift, allowing a body part to detach for self-preservation if necessary. On the back was what looked like an infinity symbol, his seal to be everywhere and nowhere at once. To keep it simple and avoid sounding like he ruled the world, he just called it the Ghost Step Jutsu. Beside it, making the whole thing look like the tri-powered seal, was an empty seal that would work with his main element. The only issue was that he didn't know his element. He wanted to know and utilize it because he desired the ability to fly. With wind, the seal could create a perpetual current around him. If fire, it could act as a jetpack or rocket booster. If lightning, he could potentially use the seal to accelerate his bioelectricity and the natural electrons in the air, turning himself into a bolt of lightning that could hover while also traveling through power currents. Or so he thought. If it was Earth, he could probably use magnetic fields to help him fly. He had no clue what he would do if it was water. Unfortunately, the ability to fly wasn't in the dust release scroll, and Naruto doubted Oniki would reveal the secret of how he and his people flew. After all, some village secrets had to remain secret. Suddenly, a knock at his door broke his thoughts. He checked his wall of seal visuals, seeing that the knocker wasn't at the other house but his own, and it was Asuma. Odd, I wonder what he wants. I also wonder how he knows where I live now, Naruto mused to himself before it clicked. Oh right, the lady I gave the papers to was a Sarutobi. He must have heard about it. Deciding to get up and see what the man wanted, he walked to the door and opened it. Asuma, to his credit as a high-ranking Konoha ninja, couldn't see inside Naruto's dark room. Naruto put on a friendly smile and asked, "What can I do for you, Asuma?" "Hey kid," Asuma replied in a friendly tone. "I heard about your little venture from a clan member of mine, and I wanted to see if it was just a prank or if it's true." "Oh, it is very true, Asuma," Naruto replied seriously. "Are you planning to tell the Hokage about it?" he asked, subtly preparing to make him forget if that were the case. "Nope," Asuma said with a small smile. "I'm here to congratulate you on making a new clan and getting away from them earlier than expected. However, you do realize that when making a new ninja clan, you have a seat on the council, and I'm not sure, but you could initiate the CRA." That made Naruto blush slightly at the last part, making Asuma smirk. I'll put that off for later since that's too early for me to be thinking about. Now, for the clan head business, I'll deal with that when I reveal my power to the world." Asuma raised an eyebrow. "When would that be, kid? You can't keep something like this hidden for too long, not even from the Hokage." "You're right," Naruto said with a nod. "I plan to reveal the power of the Ranyaku clan at the tail end of the Chunin exams." The Sarutobi clan head whistled. "Kid, that's shooting big, but I see your angle. You're going to make the Hokage look like a fool in front of everyone, aren't you?" Naruto's dark smile was all the answer he needed. "So, Ranyaku, chaos?" "Yes," Naruto replied. "I see. I want to know more, but I'd rather hear that story at dinner, so I'm inviting you over." "Konohamaru has been begging me to invite you," Asuma stated. "That's fine with me. Just next time, until the Chunin exams, meet me at the Hokage's house." Asuma's eyes widened. "This is a dangerous game you're playing, kid, but I'm sure it will work out in the end. Just be careful." Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Asuma, but I have everything covered. I'll meet you soon." With that, Naruto closed the door while Asuma just shook his head and left, thinking Naruto shouldn't have to do this. Naruto calmly walked over to his security seal wall and placed his hand in the middle, making the seal glow brightly before his body vanished and then reappeared in his nearly empty room in the Namikaze household. The only things there were his belongings from when he was much younger. Ignoring the thick layer of dust from the room's disuse, he quickly made his way out, locking his door with seals, and then into the rest of the house. As he walked, he saw Kushina setting up the table with Karu. He was just stepping out of the house when the door opened on its own, revealing Minato. The two stared emotionlessly at each other before walking past. Naruto thought he was home free as he made his appearance, but he was wrong. Menma, positioned on the couch watching the end of a movie, decided to speak. "Oi, loser. Where do you think you're going?" he said, getting up to block Naruto's path. "Out," Naruto said in a bored but neutral tone. He did it to compose himself around these people, but also because he knew it annoyed Menma for reasons he didn't care to know. "Asuma invited me to eat at his place." So the failure of the Sarutobi clan invited another failure in life. "Perfect," Menma said as he left, harshly shoulder-bumping Naruto as he passed. It was no secret what he thought of Asuma. The man might be a clan head, but Menma had heard of Asuma going to the Fire Lord to be a guardian while the third Hokage wanted him to stay in Konoha. So, in Menma's mind, not obeying his father made him a failure, just like Naruto. "Yeah, go run off to be with the other failures of the village," Menma shouted as he then pushed Naruto out the door and slammed it shut. Minato merely raised an eyebrow at his black-haired son's attitude but said nothing as he went into the kitchen. Karu, however, glared at her brother and marched up to him. "What was that about? You don't treat family that way." He is not family to me. The sooner he moves out or gets himself killed, the better," Menma growled at the girl, shocking her. He did want to do the deed himself for some reason but felt that was going too far. "There has to be a reason for this and a way to fix all this," Karu said to herself sadly as she walked to the kitchen table. Naruto quickly got back up and brushed the dirt off his clothes before leaving the Namikaze's yard. He had dinner plans with the Sarutobi clan, and a small scuffle with Menma wasn't going to upset him too much. Half an hour later, Naruto found himself in front of Asuma's home. It was a nice little place. Asuma was quite humble considering his father had been the Hokage for so long. Some might have expected him to turn out to be a pompous jerk, but thankfully, he didn't. After a few knocks, the door opened to reveal Kanoamaru, who smiled upon seeing the older boy. The two made their way into the house and to the kitchen table where dinner was just starting. In addition to Asuma and Kanoamaru, there was only one other person, Asuma's sister-in-law and Kanoamaru's mother, Kuona. The family was small, but they managed just like anyone else. One might wonder where Kanoamaru's father was. While Asuma had been away, his brother was killed in action, leaving Kanoamaru and his mother Kuona by themselves. So, naturally, Asuma helped by letting them stay with him. He also liked it because it made him feel less lonely. As they ate, Naruto explained more of his plan to Kanoamaru and his mother. They agreed with Asuma that he was walking on thin ice with all of it. They did, however, agree that it was a good plan and hoped Naruto achieved his goals. Kanoamaru then had a brilliant idea and got his uncle's attention. "Hey, Uncle Asuma. You should give Naruto Grandpa's summoning scroll. I have no interest in monkeys like you, so it should go to someone who could use it." "Wait, what?" Naruto replied, not expecting that. Asuma smiled. "I'm glad you feel that way, Kanoamaru. I wanted to make sure you felt that way because I was planning on giving it to Naruto to help him show his family they were wrong. Are you guys serious?" Naruto asked. "It seems that way, Naruto," Kuona replied with a shrug. "I say just take the gift. It will help." Asuma nodded and handed Naruto a rather large scroll. The blonde looked at it before smiling at the Sarutobi clan's generosity. "Thank you, I don't know how to thank you enough." Asuma smirked. "Succeed. That is all I ask." Of course, he wanted Naruto to succeed. Many higher UPS had noticed that Minato had changed that day, and not for the better, so this was an attempt to bring back the man they all once respected. Because as of now, they had lost a lot of respect for the man himself. "I'll do it," Naruto replied with determination in his eyes. The blonde, formerly Namikaze, now Ranyaku, found himself in a training ground with a running waterfall nearby the next day. To him, it was a peaceful little place, perfect for what he was about to do. Asuma had shown him what to do, how to sign the contract and how to summon the intended animal. He had to sign the contract in his own blood, which helped link him to these animals. Next, he performed the correct hand seals and added a large amount of chakra. He knew that summoning took a lot of chakra, and he had that, being the son of a former Jinchuriki. However, he wasn't sure exactly how much chakra he was supposed to put in, so he may have overloaded it. That proved true as a large poof of smoke engulfed the area. The smoke was larger than it should have been because Naruto knew the Monkey King Inma was normally sized. So the question was, who came through? He got his answer in the form of 3 voices in the smoke, which eventually dissipated to reveal the 3 beings. The first was the Monkey King himself, with the next 2 being 2 younger monkeys, perhaps some of his kids. The Monkey King himself had all white fur, likely signifying his advanced age, with hair going down his back and fairly large sideburns extending to his neck. He wore a black suit with mesh armor underneath, over which he wore a sleeveless, kimono shirt with white fur trimmings and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes, held closed by a sash. Inma also wore a Konoha forward protector, signifying his alliance with Konoha thanks to the 3rd Hokage. The 2 younger monkeys had brown fur like most monkeys, but the odd thing about them was their black, spiky hair. The one with hair spikes going all over the place wore an orange gi. The other one had his hair spikes going straight upwards, and his clothes consisted of blue pants and an oddly shaped shirt that looked like armor. He also had an air of superiority. Inma immediately noticed the blonde, eyeing the boy's white clothing with interest, having never seen a human wear such things, especially a ninja. He supposed it could be worse, the boy could be wearing orange like his grandson's best friend. The orange-wearing monkey spoke first as he ran right up to Naruto. "Hello, are you our new summoner? Wanna be friends? Oh, and do you have food with you?" Inma chuckled, having expected this outcome, and shook his head. "Don't mind him, young one. He is always a little hyper, and I will warn you that his appetite is monstrous." He paused as Naruto nodded with a sweat drop. "Anyway, you probably already know who I am, but I will introduce ourselves anyway. I am the Monkey King, Inma, the former summon of Hiruzen Sarutobi, your 3rd Hokage. The one who rushed you with questions is my grandson's best friend, Gaku. My grandson here is named Vegeta." With an arrogant nod and a puffed-out chest, the grandson declared in a squeaky voice, "That's right. I'm the prince of all monkeys. Fear me." His high-pitched threat, however, only made Naruto and Inma chuckle, completely nullifying its intended effect. "Now that introductions are out of the way, tell me, boy, who are you?" "I don't recognize your last name," Inma demanded. Naruto nodded, not expecting the Monkey King to know him. "My name is Naruto Ranyaku. My last name used to be Namikaze." Inma raised an eyebrow. "The son of Hiruzen's successor? I heard about your situation from the slugs and am surprised the Hokage let you go so easily." Naruto smirked. He doesn't know what he did, thanks to good timing and some genjutsu. Plus, changing my name to Ranyaku, or Chaos, shows I'm the chaos to my father's so-called order. Ah, Inma replied, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Normally, I have new summoners lift me in my staff form. He paused, eyeing his 2 charges. Instead, I'll accept you as our summoner if you can lift the combined staff form of Gaku and Vegeta. Cool, come on Vegeta. Gaku cheered, much to his friend's protest. They then transformed into a small red staff. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering about the catch. He soon discovered it when he tried to lift them. The small staff was incredibly heavy. He fell on his face, hearing Inma softly chuckle, likely amused by a familiar sight. Glaring at the old monkey, Naruto tried again and again. Huffing, he decided he needed a different approach. There had to be a way to lift their staff form. His thoughts were cut short by the staff's dual voice laughter, which made him lose his cool and try to lift it once more. An hour later, Naruto lay on the ground next to the staff, exhausted from abandoning rational thought in his futile attempts to lift the laughing staff. Inma watched calmly. The irritating experience revealed Naruto's capacity for more than simple happiness, laziness, and apathy. He'd shown more irritability today than in most of his life, in a way. Now, lying there, utterly tired, he thought more rationally and decided to lift the staff with chakra. He got up, channeled chakra to his limbs, and then to the quieted staff, lifting it about an inch off the ground. Inma smiled brightly. Good, we have a summoner again. We'll work with you from now on. He paused as Gaku and Vegeta reverted to their separate monkey forms, which gave him an idea. In addition, Gaku and Vegeta will be your familiars. They'll teach you all about us, and I'm sure you can teach them a few things too. Awesome! Gaku shouted, running up to Naruto and grabbing his arm, which left Naruto confused. Vegeta was calmer. He grabbed Naruto's other arm. Be grateful, human, that you have the Prince of Monkeys as one of your familiars. Also, judging by the confused look on your silly face, you have no idea what we need to do to become your familiars. It's simple, we need to create summoning tattoos on your arms. Inma winced, recalling his own experience with Hiruzen. Naruto, I'd brace yourself if I were you. Why do I ooh? Naruto began, before his jacket sleeves were roughly pulled up and the 2 monkeys bit down on both of his arms. As they retracted their jaws, Naruto watched in pained awe as their saliva glowed, combining with his blood to form kanji on each arm. It is done, Vegeta declared before nodding to his grandfather and then to his new summoner, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Summon us anytime you want, especially when you're having dinner. Gaku shouted with a big smile before also vanishing in a puff of smoke. Inma smiled, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, who winced slightly. I'm sure you'll make a great summoner for us, and perhaps one day, you'll be our sage. Good luck until then, Naruto Ranyaku. He then vanished in a puff of smoke. Well, this is certainly going to be interesting, Naruto replied just before Kakashi appeared in a flashy shunshin. What can I do for you, sensei? Jiraiya's spy network found one of Orochimaru's old bases, Kakashi stated. He feels our team is ready for our first C-rank mission tomorrow. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So what? Orochimaru's dead thanks to the Hokage. What threat could he pose from death? Kakashi nodded, aware of Naruto's limited knowledge about the Snake Sunin. Such a response was expected given that. You're correct in that assumption, but when Minato-sensei killed Orochimaru, he found notes on the man's experiments, revealing he was searching for a way to be immortal. The notes said he found a partial, but not true, path to immortality. Okay? Well, he developed something called the Curse Seal, which he derived from a man from a strange clan, using it on others, not just his apprentice at the time, Anko. That crazy snake lady? Yeah, I can see her as his apprentice, Naruto replied with a shrug. He personally liked her and didn't have a problem with her like some in the village did. She was a refreshing sight sometimes. Right. So, the reason for this mission is the nature of this base. It's supposed to hold the origin of the curse, used as a prison of sorts, and Jiraiya's letter says there are still people inside. I'm surprised we're going, Naruto replied, wary of the information. He still didn't trust Jiraiya since that day and doubted he ever would. The fact that his so-called father was sending him there just didn't sit right with him. You might not like to hear this, but you 3 are his kids, and he expects great things from you, Kakashi replied, a knowing look in his eye regarding the blonde. You're right, I don't like it. Even if it's a ploy to get me killed and out of the picture, I'll do this mission and succeed. It'll be one step closer to fulfilling my plans, Naruto stated. He had started trusting Kakashi a little more, not enough to reveal his master plan, but enough to give him snippets. If Kakashi were a double agent, he'd only have a portion of Naruto's trust. Right, Kakashi replied, wincing at the blonde's belief that everyone was out to get him. It saddened him, and he wished he hadn't been so lazy before, even with Tsunade and Shizen there for the boy. He wanted Naruto to feel he could trust him. After all, he was just making up for lost time. Meet tomorrow at 9 in the Hokage's office. I promise I won't be late, this time, Kakashi stated. The blonde simply gave him a deadpan stare, now understanding Kakashi's nature. Naruto and his teammates just stared. This had to be some sort of illusion, but even the Hokage couldn't find one and was just annoyed, letting the team stew alongside him. Why was this happening? Kakashi had actually been on time for once. Was the world ending? They hoped not. That would suck. What? The man asked, not understanding why everyone was staring at him. It's just that you're on time for once, Minato deadpanned. You don't even come on time when I call you for a freaking meeting. Well, this is a mission, Kakashi replied in a bored, obvious tone. That only earned him more glares. Fine, whatever, Minato sighed. You and your team are to locate Orochimaru's northern hideout. Our information suggests it's a prison, and dealing with that dead snake's things, there's probably more to it, or it's where he conducted his sick experiments. It's possible Jiraiya got his information mixed up. What's the objective of this mission? Kakashi asked. Minato stared at Kakashi's team for a moment, then said, the origin of the curse mark is in there, and I feel that knowing about this could help us destroy the curse mark if we ever need to. Understood, Kakashi replied as they filed out of the room. They never noticed Minato's dark smirk and blood-red eyes. Oh, there's more there, and I know it's far more dangerous than you think, Kakashi. Then another voice spoke from the shadows of the room. And it's a great way to get rid of that brat, but I'm sure the others will return. It was Kushina, with a darker smile than her husband's and red eyes instead of her usual violet, with a dark aura of black lightning occasionally streaking around her. Now, why didn't I think of that? Oh wait. I did, they both replied in unison, eerily. However, the dark moment lasted only a second, they blinked, and everything was back to normal. Shaking his head as if in a daze, Minato looked at his wife and asked, "Are you okay?" Kushina held her head, looking like she had another headache. I'll be fine. I'll just take a nap when I get home. Minato nodded but said nothing, watching her leave the room. Those headaches and his apparent dizzy blackouts were becoming more frequent, and it was starting to bother him. Glancing at the paperwork on his desk, he decided to figure it out later. He had too much stuff to do. Why had he accepted this position again? When I die, I'm going to punch you for this, Hiruzen, he muttered as he got to work. Well, this is one step closer to becoming true ninja, Menma stated, walking along the path with his team, hands in his pockets, a bored expression on his face. A C-rank mission was fine, but as a Jinchuriki, he felt he needed more challenging missions. Hey, we're lucky to get a C-rank mission, Kura stated. We're still genin, so we have to work our way to the top. Says who? The lowly stooges in the village? Faye, we're Jinchuriki, we don't need to be classed with them, Menma growled. The only reason we're still genin is because we have to look out for the piece of shit. His name is Naruto. Karu snapped. Naruto just grunted, already bored with his so-called brother's one-track mind. You should be lucky you got this far. And what is that supposed to mean? Menma asked in a dangerous tone. If you lived in another village, you wouldn't be on the high pedestal you are now. No, you'd be the lowest of the low. On par with or lower than street rats, Naruto replied. I would just kill all those who made my life hell then, Menma stated with authority. Oh yeah, that will do you good in the long run, Naruto replied sarcastically. What do you mean? Karu asked, curious about what the eldest triplet knew. I heard the Jinchuriki of the Mist, the holder of the three tails, is now the Mizukage, and he basically said to hell with the bloodline users, so now that place is a huge civil war. Kakashi, who had been quiet until this point, decided to speak up. He's right. You can't have that mentality in the ninja world, Menma. Yeah, well, whatever, at least we don't have to deal with that crap in Konoha, Menma replied with a snort. Wrong again, Naruto replied. Pieces of crap like you don't count, Menma stated. Not what I meant, Naruto deadpanned. I meant that if you read some of our history, something I did once while bored, you'd find out that a man named Danzo, if he had gotten you and Kuru as babies, you would be nothing but emotionless tools to him. Scary, whatever happened to him? Karu asked. Menma wanted to know as well but maintained his uncaring look. The Hokage disbanded him and his group, although the man is still a member of the council, Kakashi supplied before looking at the sun and sighing. Damn, we need to hurry this up. Let's go. The three genin nodded, then took off at a normal ninja's pace, zipping past the trees towards the underground base. All the while, Kakashi wondered why Naruto had told them that information. Menma was thinking about what Naruto said, and it made his paranoia skyrocket, not that he let it show. When they arrived after a day and a half, they were slightly annoyed that it was in a treeless land, with no cover except for protruding rock outcroppings. Thankfully, the hideout was easy to spot, looking like a black house nestled between a two-pronged rock formation. So, that was good. Okay, once again, be careful, Kakashi warned. The rest of this base is probably underground, and we won't really know what's down there. Right, Kuru saluted, while Menma shrugged and Naruto nodded. Kakashi slowly opened the door to reveal a single-room house. Luckily, it wasn't booby-trapped, so they quickly entered and began searching for a way to reach the lower levels of the base. As they moved around the room, Kakashi, trained to observe details, noted the plainness of the place. Rotted wooden floors covered the ground, a moth-filled mattress lay in a corner, and a broken table sat in the center. That was all. It was rather sad. Seeing Naruto checking the bed area and the others examining the dusty walls, Kakashi himself checked the desk. He immediately noticed its higher quality mahogany. If he was correct, mahogany, it rolled off the tongue, and he felt there was some sort of joke about the wood having powers. Meh, whatever. This one didn't, but he did notice a small note and pressed it. The room then shook violently, and the floor beneath him gave way, sending him falling into the darkness below. Kakashi-sensei, the three genin shouted before they too disappeared from the room. Naruto and Menma, near the bed, fell through the floor as if it were only genjutsu. Odd, a genjutsu over a trapdoor. The same happened to Kuru on the other side of the house. Their mission had truly begun now. The trapdoors had turned into slides, each sending them down to the ground. However, they were separated, and Kakashi found himself in another room with a single door at the far end. What caught his attention was the writing on the walls, "Shut up bitch" and "Too many variables," scrawled frantically in chalk and blood. Yeah, this is probably where the man did his experiments, Kakashi deadpanned. When he reached the door, he found another batch of odd writing above it. The cake is a lie? I wonder what that's about, he mused, then shrugged it off as nonsense and walked through the door. Oh, that poor soul. Get the fuck off me, loser. Menma growled after he and Naruto landed in a pile, with him at the bottom. Sorry, that was weird though. No shit, Menma commented. Now let's go. Where? Naruto asked. Forward, of course. Menma replied irritably, pointing to a hallway. And why should I follow you? Naruto asked. Because people actually give a shit about me, so naturally I should lead. If you actually want to get out of here alive, then follow me. If you want to die, then stay here and rot for all I care. Naruto watched Menma stomp off down the hallway. Naruto shook his head with an irritated look and went after him. Kuru sighed, rubbing her sore butt from where she landed. Damn, didn't expect that. I thought it would have been stairs, not a freaking slide. Oh well, it didn't matter in the end. Now she needed to find the others, complete their objective, and get the hell out of this creepy place. Seriously, who had the time to etch all these snake patterns into the wall, and why would they do it? What was wrong with people? Shaking her head, she continued down the creepy hallway, only to see a glowing door to the right. Carefully, she opened it to reveal something completely different than she expected. Yeah, this is about what I expected, Menma deadpanned quietly as they entered the room. Experiments of all kinds lined the room, making it quite creepy. No, wait, there was a man in a lab coat cackling madly in front of a large water tank, or at least they thought it was just a water tank, because the next moment, a pair of eyes appeared and stared at the cackling man. So, more than just creepy. What's the plan? Naruto asked reluctantly. Simple, we take this freak out. Oh? She's hot, Menma planned, quickly distracted by a redhead. She wore a purple top that showed off her midriff, black biker shorts, and black ninja sandals. Her eyes were red. That was new to him. You know, most redheads are Uzumakis, Naruto deadpanned. So? She must be a cousin or something, so not directly related, Menma replied. Okay, one other problem, Naruto replied. What? She's obviously on their side, Naruto replied as they watched her interact with the man, who seemed to scoff at what she said and then smack her. I'm pretty sure she can be persuaded to join us, Menma deadpanned. They then watched as the girl pushed a nearby button, opening the wall to reveal another girl in a tank, who could easily get out from the top. Still, she looked sad. Why? Perhaps it was the scales on her skin, which neither boy had a problem with. Her too? Naruto asked. You bet. Menma replied with a smirk, thinking that if he saved them, the girl would get with him. However, he didn't get to make a grand entrance to save the girls because the red-headed one suddenly turned around and shouted, Who are you two? Karen, who are you talking to? The man asked. Dr. Amaka, they are our saviors, Karen declared. Truthfully, she hoped so, because after Orochimaru died, this man took over the experiments and her life sucked. So, naturally, she'd take a chance at escaping this place and that man. However, the good doctor just rolled his eyes. Oh please. You think everyone who comes here will take you away, you silly girl. Someone has to, Karen growled. Ha! You, Isaraibi, and Suijutsu are stuck here with me, the man laughed. You're my experiments now. Joy. Isaraibi sighed from atop her tank. Okay, this guy is so freaking weird. Menma shouted in annoyance as he walked to the middle of the room. The mood was already ruined for him. Oh sure, don't be in a hurry to kick the guy's ass or anything, Naruto replied, also walking onto the scene with a bored expression. Now Dr. Amaki looked nervous. Damn that kid, he told me no ninjas would be searching this place, he growled before smiling maniacally. No matter, I'm sure the ninja here will cover my tracks. He paused, then continued, "There are too many of them anyway for my tastes. What makes you think we're going to let you escape this room?" Naruto asked. "Well, how about this?" Dr. Amaka shouted with a crazed look in his eyes as he pulled the lever under Suijutsu's tank and flipped it. Instantly, Suijutsu screamed in his tank as he was literally boiled alive by lightning, causing him to start evaporating. "You bastard!" Menma growled, instantly channeling the Kyuubi's energy and rushing the man, intent on killing him in the most gruesome way. "No, wait!" Naruto shouted, having a bad feeling, but as usual, Menma didn't listen. Karen panicked when she saw the redhead go feral and charge her master. However, she knew what he was, so she started thinking quickly, just like her master seemed to be doing. She needed to get away from this fight as she wasn't much of a fighter. Yes, she could take care of herself like any normal person, but she wasn't a great fighter. Thinking quickly, she flipped a switch and released her friend from her own tank, and the two quickly jumped away just as the Kyuubified Menma reached Dr. Amaki, who had by this point turned into his Kaima form, resembling a humanoid lake monster or a Mirelurk king from Fallout 3. Not expecting this kind of resistance, Menma was easily gut-punched upward and then kicked into Suijutsu's tank, where he was electrocuted alongside the teen with the ability to turn into pure water. This served as the perfect distraction for the man because Naruto, Karen, and Isuraibi were checking on Menma and Suijutsu. They never even saw him leave and alert the ninja patrolling the hallways. What were they again? Oh right, Orochimaru named them Sound Ninja. Is he okay? Karen asked the blonde. Naruto frowned as he checked on his brother. Menma was knocked out but still alive, most likely thanks to the Kyuubi keeping him alive. After all, if Menma died, so did it. Yeah, he still has a pulse, so he'll live. However, I'm not sure about the other one. Kuru gasped, stunned by the sight of the room. It looked like a mad scientist's dream, a disturbing scene made more unsettling by the operating table in the center. The cold, steel table held a man unlike any she'd seen. He was blue, with features resembling a fish or shark, and his tattered clothes barely clung to his malnourished frame. As she observed him, the man weakly turned his head, nearly having a heart attack. This girl, Kuru realized, looked remarkably like the woman who had single-handedly defeated all 7 swordsmen. "Who are you?" the man rasped. "I'm Kuru Uzumaki Namikaze. What's yours?" she replied politely. The man chuckled. "Oh, how I've fallen. I'm talking to her daughter and not even in battle. Damn that snake and his lackey." He coughed violently, then added, "I'm Kisame Hashigaki." Karu blinked. "Wow, my mom told me about you. You were so fierce in your fight that she was actually scared." "I tend to do that," Kisame smirked. "So, kid, what are you doing here?" "My team was sent to retrieve info on Orochimaru's curse mark, now that he's dead." "Well, shit. So the lackey's been experimenting on me alone." "Terrific." Kisame growled, feeling a fresh wave of shame. He was dying anyway, so it hardly mattered. But there was still the matter of his successor. He didn't have one. Looking at the girl, the daughter of the woman who defeated him and the other swordsman, an idea sparked. "So, kid, you must be a great ninja thanks to your mom." Karu smiled sadly. "Not really. My ninja skills aren't great. Mom and dad are more focused on my other powers." "I see," Kisame replied. "So you don't have a major plan for being a ninja? Your own style?" "No, not really," Kuru said sadly. "Heh, then how about this, kid? You take my blade and the scrolls next to it and use my style." "Are you sure?" "Why not? I'm dying and won't be able to use that shit anymore. Hell, I doubt any of the other swordsmen are still alive," Kisame replied. She softly walked to the discarded sharkskin blade leaning against the wall and gripped its hilt. While it normally would have destroyed her hand, it merely hummed, subtly absorbing her chakra without her even noticing. What she did experience were the memories of Kisame and the other wielders of the blade. Once it was done, she looked back at Kisame with determination. "I'll do more than just use your style and sword. I'll find the other blades and continue their legacy. My mother may have defeated you all, but I will be you all." Kisame smiled genuinely after hearing her declaration. "And we will all be proud of you, kid." He coughed again, more violently this time, blood spilling from his mouth. "Damn, this dying business sucks. Guess that's what I get for making all those people suffer, but I'm going out on my own terms. Kid, get the hell out of here, and good luck." The girl nodded, leaving the room, saddened by the man's impending death as she took his belongings. Kisame smiled. "I guess I'm not a bad guy after all, but I'm probably still going to hell. Maybe I'll see Mainjutsu there and tell him about the girl who would surely capture his heart, if he were alive." He then gathered what little chakra he had left. "This is my last summoning, give me a better death than this, and I promise that girl will be a better summoner than me." Summoning jutsu. With his piece said, Kisame smiled as 3 sharks appeared and ripped him to shreds. Kuru, still outside the door, silently cried for the fallen swordsman. She would make him and the others proud. For now, she needed to find her brothers. Then, she felt signs of someone using the Kyuubi's energy and shot off in search of Menma, fearing he might be in trouble as the dark chakra quickly faded. But she didn't dwell on it, because she felt it again, this time different. What the hell is going on, and why does the second one feel different, she wondered as she ran through the hallways. Naruto cautiously but casually walked down a hallway of the underground hideout. He was sure Kakashi or Kuro would find something. He wasn't having any luck, and Menma was out cold. Heh, the almighty Jinchuriki, bested by lightning. Classic. As soon as he turned a corner, he was met by 7 sound ninja in their strange masked attire. Both parties stared at each other before the apparent leader chuckled. Well, boys, looks like we have a rat for the snakes to eat. He readied his kunao, and the others followed suit with chuckles. Well, shit, Naruto grumbled. I guess this is a perfect way to test if my dust fist style actually works. He took a stance with his fists closed. If you looked closely, they seemed to shimmer, along with the floor. The 2 closest rushed him, going in for the kill. Naruto easily dodged their strikes before sending a punch to one, who screamed upon impact. The others paused, looking at the man. The spot Naruto hit was cratered, most of the skin gone, revealing bloody muscle. Now they were more cautious. As the first man bled out, the next 5 rushed Naruto again, throwing kunao, shuriken, and punches. Thankfully, Tsunade had helped him with his taijutsu, so he easily adapted, twisting around attacks and even punching away blade weapons. What shocked the leader most was that this kid, while effortlessly defeating his men, was punching weapons, which then turned to dust. How strong was this kid? He couldn't contemplate it further because his men were on the ground, not only suffering from strange eaten-through wounds, but gasping for air. What the hell is going on? Simple, they can't breathe, Naruto replied darkly. The leader watched the young ninja slowly approach, feeling death follow him as he freaked out, especially with Naruto's sharp eyes fixed solely on him. My dust fist style is actually pretty dangerous. It allows me to coat my fists and feet with minuscule balls of the dust release technique. So when I punch you, I'm literally destroying your body with a simple punch or kick as that part is turned into dust. However, you haven't seen the shine on the ground. What shine? The man nervously shouted. Naruto's smirk deepened. Oh, you really did miss it. Well, let me tell you, since you won't be alive much longer. While the dust release can let you turn people and things into dust and manipulate weight, it can do so much more. You can't really see it, but dust is in the air, but only in small amounts. I like to create more on the ground and use it like magnet release users use sand and other metal. Naruto lifted his fist, and the man froze, not from his own actions, but from the pain. I can see in your eyes that you've figured it out, Naruto continued. Dust is easily breathed in. It's now inside your body, and with it, I can easily kill you. The man looked at Naruto in panic. In fact, I will. With that, Naruto clenched his fist, and the man screamed loudly, then died as blood poured from his mouth. In truth, the dust settled in the man's lungs, then spread through his bloodstream. Then, it all turned sharp and rushed to his heart, cutting up his veins and heart in seconds. Quite painful compared to what he did to the others. All he did to them, after punching away their skin, was suffocate them. Naruto looked at all the dead men around him and sighed heavily. This had been his first kill. However, he'd have to deal with that later because he still had a mission. Still, that didn't stop him from throwing up his breakfast. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he walked away. Soon he found himself in front of a large steel door. It looked like it was meant to keep something in. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto decided to open it and see what was inside. He was met with a dark room and someone cowering in the corner. Hey, are you okay in there? Naruto asked. Yes, now close the door and leave me alone. I'm a danger to everyone, the man shouted. Why, when Kimimaro was alive, he said I was the source of something called the curse mark, the man shouted again. But my body is much worse than that. I'm a monster, I want to kill everyone. Okay, good news, he found the source of the curse mark. Bad news, the guy was nuts from being in a dark room for a long time. Terrific. Listen, I have friends back home who can help you. No, I am a monster, the man screamed as his voice changed, and he stepped into the light. His body was transforming before Naruto's eyes. One whole half of his body was turning gray and adding strange additions. Before Naruto could get a closer look, the man with orange hair rushed him, forcing the blonde to duck and reluctantly punch him. However, that's where the problem started. As soon as Naruto threw his punch and it connected, nothing happened, and Naruto had to dodge again. What the? I thought the dust fist style was combat ready. He frantically thought as he dodged the man's punches. Naruto tried again and again to make his dust work, but nothing was being eaten away or anything he could see. Finally, he saw something small just as he was punched across the room and into another. As he lay there dazed, he remembered a small note in the dust release scroll. That's right, dust release works differently with nature chakra and those in active sage mode. All the dust release does in that situation is eat away the chakra, not the body. He paused in his thoughts as he got back up and saw Jugo stalking into the room, looking like he'd lost his mind. Yeah, there it is, the parts I punched have returned to normal, like whatever was in him is now gone. Could be from a clan that unconsciously uses nature chakra? Yikes. Just die for me, Jugo roared, his voice back to normal but his mind not, as he sent a flurry of punches at the blonde, sending him further into the base. The sound ninja quickly evacuated, fearing what the resident monster would do to them. Damn, Naruto replied as he got back up, his clothes in rough shape, his left arm appearing broken. At this rate, I won't be able to punch that shit out of him, unless he used that power. Are you still alive? Damn, you're one tough shit, Jugo shouted at him. Yeah, lucky me, Naruto groaned. However, to match you, I'm forced to use a power I gained from being the son of a former Jinchuriki. Good thing I modified it. Naruto then held up the ram sign as Jugo laughed gleefully. Suddenly, seals appeared under his shirt, making it momentarily see-through, and then he erupted with power. Ranyaku Zenshin. Jugo watched as Naruto seemed to hunch over as a dark red aura exploded around him. Naruto's eyes turned red with an animalistic quality, and he gained the same fierce whisker marks on his cheeks as his siblings. Finally, the aura itself felt dark with emotions like hatred and anger, mostly anger. Plus, dark, lightning-like strikes occasionally ran along his frame. You call yourself a monster? Then fine. Let's fight as monsters, Naruto roared as his muscles bulged, and the two rushed each other, Naruto's broken arm having healed when the Chaos Drive activated. It was no contest, Jugo never stood a chance. Naruto hit him with a full dust punch that made him feel far weaker than before. Then another, and another. Jugo, in his current crazed state, stood no chance against an anger-filled Naruto. Punch after punch landed, as Jugo's body tried to refuel itself with nature chakra, but it was useless. It hurt too much to fight for long, and he was too weak to even get back to his feet. However, that didn't stop Naruto in his blind rage. While the Chaos Drive was useful, Naruto barely had control, letting his anger take over. This form was capable of rational thought, but it tended to make him act like a berserker, and he often went too far in training with it. Naruto roared as he uppercut Jugo into the air, then went through a few hand seals. This will end it. Dust-style, detachment of the primitive world technique, he screamed as he created a full-body sphere in midair to catch Jugo. Jugo screamed in agony as all the nature chakra in his body was completely and forcefully destroyed. For him, this technique also temporarily stopped his body from absorbing more nature chakra for a good long time. Naruto slowly walked to Jugo's down form, and the two stared at each other before Naruto sighed as he forced the Chaos Drive chakra back deep inside his body. He hated being reminded that he was her son, and unfortunately, he couldn't get rid of this dark chakra as it was part of his system and just refilled itself. Jugo stared at the blonde in fear and amazement. He had stopped the flow for the time being. The blonde had all but defeated him and had a chance to kill him but didn't. Maybe he should take Naruto's offer. Now, will you join me to the leave? It took Jugo a minute to answer, but he did with a weak yes. Naruto, a voice asked, a bit shocked. Naruto looked back in a panic to see Kuru behind him, eyes wide. Oh, fuck. Naruto groaned, turning to see his sister, Kuru, standing there with wide eyes and an open mouth. How much did you see? I saw you had a weird but familiar aura around you when using dust release of all things, Kuru freaked out. Naruto couldn't help but smirk a little at the last part, seeing how unbelievable it was unless you knew how he got it. Then the smirk disappeared, replaced by anger. You will tell no one, he ordered. But Naruto, this is great, Kuru argued. We have the same power, we're similar, we are nothing alike. Naruto raged, losing his cool and scaring his sister a bit. She'd never seen him this angry. Then how did you get the Kyuubi's energy? Kuru asked. There's a reason Kushina had a 10-month pregnancy, Kakashi said suddenly, appearing on the scene, looking very ragged. His clothes were torn, and his hair was matted. What happened to you? Kuru asked, worried for their teacher while Naruto raised an eyebrow. The cake is a lie. Kakashi screamed uncharacteristically at the ceiling before calming down as he noticed he was scaring them. Let's just say this place is one dangerous experiment less, and I got a trophy from it. He held up the trophy, a red, round, eyeball-like thing. You won't be hurting anyone else again, you bitch. Anyway, Kuru said, truly freaked out by her sensei and wanting to change the subject, turning back to Naruto. Why are you so afraid to let others know about your power? At this point, Jugo finally decided to speak up. During our fight, he described it as two monsters fighting, since I was constantly referring to myself as a monster. The red energy was powerful. Kakashi's attention snapped back to Naruto, having found another piece of the puzzle, and it seemed Kuro had found out first. Red energy. Yeah, he had the Kyuubi's energy swirling around him. Kuru shouted, making Kakashi stare at Naruto. The Jonin had known about the possibility of Naruto having the Kyuubi's energy from Kushina, but he honestly didn't think the blonde would have to use it. The blonde grew increasingly angrier by the minute as his plans unraveled. His carefully laid out plans, all for naught by a single action on his part. How could he have lost so much control? Pinching the bridge of his nose, he tried to calm down. Maybe he could do enough damage control to keep this a secret. Then again, Kuro was never good at keeping a secret, so maybe he should just kill her. No, Kakashi was nearby and would stop him before he even got close. He would just have to put his faith in his sister, of all people. Fine, you want to know? Then you'd better keep this a secret like Kakashi has been doing, Naruto replied, getting wide eyes from the girl as she quickly glanced at the scarecrow-like ninja, who just waved at her before she turned back to her elder brother and nodded. If that's what it requires and I get on your good side, then so be it, Kuro replied. Naruto sighed a bit shakily and nodded to himself. That was my chaos drive. Apparently, I got it from being born from a Jinchuriki. I don't have the normal access that you and Menma have, but it's aligned to my chakra network and refills itself when depleted. It's my last resort. He paused for a minute to let Kuro and Kakashi take that in. Then there's the dust release. That nearly made Kakashi drop his precious trophy. How in the world did Naruto get that? I got it from Oniki when Minato took me to IWA with him, Naruto replied, unwilling to give them any more information on that front. I've taken it further in my own style along with my energy release jutsu. But why hold these things back? Kuro asked. Surely mom and dad will like that. Naruto glared at her. Don't tell me you've been blind to what's been going on the past few years. Minato and Kushina care nothing for me, but when I do reveal what I can do, I'll see where I stand with them. Will they accept or reject me? That's what I plan to find out at the Chunin exams. Kuro sighed, leaning against the wall, her large bundled sword hitting it. Yeah, I have noticed, and I tried to ignore it and figure it out for myself. What will you do if they reject you? She asked, fearing the answer. I'll leave, simple as that. I won't stay in a place that doesn't want me, Naruto replied seriously. But I'll show them they were wrong. I'll show Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Menma, and all their stupid supporters that they were wrong. I'm not some talentless piece of shit. I belong here. I deserve to have a family that actually wants me. Both Kakashi and Kuro stared at Naruto for a bit before smiles grew on their faces. Then I will help, the redhead declared. No, the blonde said immediately. The best help you can give me is leaving me alone and keeping this a secret. Hell no, raged Kuro. I'm done sitting back and watching you get hurt. I'll keep the secret, but I'm also helping you in this whether you like it or not, mister. She emphasized her point by poking him in the chest. This made the blonde sweat drop big time, and every time he tried to refuse, the redhead cut him off. Finally, Naruto had enough. Fine, do what you want, we'll deal with it back in the village. He sighed, thinking this was going to be more trouble than it was worth. That's when he finally noticed the strange bundle on her back. What the hell is on your back? The same hata, Kuro replied simply. Kakashi once more nearly dropped his prize. Wait, the real one? How did it end up here? Some asshole had somehow captured Kisame and was experimenting on him. I met him and reminded him of my scary mom, so he gave me his sword and some scrolls before he went out his own way, Kuro said sadly. I see, we should talk more about that later once we get out of here, but I'm more curious as to who your new friend is, Naruto, Kakashi replied, pointing at Jugo, who was very quiet and stood next to the blonde like Naruto was his lifeline. This is Jugo, and our apparent objective, Naruto replied. Wait, you mean he's the source of the curse seal? Kuro asked. I'm more the inspiration for it since he used my flesh to tweak the curse seal into his own device, Jugo replied, annoyed. I see, Kakashi replied. Then let's find Menma and leave. Speaking of Menma, where is he? Kuro asked. Knocked out cold in a large room by an electrical discharge, Naruto stated, getting looks from his teammates at how casually he said that. Don't worry, he's not alone. He's being watched over by another Uzumaki clan member and another girl. Oh, this I have to see, Kuro shouted as she hurried ahead before coming back with a sheepish expression. Where is that, by the way? Naruto just rolled his eyes at his sister. She may have gotten to know him a bit more, and he was starting to open up to her, but she was his little idiotic sister after all. This way, he said as he led his sister, an amused Kakashi, and Jugo. Ugh, what hit me? Menma demanded. Before Karen, the redhead, could respond, Naruto entered the room and answered, a couple tons of water filled with electricity. I told you not to rush in like that. Yeah, Menma grumbled, clearly annoyed at admitting Naruto was right. So what the hell happened? We finished the mission while this nice redhead watched over you. What was your name again? Naruto asked. I'm Karen, but I also had to look out for my little sister Isuraibi because her love interest died in front of her, Karen replied, gesturing to the fish-like girl staring at a puddle. Great, I royally messed that up, Menma groaned. So, did you guys find what we were looking for? Yep, Naruto did, Kuro chirped happily, pointing to Jugo, whose imposing figure was clearly bothering Menma. Menma stared at Naruto for a moment, then burst out laughing. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto found the source of the curse mark in this giant? He must have nearly died. I did, Naruto replied, cradling his old, broken arm, faking the pain since he couldn't explain its rapid healing. Indeed, Jugo's booming voice confirmed, startling Karen and Isaribi, who recognized him. I nearly killed him, but he survived my rage and talked sense into me, helping me return to normal. Unaware that Jugo was lying, Menma accepted it, snorting, should have just finished the job and killed the runt. Why? Jugo asked, genuinely curious about Naruto's struggles after hearing his plan, which he hoped to assist with. Menma looked at Jugo as if he were insane, then remembered they were in foreign territory. Let me fill you in, big man. No one in our circle of friends and family gives a damn about him, and you do well to do the same. Jugo was silent for a moment, then swiftly grabbed Menma's neck, a quickness Menma wasn't used to. We see things differently. Then you're on this piece of shit's side too. Menma choked out angrily, struggling for breath. Yes, Jugo replied monotonously, dropping Menma to the ground. Alright then, we should get going before another fight breaks out. Kakashi quickly intervened. Would you two ladies like to join us back in Konoha, or go your own way? Karen and Isaribi exchanged a silent glance, then nodded. I think it would be better for us if we joined you, Karen replied. Kakashi nodded. Then we should go. Menma listened as his sister, Karu, gave her report, following Naruto's and Kakashi's. This mission had highlighted Naruto's superiority, especially given Menma's reckless charge. Kakashi had his lightning blade and other jutsu from his implanted Sharingan. Naruto had those strange energy balls that didn't do much to Jugo but still allowed him to survive. Then there was Karu, she had her share of the Kyuubi's chakra and now same Hata. So, what I want to do is become Konoha's blade master by finding and mastering the 7 swords of Kiri's 7 swordmasters, along with any other blades I might find, Kira finished, pulling Menma's attention away from himself. Minato smiled at his daughter. To him, she was the most promising of his 3 children. He didn't care for Naruto, and Menma fought like a berserker, effective sometimes, but unreliable. Karu, however, was taking her ninja career seriously, aiming to master all kinds of swords and perhaps surpass her mother. This is good then, Minato replied with a smile, pulling out 2 scrolls. Here, my Umbu teams retrieved these for me, but I think you'll find them more useful, the Raijin blade and Zabuza's blade. Wow! Thanks, Karu exclaimed happily, taking the scrolls. Now she had 2 more blades, and what did he have? Nothing. And he constantly ragged on Naruto? The blonde had more than him. All Menma really had was his berserker style, a combination of his parents' teachings. He needed to find something to do. So, this young man is the source of the curse mark, Minato said, again drawing Menma from his thoughts. Naruto, you will take him to Tsunade to see if she can help, since you were the one who supposedly calmed him down. Naruto nodded, seeing his father's continued disbelief. Very well. Now, I need to know more about you two, Minato said, referring to Karen and Isaribi. By then, Naruto and Jugo had already left. So let me get this straight, you come from a clan with unstable genetics that causes it to draw in nature chakra, Tsunade asked, disbelievingly. Yes, Jugo replied. I had hoped Orochimaru could have helped me, but he only helped himself. He said that I had inadvertently found a way for him to revive himself should he die. Tsunade's eyes widened. She wrote a letter and shouted for Shizun to deliver it to Minato quickly. He would want to know the tidbit, that Orochimaru could still be revived. Alright, you have my full attention, but Naruto, I think Kakashi needs to speak to you and your team at your usual training ground. He sent a clone ahead to inform me and then to tell you when we were done. Naruto nodded and left. The blonde found his team already waiting. Menma looked annoyed, as usual, and Kuro just looked relieved. Kakashi didn't seem to notice Naruto, reading his little orange book under a tree while rubbing his eye. So, what does he need? I have no clue, he just keeps reading his porn and rubbing his eye, Menma replied. It's F********* ing creepy. Kakashi seemed to have heard him, freezing before calmly laying his book next to his eye and walking towards them. Ahem, now that everyone is here, I'd like to tell you that I'll be stepping up your training just a bit. Menma grinned. Nice, what are we going to do? We've already got the chakra training exercises down. Kakashi I smiled as he produced 3 ordinary-looking pieces of paper, deflating Menma's good mood quickly. Oh hell no, I thought we were done taking boring as hell written tests back in the academy. This is not a written test, Kakashi deadpanned, keeping to himself that one part of the Chunin exams was a written exam. He would laugh when he heard Menma's reaction to that. Yes, it was torturous for the kids and gold for him. Ha! While it is a test, it's a test to find out what element your chakra is aligned to. So this would help us see what element we're best at to better help us learn jutsu, Karu asked. That is exactly it, Kakashi confirmed with an eye smile. That caught all 3 genins' attention. Karu could learn if she was properly aligned to water, so she could use Kisame's water jutsu to a greater degree. For Naruto, this would help with his flying problem. He wanted to fly, and with wind power, he could do so easily, though he already guessed his elements thanks to his dust release. For Menma, this could help him in the long run with his ninja career. He couldn't be a berserker all the time, or he would surely die quickly. No, he needed something else. Okay, Karu, add chakra to yours first, Kakashi ordered. The redhead nodded, adding a small amount of chakra. The paper split down the middle and became wet. The three looked to their sensei for an answer. Kakashi sighed. Damn, I'm not great with either water or wind, he said. But I know the general exercises for both, and if you want, you can ask Asuma for wind jutsu suggestions. Now Karu, you have a rare opportunity. While I know you're dead set on learning water jutsu from that scroll, you can combine both elements when you've mastered them and make ice. Awesome, Karu nearly shouted. Kakashi smiled as he gave her a scroll on the first part of learning to master water. She quickly took it and left to her training area, eager to start learning. She would find out who got what element later. I guess it's my turn, Menma stated arrogantly, thinking Naruto would have no element because he was weak. He added a fairly large amount, and the results surprised him. A third of the paper got wet, another started crinkling, and the last part caught fire. 3? Damn, you kids are full of surprises, Kakashi groaned. I could personally help you with the lightning element since that's my own. The fire, I think, would come from your overuse of the Kyuubi's chakra. Menma looked uncomfortable. It explained the burning sensation he felt when using the fox's power. Finally, I would assume you got water from your mother, since she's very proficient with it. Take this scroll on lightning exercises, and I'll be with you shortly, Kakashi ordered. Menma shrugged and went to his part of the training ground. Okay then. That leaves you, Naruto, Kakashi replied good-naturedly. You did that on purpose, knowing they'd do their own thing so they wouldn't find out what I have, Naruto replied with a smirk. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kakashi replied with an eye smile. Now do it. The blonde shrugged and did so. The paper split in half, making Naruto smirk before his eyes widened as the two halves caught fire and turned to dust respectively. About what I expected, fire, wind, and earth, Kakashi said with a nod. Which one do you want to learn first? Wind, I have plans for that element, Naruto replied, making Kakashi nod as he gave Naruto a scroll on wind. Good luck, and again, if you need any help, just go ask Asuma, Kakashi sheepishly added, but Naruto understood. Kakashi was no expert on the wind element. As Kakashi left Naruto to read his scroll, he noticed Menma staring into space. He assumed the boy was speaking with the Kyuubi and was concerned the fox could try something. A few minutes earlier, Menma sighed as he sat down to read his scroll on lightning. He wasn't sure it would help, but he would take anything. You should have taken the water scroll, you pathetic human, the giant fox in his gut boomed, and Menma found himself in front of the beast in his mind. His mindscape wasn't a sewer, it was the village as it was the day the fox attacked. Some buildings were repaired, but most were in rough shape. The giant nine-tailed fox stood where the Hokage monument would be. Why? Menma asked from the Hokage tower, one of the only intact buildings, staring at the fox at eye level. Because I wish to help you grow stronger. As you are now, you are a pathetic little human not worthy of being crushed under my paw. I will not have a weak-ass vessel like you. The fox stared at Menma with contempt. For you to grow stronger, fire won't help as it comes from my chakra and burns your body every time you use it. It wasn't meant for you, and you're not yet ready for more. So I will forcibly change it to wind, and I will personally teach you how to use that in water, which again, you should have started with. Menma was a little taken aback by Kyuubi's offer, but whatever worked. If this meant he would cement himself within the family and not be a burden like Naruto, then fine. Alright, but why wind and water? The fox stared at the boy as if he were an idiot. It seemed Menma not only gained fire from Kyuubi, but his arrogance as well. I was getting to that, fool. Water is the most useful next to the pure destructive power of wind. However, what I planned for you was your blood. Menma raised an eyebrow. My blood. Yes, when you can control water, you could control it in any form, even in your body. I will help you create more blood later, but that is the end game, absolute control over water in any form. Your sister may be able to use the same element, but I doubt she would use it for anything other than pure water and ice attacks. You will be able to do all. Kyuubi took a breath. Now for wind, I'm pretty sure you can create your own version of your father's Raise-Non. That jutsu is powerful, but when you can warp it to our desires, then it will be purely destructive. I see, then I will await your call when you want to start these things, Menma replied as he turned to leave. As his form faded, he heard the fox say some parting words. Oh, and boy, use that shadow clone jutsu you had to learn from your parents to graduate from that pitiful school for ninja. I will. Menma replied. Good, and once you have power, you can kill your brother like you wanted. Menma may have been gone, but he still heard it. So the fox wanted Naruto out of the picture too. First friends and family didn't want Naruto around, and now the Kyuubi. Why did no one want Naruto? Maybe killing him would be a mercy, Menma thought as he turned to see Kakashi staring at him. Are you okay? Kakashi asked. Yeah, why? Menma asked. You have tears running down your face, Kakashi pointed out, making Menma blink olishly as he raised his hand to his face and indeed felt the wetness. Why? Why was he crying for Naruto? Naruto sat at his desk chair in his home away from the Namikazes. It had been 2 weeks since they returned to Konoha and started their elemental training. Unbeknownst to them, each had used shadow clones to advance the process and had now completed the first stage of their first element. They knew it would be a long process, but ultimately beneficial. However, Menma was cheating, training in his mind with Kyuubi. Oddly, the Kyuubi in Kura didn't care. For now, Naruto was diligently working on one of his seals. The flight seal, connected to his ghost step seal on his back. This jetstream seal, as he now called it, would tap into his chakra reserves and guide his wind chakra around him, allowing him to float. After that, flying would be easy, like Peter Pan. There, that should do it, Naruto said, finishing the seal and applying it to his dummy mannequin, placing it in the final space of his tri-seal. Intangibility, jumping, and flight. Perfect, just perfect, he murmured, admiring his work. His eyes then wandered to his other tri-seal on the mannequin's hands, containing the power of the Sharingan. He hadn't even used them on his last mission. No, scratch that, he hadn't gotten to use them because he forgot to apply the seals to his own hands. He needed to bring them on every mission, or else. Still, as his eyes lingered, he noticed the seals were finished too. What was in them? After some hospital time, he found Nara and Yamanaka blood. He knew those clans specialized in yin and yang-based chakra techniques, mind and shadow. He hadn't tested them yet, but he was sure they would work. They just had to. Knock. Knock. Naruto shifted his attention to the seal-based monitors on his wall and saw Kuro outside his room door in the Namikaze home. Naruto frowned. She never came to that door, usually waiting for him at the training ground. And no, he didn't trust her enough to show her where he actually lived. He could be civil, but trust came with time. The blonde sighed, walking to the door and pressing his hand to it, making it light up with seals. These seals performed space displacement, allowing him to open his door to either the Namikaze home or just outside his own home. They were quite useful. Once the seals disappeared, their purpose fulfilled, he opened the door a crack to look at his sister. What? Kuro raised an eyebrow at his secretive behavior but shrugged it off as something she would have to work on. She smiled kindly and said, I'm cashing in now. Meet me at Ichiraku's, we're having lunch together. Naruto gave her a deadpan stare. Fine, he said after a while and closed the door. I was kind of hoping we could go together, Kuro mumbled to herself as she walked away, then stopped. Wait a minute. She rushed back to the door and opened it herself, having not heard Naruto lock it. She found an empty room empty of him, but not dusty furniture. Where does he go? She asked herself before rushing out, giving her mother a quick farewell. There was no way he actually lived in that dusty room. After Naruto closed his door, he activated the seals again so that when he opened it, it was to the outside of his house. He noticed Kuro had opened the door to his old room and found nothing, making him smirk. His smirk grew as he watched her through the screens, just leave, not even reporting to Kushina on her way out, just telling her she would be out for a while. Maybe there is hope for her, but I'll still be watching, Naruto said to himself as he locked the door and disappeared using his jump seal. He hadn't applied the rest yet, but this was good enough for now, and it would confuse the hell out of Kuro when she arrived at Ichiraku's and he was already there. And he was right. The blonde appeared on top of the building, then simply jumped to the ground. He didn't have to wait long. When Ramen was involved, she turned into a speed demon. Wah! Kuro exclaimed, staring at Naruto in disbelief. How did you get here before me? Magic, Naruto replied with a smirk that fell as they walked through the flaps. I will find out later, Kuro replied, then stopped him. Will it kill you to actually smile? Yes, Naruto replied quickly. I doubt that, Kuro drawled before touching his face, forcing him to smile. After a few minutes, Naruto decided to go with it, forcing a smile that looked a little dark. Yikes, that's pretty dark, Kuro replied, a little unnerved. My thoughts are pretty dark as well, Naruto deadpanned, making Kuro back off and sit at the counter, the blonde following shortly. They ordered their meals from the friendly ramen chef and waited. Kuro looked down sadly, trying to think of something to say. Finally, she decided to speak from the heart. Naruto, I'm sorry. Naruto replied, his eyes widening in question as to why she was apologizing. I haven't been a good sister, Kuro replied sadly. I saw the treatment you were getting and, well, I ignored it until recently. There's no reason for you to trust me so quickly. And I won't, Naruto stated simply. Kuro nodded, then continued right, I was a brat and ignored it, secretly hoping it would get better, but it hasn't, if anything, it's gotten worse. After Jiraiya told mom and dad about the prophecy and to just ignore you, it woke me up that I need to be there for you. I see, Naruto said, receiving a look from Kuro at his lack of reaction to the news of Jiraiya. You already knew about that incident, didn't you? Kuro asked with narrowed eyes. Why do you think I sometimes refer to myself as nothing? Naruto asked, causing a pained look from Kuro. It also made her wonder what else he knew. I really don't know how to make it up to you, I really don't. But I will be there for you, earning your trust if that's what I have to do, Kuro replied, determination in her eyes. Admirable, but I won't make it easy, Naruto replied. I know, I should have started this earlier, Kuro replied with a few tears. I love you, big bro, and I want to prove it. Naruto nodded but didn't get a chance to answer as their food finally arrived. Naruto and Kuro thanked the ramen chef and his daughter Ayame, who had been listening, and dug into their food, with no finesse at all. That was one thing the two shared, their love of ramen. After about 10 minutes, an Umbu member interrupted them in the small restaurant, nearly making them choke with his sudden appearance. It almost made the Umbu smirk under his mask and laugh. Almost. However, he was a professional and kept to protocol. Naruto, Kuro, the Hokage requires your presence immediately. Ah, come on, bear, I just got my 10th bowl, Kuro complained, making the man sweat drop. I'm sorry, Kurosama, but orders are orders, the man deadpanned. Fine, let's go, Kuro said, quickly finishing her bowl. However, mid-step after finishing, she saw that Naruto had somehow eaten more than her. She would never figure out how. Naruto just smirked mysteriously as he paid before the two were taken by Bear and a Shunshin. Minato frowned as his eldest son, Naruto, appeared in his office via a body flicker, accompanied by Bear and Kuro. He was puzzled by their joint appearance but decided to address it later, provided his increasingly faltering memory cooperated. His memory had been worsening, marked by frequent blackouts, a baffling issue that now necessitated writing things down. He urgently needed to uncover the cause of this problem and hoped Jiraiya would return soon to check on his spy network. However, immediate business called. Minato's gaze settled on the 6 young ninja present before he turned to Kakashi, one of the 3 adults in the room. Kakashi, he began, I'm initiating a trial run of my plan. To expedite Karen, Isuraibi, and Yugo's integration into our ranks, we'll periodically mix up the teams. I'm guessing we have a mission with one of them today, Kakashi inquired. Precisely, Minato affirmed, a hint of pride in his voice for his former student's sharp mind. Kakashi, you'll be taking Kuro, Naruto, and Yugo on another C-rank mission to Hidden Waterfall. They've requested assistance with political matters, an area you excel in, and Shin would be pleased to see an old friend. That would be nice, Kakashi responded with an eye smile. Now, for the other mission, Minato continued, Bear, you'll escort Menma, Isuraibi, and Karen to the Land of Water's border. Reports indicate another Uzumaki in the area, engaged in unusual activities on a nearby island. I need you to scout the area and relay information, determining if neutralization assistance is required. Minato paused, then added, these missions carry the potential to escalate in danger beyond their current rank, so exercise caution. Dad, why would a politics mission have the potential for a rank increase? Kaoru asked. Because, Minato explained, I received a letter from Jiraiya indicating that individuals might be targeting the hero's water, and one of their own is a hidden threat. So, anticipate a fight, just in case. The two groups nodded and departed, leaving Minato to his thoughts, hoping to avoid another blackout. Near the village gate, Menma was preening for his female teammates. His antics seemed to impress Karen, with her shifting personalities, but not Isuraibi, who remained lost in grief for Suijutsu. Kaoru observed with distaste, opting to ignore Menma and stand beside Yugo and Kakashi. She was curious about Yugo and how he had pushed her brother, Menma, to unleash the Nine-Tails energy. So far, she only knew him to be quiet and reserved. She intended to uncover more, eventually. Where's Naruto? Yugo asked after several minutes of Menma's boasting. Right here, Naruto replied, emerging from behind a tree. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, while Menma glared, wondering how long Naruto had been there and if he'd used the disappearing technique again. Menma coveted such a technique if it were real. In truth, Naruto had utilized his ghost step, a technique he'd recently perfected with the help of clones, along with his tri-seals, concealed by white metal gloves. With the potential for combat in this mission, he felt it was an ideal opportunity to test his seals. So far, the complete version of his ghost step was performing flawlessly. Good, now that you're here, we can leave, Kakashi stated, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Naruto. Why is the other team still here? I thought they would have left already. No, we wanted to leave at the same time, Kuro explained. We're usually on the same team, but this time is different. I see, Naruto replied. Yeah, well, that was a waste of time, in my opinion, Menma grumbled. Without me on the team, it lost some quality. Oh well, at least it has you, Kuro. He then glared at Naruto and Yugo, who completely ignored him. He just growled and said, let's go. His team nodded and departed, Bear shaking his masked head. He hadn't been ordered to remove his mask yet, which was fine by him. He was merely a temporary team leader. He was sure Minato would find someone else to lead the team of Yugo, Karen, and Isuraibi, with the occasional switch. However, he had a gut feeling he'd be seeing these kids much more frequently from now on. Kakashi shook his head at Menma. He had thought Menma was improving, but that was clearly not the case. Alright then, I guess we should go too. Sweet, Kuro exclaimed as she and the others darted out of the gates in a different direction than Menma's temporary team. As they traveled, Naruto smiled to himself. With Menma gone, if the situation demanded it, he could go all out. This was going to be fun. A few days later, our small group of Naruto, Kuru, Yugo, and Kakashi stood before a colossal waterfall. It was a picturesque scene, with lush foliage and a cloudless sky. Beautiful, Kuru exclaimed, awestruck. Indeed, Yugo replied, feeling a sense of peace. So, where's the actual village? Naruto asked, looking around. That's the problem, Kakashi stated, drawing their attention. As foreigners, allied or not, we're not permitted to know the entrance to Hidden Waterfall. However, it seems our escorts are here. The group turned to see three individuals standing on the water. Their attention was first drawn to the man in the middle, a kind-faced, middle-aged man with short, graying brown hair and a trimmed beard. He wore a sleeveless gray shirt over a fishnet, gray shinobi pants, and black shinobi sandals. His forearms, from hands to elbows, were wrapped in medical tape, suggesting either a preference for the look or frequent, intense training. Next was a boy, a few years Naruto's senior, who appeared somewhat skittish, as if anticipating an attack at any moment. He had ink-black eyes and long, dark brown hair. He wore a forehead protector, signifying his shinobi status, along with gray pants, a green shirt, and ninja sandals. Finally, there was a man seemingly as old as the first. He wore what appeared to be standard waterfall ninja attire, a gray-collared ninja shirt, gray ninja pants, and black shinobi sandals. A tan bandana adorned his spiky black hair. What was striking about this man was his dangerous aura and a glint of greed in his eyes. The kind-looking man smiled brightly upon seeing Kakashi. I still have no idea if the years have been kind to you, he said. And you never will, but you've aged gracefully, Kakashi replied with an eye smile. So they really did send a genin team, huh? Well, who would have thought that the laziest ninja around actually got a team, the dangerous-looking man remarked with a smirk. Now, Suien. They are our guests, and Kakashi is helping me with the potential alliance with Rain, the kind man interjected. Whatever, Shin, Suien said with crossed arms. I still think having Konoha on our side is enough. What do you think, Shibuki? Shin asked the younger boy. Well, I guess having a lot of allies could be good, the boy replied nervously. See, Shin replied to his friend with a happy look, and Suien just snorted. Anyway, we'll need to blindfold you all. Kakashi, you can just pull that headband over your other eye if you wish. Wow, they're really secretive about their entrance, Kura commented as she was blindfolded. What, you thought Kakashi-sensei was lying? Naruto asked as they were led through a wet cave. Yes, was her sheepish reply. That hurts, Kakashi whined. Whoa, the three genin exclaimed in awe as they emerged from a lake and removed their blindfolds, gazing at the massive tree in the center of the village. Beautiful, isn't it? Shin asked, smiling up at the tree. Indeed, Yugo said, feeling more peaceful as he stared at it. It brought a smile to his face. He didn't understand why, but at that moment, it didn't even matter. So, shall we make our leave? Shin asked Kakashi. Might as well. I'd like to get this over with as soon as possible, Kakashi replied apathetically. I hear ya. Shinobi politics can be a real tricky business, Shin replied with a tired sigh, showing his age. Shibuki, I'd like you to give these genin a tour around the village while we work. If you could take them to Fu, she needs to open up more. Yes, father, Shibuki replied with a smile. Fu was a good friend, and for some reason, he felt more at ease around her than normal villagers. However, while she felt the same, she was still a little cold to him sometimes. After a relatively brief village tour, during which Yugo, feeling tired, decided to nap by the large tree, Shibuki, Naruto, and Kuru arrived at a modest hut. This is Fu's home. She likes to live on the outskirts of the village, Shibuki said as he knocked on her door. The door opened slightly, revealing a green-haired girl with orange eyes. What, hey, Fu, Shibuki said with a smile. Father's in talks, and I thought I'd come see how you were doing. Plus, father said to bring some Konoha genin along. Your father is a nice man, but I know he wants me to open up more, Fu replied, sounding a bit tired. Come on, I know you like to be alone, but you need more friends, Shibuki urged. In a village full of people that ignore my presence as best they can, that's a bit hard, Fu deadpanned. And you're one to talk. I'm one of your only friends. She smirked at his deadpan stare before looking at the two genin behind him. Fine, come on in. Shibuki smiled as he led the duo inside. So, who are they? Fu asked after they sat on the floor. Fu's home was sparsely furnished, a bed, a small kitchen, and other necessities for living alone, but not much else. These are. Shibuki stopped mid-sentence and smacked his head. Wow, I gave them a tour without even asking their names. Blockhead, Fu replied with a smirk, earning an annoyed look from her male friend. No worries. I'll just introduce myself, Karu shouted in a bubbly manner. I'm Kuru Namikaze. Wait, Namikaze? You're Minato's daughter. Shibuki freaked out. Yes. Why? The girl asked, confused. I regret not being a better host, Shibuki replied nervously, realizing he had the daughter of the most powerful man he knew of right in front of him. No big deal, Kuru said, waving him off. To her, it wasn't at all. Other nobles? That was a completely different story. Fu studied her for a moment with caution, but deemed her not a threat, for the moment. And this is my brother, Naruto. I could have introduced myself, you know, Naruto deadpanned, though not truly angry. So, Kuru replied simply. I don't mind introducing you. If anything, you needed me to. Since Shibuki here said that Fu needs more friends, I say that you need some more too. And what better way than me introducing you to a new friend? This only made Naruto sigh. Fu smirked in amusement, liking this girl somewhat. She was a bit like Shibuki. Why would he need more friends, she asked. Because he's lonely. He gets the same treatment that Jinchuriki get, but from our family, even though my other brother and I are Jinchurikis, Kuru stated, revealing information about herself before she froze, unsure how they would react. Wait, what? Shibuki asked with wide eyes, and Fu looked a bit hopeful at the prospect of another Jinchuriki. At that moment, Yugo woke to someone talking nearby. It was annoying, but something about the tree he was sleeping next to told him to listen. Wait, why was a tree telling him that? Oh well, he'd figure it out later. He crept around a corner until he saw Suien talking to a woman from Rain. He didn't get a good look at her, though, because he almost panicked at being seen and hid. So they sent a genin team with Kakashi, the woman asked. Yes, but I'm sure you guys can pull this off. Just take the hero water, kill him, and then take some more so we can sell it, Suien replied. This had better work, or I'll kill you myself, the woman threatened. Oh, it will, my dear, and then we can take over this stupid little village, Suien replied before both of them laughed. In 1 hour, the plan will move. Yugo frowned. He needed to warn someone, but he doubted Shin and the others would listen to him. No, he had to find his teammates, and fast. Wait a second, you're a Jinchuriki like me, Fu exclaimed, getting right in Kuru's face. Yes, Kuru replied nervously. And you have a good life? How is that? Shibuki asked curiously. Oh, my dad is a seal master, so he was able to explain to the people why they were safe and that the Kyuubi could never hurt them. Then why is Naruto treated the way he is? Shibuki asked, very confused. I'm truly not sure. They don't see much in him, and he keeps his true power from them, Kuru replied sadly. Why? Fu asked. Simple. To prove them all wrong, Naruto replied with his arms crossed. So, how about you, Fu? Do they not see you? No, Fu sighed tiredly. They see a vessel for the beast, and they fear me and try to pretend that I don't exist. That's the extent of it. Well, seeing as you're not a homicidal fool and more like a normal person, you have a friend in me, Naruto replied bluntly. Same here, Kuru echoed cheerfully. Fu smiled. Thanks, that means a lot. Shibuki smiled as well, seeing his best friend in the village happy. If he was honest with himself, he had a crush on her, and seeing her happy made him happy. However, he hadn't figured that part out and was a clueless fool. Before they could say more, Yugo entered the hut, looking around frantically. What's up, Yugo, have a nightmare? Kuru asked. No, Kakashi and the others are going to be in trouble. What? They all yelled. What proof do you have? Shibuki asked seriously. You know, I was feeling sleepy, so I sat next to the tree and fell asleep. But somehow, I heard the tree tell me to wake up, and well, I stumbled upon a conversation. One with Suien and a female talking about a coup. They planned to do it today. Shit, so the Hokage's suspicions were correct, Naruto growled, getting looks from Shibuki and Fu as to why he didn't call the Hokage dad, but then their earlier conversation reminded them why. So what do we do? We're low-level ninja. Who knows what kind of ninja they have on their side? Shibuki said nervously, really not wanting to fight. He knew he was a coward, but that didn't stop him. Shibuki, man up. We have shit to do, and we won't be fighting alone, right? Fu declared then asked. You bet. We were prepared for a fight anyway, Kara stated as she pressed a seal on her arm, and 3 swords appeared. 2 looked like normal sheathed samurai swords, which she strapped to her back, and the other looked more like an old hilt than anything else. She attached that to her belt. I'm ready. Naruto rubbed his gloved hands where his specially made seals lay underneath and nodded, an action not unnoticed. Let's do this. Naruto, I'm unsure how this will go, so please be ready to use the jutsu on me if things go bad, Yugo said nervously. Very well, Naruto said with a nod, getting confused looks from Fu and Shibuki. However, they never got an answer because they were already out the door. Suien smiled as he walked into the meeting room where Shin and Kakashi were talking with a rather plain-looking man. Plain as in he wore the typical covered attire of a rain ninja, face mask and all, including the umbrella. Suien clapped Kakashi on the back in good nature. So, how go the talks? Very well, actually, Kakashi replied with a good-natured eye smile. What brings you here? I'm curious as well, Suien. You expressed that you felt we were fine with the allies we had, Shin replied with a frown, making Kakashi narrow his eye. That's true, and I still think that, Suien replied seriously. Then I would ask you to leave, old friend. I would rather you not mess things up for us, Shin ordered. Very well, Suien bowed and then turned to leave, making sure his hands were unseen. However, I can't let this happen. Kakashi suddenly seized up as if in pain before falling on his face. The seal that Suien placed on his back was now visible. What? Shin asked with anger. You are a fool. A kind-hearted fool, just like your son, except you are braver. Suien's form dissolved into water, revealing it was just a water clone. There was a sudden gurgling sound, making Shin turn back to the Rain Ambassador to see a kunao in his jugular, with Suien cruelly ripping it out, spraying the office with blood. He was a fake too. Rain is led by someone far worse, and I have guaranteed our freedom from him. All I need is the hero's water, which you gave me to keep safe from the ambassador in case he tried something. And Fu. They want her for some reason, and I'm more than willing to give her to them. You traitor, Shin roared. Oh please, we are ninja, Suien waved him off like it was nothing. And besides, do you think I was going to let you form more alliances when the one we have right now is crumbling? Konoha has become a lost cause, and soon they will fall, just like the other four. Eras don't last forever. What are you talking about? Shin growled. Suien grinned dangerously. The Akatsuki will be the end of the 5 great ninja villages. Just like the purifiers were to the cursed clan. Suien didn't elaborate anymore as he popped the cork on the vial of hero's water and took a swig of it. He began glowing with power, grinning at Shin with a dark look. Do me a favor and just die. Shin didn't even see the blow as he was blasted out of his office near the top of the great tree and fell down. He was almost too shocked to save himself due to his shock at his old friend betraying him. Almost. Thankfully, Shin was a water master and made the air denser to slow his descent and land safely. Figures that wouldn't work, Suien growled before looking at a struggling Kakashi. Oh, don't worry, copy ninja, I will save you for last. Kakuzu will most likely want your head for the hefty price on it. Oh, but don't worry, you'll see your brats again soon enough. With that, Suien leapt out of the window after his old friend, now turned enemy. He was going to enjoy this. Strike now, he ordered aloud. Father, Shibuki yelled as he saw his father being pushed out of his office. Thankfully, the man survived, but this just proved that Yugo had been right. The eavesdropping paid off. Shin got up carefully and said, Stop, son. This is a battle between me and Suien. Strike now. Suien's voice rang out, and a horde of rain ninja jumped out of the shadows to encircle all of them. Or an invasion, Naruto deadpanned. Kid's right. We're finally getting this done, a female voice said. The group looked to see a young, quite tall, and slim kunoichi. She had short light brown hair, blue earrings, red lipstick, and a white hairband over her head, holding the hair out of the way from her eyes. She wore a pink tube top with an open, light green shirt, navy blue pants, and ninja sandals. She wore her shuriken holster on her right leg. Who are you? Shin asked with narrowed eyes. While I don't like making allies, I do when it suits me, Suien stated as he landed. This lovely young lady is Hisami. She defected from Rain, but just as I found her on the run from them, I met with Kakuzu, who, by the way, is still alive, and struck a deal. She has been at my side since then, along with her friends. And what deal is that, Suien? Fu snarled. Why, you, Fu. Akatsuki is collecting your kind, and I'm more than willing to give them you, Suien said with a cruel smile. I won't let you take me, Fu shouted. Me neither, Shibuki shouted as well in a rare show of bravery. Well, seems you do have some backbone, kid, but she doesn't have a choice in the matter. Suien blurred again and hit Fu where her seal was, placing another seal there as well. But for now, you are my slave. Arg! Fu roared in agony as the seal worked, sending pulses of pain throughout her body before she hunched over and growled menacingly. Jugo barely registered his teammates finishing their fights. He was too consumed by his dark state to notice anything but Fu, similarly affected by Suien's seal. Young one, don't rely on that side of nature as your clan has been doing. Let me help you, a voice echoed in Jugo's mind, distracting him enough for Fu to land a solid hit, sending him crashing into the giant tree. Jugo! Naruto yelled, then glared at Fu. Damn it, I'd hoped not to resort to this, it feels cheap, but Itaki would want me to. He crossed his arms, hands clawed, as seals revealed implanted Sharinans. They flashed brightly, making Fu recoil. When the light faded, she mistakenly looked into his eyes and froze. Naruto nodded to himself. Itake had taught him this technique in case Kuru or Menma ever became uncontrollable. A subtle, Sharingan-enhanced genjutsu would render them docile and controllable. Now, he needed to return Fu to normal, so he rushed to her and revealed the control seal. Fu slumped, with Naruto catching her. What happened? She asked. Suien placed a seal on you to control the demon within. You almost killed Jugo. No, please tell me he's alright. Fu cried in a panic. I think he'll live, Naruto replied seriously. Arg, two people cried in pain and shock, drawing their attention to Jugo, surrounded by a flash of light. Another voice was Shin's, a nasty gash across his chest, while Shibuki lay on his side and Kuro was on her hands and knees. Of course, I have been wrong before. Jugo felt strange leaning against the tree Fu had hit him into. He sensed power from the tree, and it seemed to be watching him specifically. Before he could help Naruto, he froze, his mind blank. Jugo opened his eyes to a grassy field with the same tree in the center. An old man in monk's robes sat serenely beneath it. Who are you? Jugo asked. I have no true name, my young friend. I am simply a being that exists. However, I must apologize for the old stigma you carry in your body, the old man replied sadly. What do you mean? Your ability to absorb nature chakra has been hindered by my old self, when I was an evil tree. Your clan was called the Cursed Clan because they worshipped him, and I drove them insane when they gathered nature chakra. That's what made them outcasts in this land. However, as we fed on each other's insanity, it attracted the attention of a clan of purifiers. They cured me but decided not to cure your clan, feeling it was already too late for you. Jugo looked sad, thinking this mirrored his life, no one giving him a chance, except Naruto. But there was one boy, connected to nature, whom I helped. With his power, he created an entire forest. The old man smiled at that. Still, he saw a chance to help your clan despite his own place in that warring era. He courted a young woman of your clan, but it wasn't meant to be as your clan was forced off the continent. Still, he managed to help your clan since you are his descendant, and I am about to help you as I helped him. How? Jugo asked uncertainly. He truly wanted this, but doubted it could work. Simple, drink this, the old man replied, producing a bowl of water from behind him. With the purifiers gone, the people of this village call it hero water. It's my gift to them for protection. However, what I'm giving you will remove the taint and grant you powers similar to the boy I mentioned. After all, you have his blood. Now drink the nature water. Jugo tentatively took the bowl before quickly downing the liquid, hoping for the best. At first, nothing happened, but as he was cast out of that field, his body burned. No, it felt worse. It felt like he was burning alive. Arg! Jugo screamed as the nature chakra entered his system, burning away the darkness he perceived as insanity. Then his body began to change. His orange eyes turned emerald green, his hair waved like wind, exuding power. Finally, his skin took on the appearance of wood. Shibuki panted heavily, staring at Suien. He believed his teacher was fair and honest, if a bit too realistic. Now, he saw only a power-hungry man who had hurt his friends. He knew he was a coward, but this time, he'd use his teachings for his friends. Shibuki charged forward, momentarily forgetting he stood no chance against someone with the hero's water, and punched his old teacher. Too slow, weakling. Suien scoffed, dodging the punch and kneeing the boy in the gut, harshly knocking the wind out of him. Then, Suien brought both fists down on Shibuki's head, knocking him out. Shibuki! Two voices rang out, making Suien look to see who spoke. Sneering, he saw it was Shin and Kuru. Oh please, if you think Kirimaru's distraction helped, then you're wrong, and if you think you actually stand a chance, then you are stupid. Suien declared as Kuru and Shin neared him. He merely ducked under Shin's punch, then came up with his water sword technique in a diagonal slash, momentarily felling Shin. He then followed up with a fast, powerful punch to Kuru's gut, knocking the wind out of her badly. Jinchuriki or not, that hurt pretty bad. No, you're the idiotic one. Betraying your home for something stupid like power, Naruto stated as he walked up to the group. You had a great life here with people who looked out for you. So what if you thought the place was weak? You could have found another way to fix that. Suien growled, listening to Naruto speak as Fu walked up next to him, further angering him. How had he returned her senses? He's right, Jugo stated as he too walked up to the group in his new form. What the fuck? Oh, so a new form for your cursed clan, eh? Suien taunted, but he felt Jugo's immense power and was unsure if he could take it with just the hero's water under his control. No, I've been purified by the tree, and I am now one with nature in this form, Jugo commented, making Suien curse. So give up now, Naruto demanded. Please, do the right thing, Shin gasped from his position on the ground, trying not to bleed out next to his unconscious son. Fuck you. I always thought you were weak. Too weak to take what we need from the larger villages, Suien barked before pulling out a vial of golden liquid. With this, we can surpass the hero's water. What is that? Fu asked, immediately on guard as the power inside the vial felt familiar. Suien gained a crazed look as he smiled at Fu. You of all people should know, girl, but I guess you really don't. See, the people of this village would rather ignore your very existence, but that is a mistake. Your power can be used in a different way. Suien then gestured to the vial again. This nectar was formed from the excess residue of your demon's chakra that seems to just leak out of you on certain days. Fu eyed the vial with distaste now. Yes, your power will save us all from the pathetic existence in the ninja world. Sui Yen shouted as he uncorked the vial with his teeth before downing it himself. The power of the hero's water, mixed with the power of the Seven Tails, surged through his body, making him stronger. However, it brought noticeable changes to his body. The veins around his eyes lit up red as his own eyes shone brightly. His muscles bulged and ripped through parts of his skin. Finally, 2 deformed wings shot out of his back in a bloody shower. Arg! Now die, you weaklings, the man shouted in a twin voice of rage and hate. Well, that's not good, Kuru groaned as she joined the group. No, it's not, Naruto growled. Ranyaku's and Shin. Once again, a dark red aura exploded around him. Naruto's eyes turned red with an animalistic quality, and he gained the same whisker marks on his cheeks as his siblings, but far fiercer. The aura itself felt dark with emotions like hatred and anger, mostly anger. Plus, dark, lightning-like strikes ran along his frame every now and then. Kura nodded as she saw him power up to handle Suien's new strength, and it seemed she would need to as well. With a nod to Fu, they both entered their one-tailed form, hoping it would be enough. Suien just smiled cruelly, thinking they couldn't defeat him in this form, especially after the glowing veins around his eyes expanded to the rest of his body. He felt even stronger. What he didn't know was that the 2 powers within him were actually killing him. Humans could barely stay alive with the hero's water, and normal people couldn't handle the power of a tailed beast's chakra. So with both in his body, it amped his body to its peak, but it would come at a price. With a laugh, the man rushed the 4 genin with the speed of an S-class ninja. Utilizing only taijutsu, he managed to injure them pretty badly. Still, Kuru and Fu did pretty well. They dodged and wove as best they could, but their power usage was limited. Most people thought all Jinchuriki could handle the full power of their tailed beast from the start, but that was false. They were like most people, adapting over time. However, there were those who forced Jinchuriki to use all their power, often leading to their deaths and the deaths of everyone in the area. So Fu and Kuru were still getting used to their tailed beast's power. Naruto watched carefully as the 2 fought Suien's monstrous form and shook his head, not because of the stupidity of the battle, but because of his anger. The chaos drive often made him act like a wild animal, but he needed to win this battle. He watched as Jugo came in from behind, but the man's deformed wings batted him away. That's when he saw it. The wings shook a bit and cracked. That had to be his weak point. That had to be the reason his wings looked so bad. Summoning jutsu. Naruto growled, then slammed his hand on the ground. In a puff of smoke, a young-looking monkey appeared. However, it looked different from Naruto's other summons so far. This monkey was obviously a girl and looked almost human. She had a red battle jacket with skin-tight black pants and a bow-tied scarf. Finally, Naruto noticed the red and gold-tipped bow staff. Naruto? What's going on? The girl asked, noticing the fight and how her summoner looked a little different. Diplomatic mission gone to hell, Sunsen. I need your help in taking this guy down. My teammates will be quickly overwhelmed soon. Well then, let's make sure they are positively whelmed, Sunsen badly joked, making Naruto sweat drop, even in his anger-fueled state. Naruto was right though, even if Suien was deteriorating, his strength held, and he quickly took out Kuru and Fu, who dared not bring out another tail in case they lost control. Jugo seemed to be holding his own, but the battle looked to be taking its toll, still unused to his new form. Jugo was thrown toward Naruto and said, "A little help would be nice." On it, Sunsen replied, catching Jugo's attention. "I need you to get him into the air." "I can do that much," Jugo stated as he rushed Suien again. However, he came up short from actually hitting the monster man and instead punched the ground, making his tree-like hands fuse with the ground before it exploded underneath Suien, a tree stump of sorts catching him off guard and knocking him into the air like Sunsen had wanted. "Phew," said Susan, she cried out as she jumped up, drilling her staff into Suien's gut, before hitting him multiple times, mostly in the head and chest, to keep him dazed. Despite being powered down to avoid going berserk, Kuru and Fu saw a chance and took it. Kuru took out Zabuza's old blade, making a slash motion in the air as a wave of chakra flew out. Chakra blade. Fu held out her hand, and a swarm of beetles appeared as she fused both her chakra and her tailed beast's chakra within them. She then threw the swarm at the man alongside Kuru's attack. Beetle explosion. The result was a pretty large explosion that seemed to stun Suien, making him fall to the ground, back first, just what Naruto wanted. Perfect. Naruto growled as he held a rather large swirling spear in his hand. Dust-style, swirling energy ball cannon. The large ball of dust energy struck true, grinding on his back. The energy engulfed his wings, seeping into their very being before disintegrating to nothing as if they were never there. That's when Suien regained himself and disengaged so the rest of him wouldn't be destroyed. That's when Naruto saw his mistake. The wings weren't just a weak point. They were what was holding back a lot more power and keeping his body from deteriorating even more. Realizing his mistake, he shouted for Sunsen to get back to her realm before it was too late. She did so, very reluctantly after a glare from Naruto. She now knew he was just looking out for her. Suien roared as his body was suddenly racked with pain and his mind broke. The full might of the human body was now his to control, but he would soon be dead because of that. Humans weren't meant to use their full strength and a massive amount of demonic chakra. Not even noticing this, he smiled and rushed Fu and Kuru, slamming them into the ground to knock them out, creating craters under their bodies. As he did this, his skin all fell off. Next, he punched Jugo, creating a trench in the ground, and Jugo tried to stop his body from going too far. Suien's back then exploded in a shower of blood as the muscles ripped open. Jugo tried to get back up, but then he noticed his body was back to normal, his power with nature had worn off. No! He panicked before a shadow overcame him, and his world went black when Suien's foot kicked his skull into the ground, his leg now exploding in a gore shower. Shit! Naruto growled. That event had happened so quickly that he barely had time to help his teammates. Before he knew what was happening, he felt a fist in his gut, instantly knocking him out of his chaos drive and onto the ground, gasping for air and slightly confused with the man's arm muscles exploded. Weak fools! I am God in this form, Suien spoke calmly, the power clouding his pain receptors. Otherwise, if he had them, he would be on the ground in absolute pain. Now die, Suien stated as he brought his fist down to crush Naruto's skull. However, he never got a chance because in that moment, a blade of lightning exploded out from his chest where his heart would be. Finally, things came into focus for just a moment for Suien. The power quickly dissipated, and he felt pain. So much pain. With his skin gone and most of his muscles ruptured, all he felt was an earth-shattering pain as he let out a silent scream before he fell to the ground next to Naruto, dead. Kakashi was left standing, face full of rage as he stared at Suien's dead form. Trash, he muttered before turning his gaze to a shocked Naruto. You okay? Yeah, what happened to you? Naruto asked weakly as he sat up and winced. Suien hit me with a paralyzing seal. What he didn't take into account was that I know a few things about seals, but I guess not enough to get out quick enough to stop a lot of the pain you guys went through. Ugh, no one is perfect, Naruto groaned, holding his stomach in pain. That punch could have, and by all intents and purposes, should have killed him. He was lucky to be alive. Come, let's make sure everyone is okay, Kakashi replied as he helped Naruto up. 5 days later, Shin, heavily bandaged across his chest, stood with Shibuki to his right and Fu to his left. Fu looked a little better than Shibuki but still appeared tired. They were at the waterfall entrance outside the village, seeing Naruto's team off. Naruto looked fine, if a bit beat up. After all, he had stayed back somewhat to devise a plan. Kuru's wound, like Fu's, had healed, but she still looked tired. And Jugo was the worst off. His head had split open from Suien's powerful kick, and he was lucky it hadn't just caved in at the time, so it was heavily bandaged. Kakashi sighed as he looked from his students to Shin, Shibuki, and Fu. During their rest, Naruto, Kuru, Fu, and Shibuki had become good friends, despite Naruto still wanting to be alone. They had all rubbed off on each other in some way, and that made Kakashi and Shin happy. Jugo was another story. They quickly discovered Jugo's clan used to live in Waterfall and had a bad history. However, Shin and Shibuki accepted him, but they were unsure how the rest of the village would take it. After all, the cursed clan had become their bogeyman. While accepting Fu since she helped save the village, Shin was fearful of what would happen if Jugo was revealed. Well, I guess it's time to go, Kakashi replied. The mission might have been an epic fail diplomatically since it was all a ruse, but they had won in the end. Yeah, and Jugo, please keep what I said in mind, Shin stated, making Jugo nod as he held onto a very old-looking scroll. The scroll detailed his family's past and their jutsu that could be converted into his new nature form. I guess we'll see you later, Kuru replied. Do you think you will be at the Chunin exams? Fu shook her head. While I may be strong, I still need some work. This last battle taught me that. Plus, I don't have a team. Oh, right, Kuru replied sheepishly before a smile crept on her face as they began to leave. Oh, and good luck, you too. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. They've got feelings for each other, Naruto replied with a half-smirk. Yep, and they confessed after they woke up, Kuru replied dreamily, also thinking about her and Naruto. Good for them, Jugo replied. Yeah, Naruto said. Back in the village, Minato sighed as Kakashi explained their recent mission, covering up Naruto's chaos drive just in case. Kakashi explained that Naruto had done pretty well and got a lucky shot in with the wings. That info made Minato slightly happy that his son was being useful, but soon, he felt that he needed to be angry at the boy for making things worse, however, fought it just a bit and smiled. Good, but just think more about the consequences next time, Naruto, Minato stated, making everyone's eyes widen at the fact that Minato didn't outright berate him. Minato noticed and inwardly nodded. There was something wrong with him, that was for sure. Alright, I'm bumping it up to air rank like I thought it would be. Kakashi, please give me a written report later. Dismissed. As the group left, Minato got out of his chair in pain. What the fuck is going on? He had been fighting this hatred for his son ever since he left on that mission, and he had been racked with pain. He knew for a fact that he should hate his son, and he couldn't really figure out why he even did other than his subconscious telling him that it was Naruto's fault the Kyuubi was released by that man. It was all Naruto's fault for being alive at that moment in time. Why? Why should I hate him for that? Minato raged as he felt his chest hurt. Because I told you to. I need you to keep on hating him, my dear, a voice rang out both inside his head and in the room. What? Arg! Minato grunted before falling unconscious as black lightning raced along his body. I am losing control, damn it, the voice replied as they walked out of the shadows to reveal themselves as Kushina, but with a difference. There were black streaks in her hair, her eyes were demonic red, and she had a black aura around her. No matter, the deed will be done at the Chunin exams, and then I can leave. I have gathered almost enough hatred from these people. I just need a little more. With that, Kushina closed her eyes before becoming normal again and collapsing next to her husband. Something dark was about to happen soon, and that meant things were going to get worse. A lot worse. Naruto stared at the academy building in annoyance. This was where his team was supposed to take the Chunin exams. Of course, it would be. Flashback after Taki. Weeks after returning from Taki, most of the team had recovered. Jugo, still suffering from headaches due to his head injury, was being closely monitored by Tsunade. She insisted his team be excluded from the Chunin exams, a decision the Hokage readily agreed to. Meanwhile, Naruto honed his sealing inventions. Previously, he'd neglected practicing his ghost step, assuming innate mastery since he created it. Suien's attack proved that a grave mistake, leading him to diligent practice, now making him quite proficient. Next was the jet stream seal, enabling wind-powered flight. He'd finally achieved enough control over his wind element to perfect its function. Though he could fly anywhere in the village, he chose not to, preserving his concealed power for the Chunin exams. He did, however, find a different, more entertaining application for it, hence the Jetstream name. Then came his Tri-Seal. Secret training sessions with Itaka significantly improved his control over the Sharingan in his hands. It felt peculiar, though like double vision, seeing from 4 eyes. The Yamanaka blood was next. Inoichi explained his clan's power allowed them to enter an opponent's body and manipulate them through a mind/soul link. Naruto realized he'd not only gained this but also Inoichi's dream mind control without leaving his own body. He was still perfecting it, confident he could soon read minds and influence actions. He'd enjoyed messing with Menma, whose disturbing thoughts, however, warned him against delving into the minds of his other family members. Finally, the Nara blood in the seal. Shikako had explained his clan used shadow, a blend of light and darkness, which Naruto already knew. Yet, he could only control light. Regardless, he'd found a use for it, particularly with dust's reflective properties. His thoughts were interrupted by his perpetually late sensei, Kakashi Hatake, who arrived with Kuru and Menma, their quiet approach surprising him. "Hello, my cute little genin, I have some information for you all," Kakashi chirped with a nice smile. "Oh yeah, what could that be?" Menma retorted rudely, prompting smirks from Naruto and Kuru. They knew Menma's foul mood stemmed from Anoka's continued refusal to speak to him. Despite saving her, she despised him for killing her master during the ultimate summon project in the Land of Water. While Karen and Isaraibi often hung on his arms, Anoka remained elusive, much to their amusement. Kakashi ignored Menma's tone. "Well, I have these for you to sign. They'll allow you to enter the Chunin exams as a team in a couple of days." Menma's dark smile spread. "Finally, we get to take these stupid exams and leave Naruto behind." Kara shot him a dirty look. "Oh, and maybe Anoka will see how great I am too. I'm definitely doing this." "Perv," Kuru sighed, annoyed. "Still, I do want to do this. What about you, Naruto?" "Sure, I'll see how far I can get," Naruto replied with a shrug, making Kuru beam, privy to only a fraction of his plan. "Fat, if you get very far, I'll be surprised. After all, you should have died on your last mission," Menma sneered. "That's enough. Just be at the academy at the appointed time," Kakashi ordered before vanishing, clearly fed up with Menma's behavior. Menma sneered again before leaving, not without a parting shot. "Yeah, whatever. Naruto, if you hold us back in these exams, I'll kill you myself so we don't have to deal with you anymore." Flashback end. If anyone was going to hold the team back, it was Menma, not Naruto. "Oh, so you made it, failure. Speak of the devil. How many times do I have to tell you to shut the fuck up?" Kuru growled, already annoyed by her younger brother. Naruto had noticed Kuru's patience with Menma wearing thin since their return to Konoha. It was, in a word, entertaining. "Can we just get this over with?" Naruto deadpanned. "Yeah, the sooner we're on different teams, the better," Menma replied, brushing past Naruto, their shoulders colliding a little too forcefully. Inside, on the second floor, a crowd of genin bottlenecked at a door leading to an exam room. All three noticed they were only on the second floor, while the exams were meant to be on the third, confirming this was another test. Tisk, weaklings. Can't even tell they only went up one floor. Come on, let's go before something stupid happens, Menma ordered. However, something stupid did happen. Suzuki's team arrived just behind them and immediately spotted the genjutsu. Instead of quietly bypassing it like Naruto's team, Suzuki foolishly pointed it out. Fucking idiot, Menma groaned, trudging up the stairs. For once, Naruto agreed with Menma. It was stupid of Suzuki. Though smart, he'd highlighted a trap designed to weed out the weak. Despite his brother's teachings, Suzuki seemed intent on making things harder and showing off. Oh well, nothing to change now. So, you guys made it, troublesome, Shikamaru's casual drone sounded as they entered the packed exam room. Genin from every village were present, and many looked hostile, especially those from Kiri, who glared at them upon entry. Yeah, we did, Naruto replied casually to his cloud-watching partner. Well, this got more troublesome. Come on, Shikamaru, it's not that bad, Koji stated, munching chips. Yeah, Shuka. Liven up and deal with it, because we're going far in this, or else. Ino raged at her teammate. Sigh. Like I said, troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled. Heh, so, you guys made it. Oh, this will be fun. Kiba's arrogant voice rang out. You shouldn't yell indoors, Shino stated, walking up next to him. Hello everyone, Hinata said shyly. Oh, hey, Hinata, Naruto replied with a bored expression, expecting to see all the rookies today. Yes, hello, Hinata, Kuro replied tersely. The two glared at each other, invisible sparks flying between them, making Kiba sweat drop. They're still not getting along? Sakura asked, walking up with her team. Apparently not, Ino sighed, having given up trying to convince them to give up on Naruto. It wasn't her life, after all. Whatever, can we just do this? Suzuki asked. It's apparently not yet time for the test, but I think it would have been easier if you hadn't pointed out the genjutsu on level 2, Sai stated with a fake smile, unnerving many rookies and other competitors. Plus, your action caught the attention of the bushy-browed one who beat your ass. Did you enjoy getting fucked? Suzuki sighed tiredly, clearly accustomed to Sai's mannerisms. Others, however, misinterpreted Sai's words. Damn, always knew he was gay. Kiba snickered. Please tell me that isn't true. Ino cried before her expression morphed into a perverted smile. If it is, was the guy hot and can I join in next time? Suzuki and the other guy sweat dropped, not expecting such a comment from Ino. First of all, the guy won our fight. Sai always speaks like that for some reason. Second of all, we're barely 13. Why would you want to do something like that now? The Uchiha has a point, Shino replied. Ino blushed madly. So what? We're ninja, and by default, we're adults. Sorry you kids couldn't handle being adults for once. I don't even know how to reply to any of that, Menma sighed. Agreed, Naruto replied. Could you all please keep it down? A voice rang out, drawing their attention to a plain-looking leaf shinobi with white hair and glasses. Who are you? Shikamaru droned. You can call me Kabuto, the teen said with a smile. I thought I'd help you rookies, as you have the entire room's attention, which isn't good since people here are already on edge. The group cautiously looked around and saw the entire room glaring at them, a palpable hostility. No matter, Kabuto replied, regaining their attention. I think it would be a good idea if I help you guys out by providing information from my special ninja cards that I've collected throughout the years. Wait. Years? Suzuki asked. Yes, this will be my 7th time taking this exam. Wow, you must suck. Kiba laughed. Not necessarily. My father did say the exam was not to be taken lightly, Shino replied. Troublesome. So, do you all need any info on people you may have to fight? Kabuto asked. Suzuki looked uncomfortable and said, Tell me about Rock Lee of the Leaf. Tell me about Gaara of the Desert, Naruto stated, having met the boy recently while hanging out with Konohamaru and his friends. Flashback, Gaara encounter. Naruto was chasing Konohamaru and his friends on his day off, fulfilling a promise to play with them. Asuma seemed pleased to have some alone time. However, Konohamaru, not looking where he was running, collided with an older teen in a cat-like suit with face paint. Hey, watch it, kid, the teen angrily said, holding the boy by his scarf. Let me down. Konohamaru yelled back. Leave the brat alone, Kankuro, we have places to be, a teenage girl replied with an annoyed expression. I would listen to her, Naruto said, walking up casually, catching their attention. Unless you want the Sarutobi clan after your ass, since he's the 3rd Hokage's grandson and all. Tomari blushed slightly at the blonde, thinking him attractive. Then his words registered. Like I said, put the kid down, Kankuro. Fine. Kankuro groaned, having wanted to teach the kid a lesson. Good boy. Now, who are you? Naruto asked. I am Tomari of the Desert, and this is my brother Kankuro. We are here for the Chunin exams. Good to know, but I was actually talking to your friend in the tree, Naruto replied with a smile that morphed into a frown when they paled at his words. they looked to see a red-headed kid with a large gourd on his back. He vanished and reappeared in front of Naruto. "I am Gaara," the redhead deadpanned, his voice devoid of emotion. He seemed to be assessing Naruto. "Well then, I am Naruto." Gaara nodded, confirming whatever he sought. "I see. I look forward to testing my existence against you." "That's fine, but I would rather not fight at all. But no, that's just wishful thinking due to us being in the exams. Just know this, I know what you are. Mr. Raccoon." The Sand siblings stiffened. How did this random blonde know that? Naruto just smiled as he walked away. "Good luck in the exams, and it was nice meeting a new lovely lady, Temari." Temari was stunned, Gaara remained unconcerned, and Kankuro snickered. Flashback end. It was amusing to act out of character and flirt with a foreign girl. Still, he wasn't sure how much of an enemy he'd made of Gaara, and he felt it best to know as much as possible about him. Plus, he knew Gaara was a Jinchuriki because his chakra felt similar to Menma and Karu's. As for Witch-tailed Beast, he knew Suna only ever had one Chukaku. "Oh, so you guys know their names, good," Kabuto replied, retrieving his cards. "Let's see, I found Lee first. Since he's part of our village, I have more info on him. Wow, he's a taijutsu expert like his sensei Might Guy, but his other skills are truly abysmal. His teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten." Suzuki sighed tiredly. He got beat by this bushy-browed kid who only uses taijutsu. Great. Looks like he needed more practice with Itaki in their own fighting style. "Next we have Gaara," Kabuto said, a look of confusion on his face. "Okay, I don't have much other than his teammates or his siblings. His father is the Kazekage, and his team has only been on high-ranking missions, like B rank. Oh, and get this, he came back from each mission without a scratch." This revelation made the whole room look at Gaara in fear and confusion, wondering how that was even possible. While others made a mental note to steer clear of him, a foolish few still desired to challenge him. Suddenly, before anyone could do anything reckless, the proctor, Ibiki, entered the room in a large poof of smoke with the other proctors. "All right, sit down and shut up. The exam begins now, and the first part is a written one." The entire room groaned. "I said shut up, you maggots." That had been excruciating. Naruto never liked tests, and apparently, most of the others there hated it too. However, he'd learned early on to cheat. Like many others, he found a way. Thanks to a girl named Tenten's mirror, which somehow went unnoticed by the proctors, he could see the answers of many test takers. He did this by pointing his left hand at the mirror and activating the Sharingan there. It shocked the girl sitting next to him, but he ensured she stayed quiet about it. She was a little too happy to do it for him, but he wasn't complaining. Now, they stood before the Forest of Death, a training ground for higher-level ninja. The proctor, Anko Midarashi, was nuts but cool in his book because she immediately disliked Menma, who tried and failed to hit on her, making a fool of himself. She proceeded to explain the rules of this test. They needed to obtain the second scroll to match the one they already had, either heaven or earth. Their team had heaven. As they waited for other teams to get their scrolls and make it to their gate into the Forest of Death, Menma declared they would follow his lead. Naruto, however, tuned him out until he noticed a few teams staring at them. A team from Kumo stared at him as if tasked to kill him. He'd have to watch out for them. Then there was a team from Suna looking at Menma the same way they looked at him. What was their plan? Finally, a team from Kiri was not only glaring at Kuro for some reason but also looking at her in a dark, perverted way. It made Naruto oddly mad. Sure, he was just starting to trust her, but he shouldn't have this reaction when someone looked at his sister like that, right? Oh well, he'd deal with it when the time came. Once they got the go-ahead to enter the Forest of Death, they progressed quite far without much trouble. However, their luck ran out when they decided to take a break. That's when the shit storm happened. As soon as they stopped, a rain of kunai landed in the middle of their group, forcing them to spread out. It didn't end there, as Menma noticed every kunai was rigged with explosive tags. "Oh shit, split up," he shouted as they jumped away just as it exploded, scattering the team. Naruto got up and looked around, finding himself quite far from his team. "Ugh, great, now what? How about you die quietly," a muffled voice stated. Naruto turned to see a genin his age, heavily wrapped in bandages. "Or don't. I kind of want a good fight," another teen said, walking onto the scene. "Zuku, shut up," the mummy said. Now, no need for you to be so aggressive to your teammate, Dosu," Kabuto said, appearing as well. "After all 6 of us get to kill him." "Ha, Kabuto, I thought you were here to help." Naruto growled. "Nope, I was hired to kill you, like them," Kabuto said, as his team appeared with him, Kin walking up next to Zuku. "What? Who would hire you to kill me?" Naruto asked, on edge. "My master, of course. You would know her as Kushina Uzumaki," Kabuto said with a dark smile. "I see," Naruto replied calmly, his hair shadowing his eyes. This is not the plan," Menma growled. "Who cares, Jinchuriki," Asuna Genin said as he fought with him. Still, I think Gaara should have been the one to do this since he's just like you. A fair fight, monster against monster. Fuck you. Menma shouted, Naruto's words about how some people viewed Jinchuriki coming to mind. Oh, we are going to have fun with you, girl. I had heard the Hokage's daughter was beautiful, but the rumors don't justify how hot you are, Akiri Genin said with a dark, perverted smile as his teammates chuckled. Oh? That's nice, but I am not interested in you idiots, but if you want to play that much, I'll make you sweat, Kura said dangerously as she took out both Zabuza and Kisame's old blades, shocking her foes. Come on, boys, I thought you wanted to play. No? Okay then, I'll come for you. Naruto got up and looked around, seeing he was pretty far from his team. Ugh, great, now what? How about you die quietly, a muffled voice stated. Naruto turned to the voice to see a genin his age, heavily wrapped in bandages. Or don't. I kind of want a good fight, another teen said, walking onto the scene. Zuko, shut up, the mummy said. Now, no need for you to be so aggressive to your teammate, Dosu, Kabuto said, appearing as well. After all 6 of us get to kill him. Ha! Kabuto, I thought you were here to help. Naruto growled. Nope, I was hired to kill you, like them, Kabuto said, as his team appeared with him, Kin walking up next to Zuko. What? Who would hire you to kill me? Naruto asked, on edge. My master, of course. You would know her as Kushina Uzumaki, Kabuto said with a dark smile. I see, Naruto replied calmly, his hair shadowing his eyes. When did you start following her? Kabuto smirked. When she freed me from my mental bonds with Sasori of the Red Sands. She freed me in exchange for my service, and my mission is to kill you. So I set up 2 teams to do that job. Overkill much? After all, I am nothing, Naruto stated, his hair still covering his eyes. Oh please, nothing is overkill in the ninja world, Zuko shouted. While that is true, I highly doubt you are as weak as you portray. You may have fooled your mother, but you haven't fooled me, Kabuto said seriously. Still, my master has ordered your death, and that is what I plan to do. Mommy wanting her weak son dead, a little harsh, but who am I to judge? Don't worry, I'll make this quick. Suddenly, Naruto was locked in place. Had he looked, he would have seen a rather bland genin from Kabuto's team, a high-collared, sleeveless, navy blue shirt with a short-sleeved white one underneath, a simple obi, pants, sandals, fingerless gloves, a bandana-style headband, and a face-concealing cloth. Kabuto smirked at his teammate's jutsu, thinking Naruto an easy target, reinforcing his belief in Naruto's weakness. Well, maybe mommy was right. Oh well, not like many people will miss you. He calmly walked towards Naruto, preparing to thrust his mystical palm technique through the blonde's chest. As he was mere centimeters from delivering the fatal blow, a sudden pulse erupted. Kabuto glimpsed Naruto's face, contorted in rage, eyes glowing red, before the assassin was propelled backward by an explosive burst of power. Arg. Naruto screamed in pure fury as his chaos drive activated automatically, its power escalating with his anger. Black streaks of power violently coursed across his body. The explosion even left a crater in the earth around him. The immense power resonated throughout the forest and beyond. This wasn't the plan. Menma snarled. Who cares, Jinchuriki, Asuna Genin retorted mid-fight. Gaara should have handled this, you're both monsters, a fair fight. Screw you. Menma yelled, recalling Naruto's words about Jinchuriki. Then, he felt Naruto's power. What the hell? That can't be Kuru. That's not Gaara either, the Suna Genin stammered, fear in his voice. Damn it. Too many unknowns in this forest, Menma muttered, slaying the distracted Genin. Never drop your guard, idiots. The remaining 2 charged. Menma smirked, unleashing his new blade chain. We're going to enjoy this, girl. Rumors said the Hokage's daughter was beautiful, but they don't do you justice, Akiri Genin leered, his teammates chuckling. Oh, how charming. But I'm not interested in you fools. If you want to play, I'll make you sweat, Kura said dangerously, unsheathing Zabuza's and Kisame's old blades. She stabbed them into the ground. Come on, boys, I thought you wanted to play. No? Fine, I'm coming for you. What the hell? No one mentioned her having those blades, let alone wielding both. Unexpected, yes, but we can handle this bitch. Lord Yagura wants her, and he'll have her, the obvious leader declared, despite his own unease. However, Kuru held the blades pathetically, seemingly dragging them, which eased his nerves. Whatever, Kuru stated, channeling chakra into her blades. Seals appeared, transforming the head cleaver into a white katana and Samehada into a black blade. This made the leader sweat. Perhaps Kuru could wield both blades after all. Before she could strike, she felt Naruto's power. What the? That can't be Menma. The sheer hatred in the power froze them. Damn, it feels worse than before. What's happening? Hold on, brother, I'll be right there. Gaara raised an eyebrow at the surge of dark power, then shrugged it off. Temari noticed a faint, crazed smirk on his face. Yes, Gaara knew this power belonged to Naruto, and he longed to fight the boy, but he would wait until their paths crossed. For now, he'd sate his bloodlust on the rain ninja ahead. Outside the forest, people sensed the power, assuming it was either Kuru or Menma using their abilities on some unfortunate soul. A few, however, knew better and froze. Tsunade shed a single tear for Naruto, while Shizun freaked out. They were, after all, the first to know about it, having analyzed it for the blonde. At the hot springs, Jiraiya froze mid-giggle, paling. He felt it could only be Naruto, the others felt different. Shit, I messed up. I probably paved the way for the darker ending to the real prophecy. Damn it. In the Hokage Tower, Minato and Kushina froze for a second, their eyes turning red. Minato frowned, while Kushina's surprised look twisted into a sinister smile. Oh, so he's infected too. The moment the power hit Misumi, his skin burned worse than anything he'd ever felt. He screamed, writhing on the ground as his skin melted, releasing Naruto. Naruto vanished, reappearing on Dosu's arm, crushing his melody weapon and arm. The enraged blonde then kicked Dosu's head, snapping it back with a sickening crack, killing him instantly. A needle struck him, drawing his attention to the long, raven-haired girl who threw it. Kin gulped hard as his blazing red eyes fixed on her. He sneered, raising a glowing hand. Kin screamed in terror, clutching her head in agony. Her screams died as her heart stopped, literally dying of fright from the forced images in her mind. What the hell, man? Zuko shouted in fear. Dosu? Kin? Oh crap. Zuko was terrified but wouldn't die without a fight. He aimed his hands at the blonde, his wind tubes ready to shred him. Extreme decapitating airwaves, he roared, unleashing his full power on Naruto and the surrounding area. When the dust settled, Zuko stared in horror. Naruto stood there, glaring at him amidst the destruction of his jutsu. No! How are you alive after that? Naruto remained silent, walking towards Zuko, his enraged aura intensifying with each step. Zuko's fear mounted. No! No! Stay away! Stay away, you monster! No! Arg! Zuko screamed, Naruto forming a blade of pure light that struck Zuko dead center. Naruto's jutsu didn't stop there, it expanded, painfully exiting the boy's body before he exploded in light and blood. For a long time, it was silent, but Naruto's hate-filled aura worsened, scaring away the wildlife of the Forest of Death, sending teams across the forest into a panic. Suddenly, Naruto's legs were cut from under him, sending him sprawling. One of Kabuto's other teammates, dull-looking but with sunglasses, appeared and made his last mistake. He used his chakra-absorbing powers, trying to take Naruto's power. As the process began, a black streak of lightning-like power arced from Naruto's body onto his attacker. Yoroi screamed in pain as Naruto's power attacked his chakra network directly, burning him from the inside out. Finally, Naruto snapped his attention back to his first attacker and got back on his feet. When Kabuto had been flung away, he'd landed in a tree branch. It had impaled his chest, and his healing power barely kept him alive as he watched the horror unfold. This wasn't supposed to end like this. I thought you were just a bit stronger than you let on. And not this strong, he rasped, blood dripping from his chin. Not everything is as it seems. Naruto roared, holding out his palm as he menacingly walked towards Kabuto, a Rasengan forming in his hands. Dust-style Rasengan. No! Kabuto shrieked, terrified, knowing about Dust-style's properties. The Rasengan struck the branch impaling Kabuto, slowly disintegrating the wood until it was dangerously close to his chest. Naruto! Stop! A commanding female voice echoed, silencing the area. The blonde looked at the speaker, his eyes widening. By this time, Gaara had dispatched his would-be killers, the Rain Ninja, who lay dead at his feet. His smile terrified his siblings. Yes, Naruto would be a great opponent to test his existence. Oh yes, he would do well. Temari, Kankuro, let's go. The tower awaits. Ha! I thought you were going after that Naruto kid, Kankuro said. Let him come to me. It seems he's done with his fun anyway, Gaara stated simply, walking off to the tower, leaving his siblings concerned. Was that dark power the happy blonde? Near Gaara's position, Team 8 was frozen in horror. Not only had they witnessed Gaara brutally kill Rain Ninja, but they just learned who the dark power supposedly belonged to. No way that was Naruto, Kiba shakily said. Hinata shook her head, disbelieving. Shino remained silent. Kushina frowned as the dark connection was severed. As her features returned to normal, she pondered how Naruto had also become infected. This was an interesting development. But another question remained, what stopped the power? Surely Kabuto wasn't capable of that. Kura slowed her last attacker just as her blades reverted to their bulky forms. Tisk, stupid timer seal. She knew it wasn't a permanent solution, but her current body structure wouldn't allow her to wield both blades well. That's why she used shrinking seals to turn them into katanas, then a timer seal because the shrinking seals required a continuous flow of her chakra. As soon as her attackers were dead, Kuro felt the dark presence in the forest vanish, leaving an eerie quiet. If she wasn't on edge before, she was now. That's either a good thing or a very bad thing. Stay safe, Naruto, until I get there, she said aloud, taking a scroll from the dead Genin team and leaving, hopefully in Naruto's direction. Menma raised an eyebrow when the power suddenly disappeared. Since it wasn't coming towards him, he wasn't worried. He dealt with his opponents and walked calmly, holding 2 scrolls. He'd kept his team's scroll and acquired a duplicate. Hopefully they get the other scroll, most likely Kuro will, Menma muttered to himself before heading towards the tower. They could meet him there if they survived. A few minutes earlier, a team of IWA ninja appeared in the trees above what looked like a badly mismatched ambush on a lone genin. There were only 2 of them, but they had permission to enter the exams this way, being strong enough. While their teamwork was excellent, it would have been better if their final member were still with them, but he had died. The 2 watched the showdown below. The female recognized the one being ambushed. She wanted to help him but also wanted to see how far her old friend had come. After all, letters only told so much. However, she became enraged, just as her old friend had, when it was revealed that these ninja were there to kill him under orders from his own mother. Her grandfather had warned her about Naruto's family's condition, but she hadn't thought it was this bad. Just as she was about to jump in, her teammate, Akatsuki, stopped her, saying it was the blonde's battle, not theirs. Even so, she wanted to help her old friend. But it was good that he stopped her because Naruto unleashed his full rage on the 6 would-be assassins. It scared her that it had gotten so bad that it had changed her old friend to the point that he became a monster like this. No, not a monster, just a person filled with rage, and it was quickly consuming him with each kill. Sure, their attacks were futile, with one of them surprisingly not killing him with all that high-power wind. Hell, he looked unharmed. Still, with each kill, the dark aura emanating from him grew darker, changing her friend into this unrecognizable beast. It scared her to the core, and she knew if he killed the group's leader, Kabuto, there would be no turning back. She felt he would be lost to his rage. So she did the only thing she could. Naruto! Stop, she called out with a commanding voice, making him look at her, his eyes widening in recognition. He must have seen the fear radiating from her eyes because he subconsciously stopped the flow of that dark chakra. Kurotsuki? Naruto asked aloud. You're in these exams too? Yeah, you obviously didn't get my last letter, Kurotsuki replied as she and her partner walked towards him. I'm in these exams, and I just saved your ass from going down a dark path. Naruto clutched his head in pain as he finally looked around at what he had done. Dead. They were all dead. Everyone except Kabuto, who was barely conscious but healing. The blonde looked around in horror as his mind caught up. Kabuto's words about Kushina wanting him dead had enraged him, and he had just acted, something whispering for him to kill them all. Before he could contemplate it much longer, he felt a hand on his shoulder, Kurotsuki's. She had a sad smile as she leaned in to hug him. Hey, it's okay, it's over. This made Naruto smile, and blush a bit at the close contact. After all, she was a beautiful girl, and he was a growing boy. He didn't know it, but she was blushing a bit too. Akatsuki smirked at the 2 but sweat dropped as Kurotsuki kicked Naruto's legs out from under him, then planted her foot on his chest. Yep, that was the Kurotsuki he knew. Wah, idiot. I sent that letter, and you didn't even read it. Sorry. I was training for the exams. Naruto stammered. I figured that, but I still wanted to hang out with you before the exams started, and I would have gone looking for you, but I had no idea where you really lived. Kurotsuki shouted. I stood by a Chiriku's ramen stand all day yesterday waiting for your ass to show up, but you never did. Now you're going to pay. Naruto adopted a truly terrified look. Kurotsuki had changed a bit over the years, but he never thought she'd changed this much. She was really pushy now. It was kind of hot. Wait, what? Can't we talk about this? Naruto pleaded. Dude, just take it like a man, her male teammate replied with a sigh, knowing it was futile to argue with Kurotsuki when she became like this. Oh come on, Naruto cried, forgetting he could escape with his seals, but for some reason, it completely slipped his mind. Ha, another female voice rang out, plowing into Kurotsuki and knocking her off Naruto. It took a few seconds for Naruto and Akatsuki to figure out what happened. When they looked, they saw Kurotsuki wrestling with a red-headed girl named Karu. When they broke apart, instant recognition flashed across their eyes. They both screamed at each other. They know each other? How? Naruto asked, Akatsuki shrugging since he hadn't spent the day with her yesterday. You're that annoying redhead who wouldn't leave me alone at the ramen stand, Kurotsuki declared. And you're that snarky bitch from IWA. Did your date finally show up? No, but I'm going to kick his ass when I'm done with you. Oh, and whose ass do you think you're going to kick when you've managed to beat me? Karu raged. Naruto's, Kurotsuki said, pointing to the blonde, who was watching the catfight with Akatsuki. It took a few seconds for Karu's mind to process that information. When it did, more rage and a lot of protectiveness filled her eyes. Oh, hell no! You, of all people, are not going to date my brother. Brother, the Iwa Kunoichi replied in shock before getting right in Karu's face. Screw you, I'll date whoever I want. Like hell. Hey, don't I get a say in this? Naruto asked meekly, while Akatsuka smacked his face. No, both girls screamed at him. An hour later, after much screaming, hair-pulling, and near deaths, the two girls stopped fighting when Naruto lost his patience and broke up their stupid fight. He then laid down the rules that they couldn't kill each other later when they got out of the damn forest. So, after calming down and getting the scrolls off the dead genin, they made their way to the tower, figuring Menma would already be there. They were right. Menma raised an eyebrow at the animosity both Kuru and Kurotsuki were showing each other. Okay, why are you coming in with an IWA team, and why does it look like Kuru and the other chick want to kill each other? Naruto sighed tiredly, clearly sick of the two already. It's better you don't know. Menma stared at him for a moment before shrugging. Whatever. Still, you look like crap, well, more than usual. I would have thought that dark power would have scared you to death, as it should have, so I don't have to deal with your weak ass. Hell, I should do it myself since I had to wait on your ass to even get here. Before Naruto could retort, both Kuru and Kurotsuki knocked Menma on his ass. The two stared at each other before Kuru muttered, "Temporary truce?" Yeah, Kurotsuki stated before they began stomping on Menma. Naruto and Akatsuka sweat dropped at first but decided to ignore it for now. So, what now? Naruto asked, completely ignoring the poster on the wall with the riddle. Let's try opening the scrolls. Anko told us not to open them until we got to the tower, Akatsuka suggested, making Naruto shrug. They both took out a set of scrolls and opened them. All they saw were seals, which started to smoke. When that happened, Naruto ordered them to move back. In a puff of smoke, two jonin appeared. The first was Kakashi in all his glory, reading his little orange book. The second was a very gruff-looking Iwa jonin whose features told Naruto he was Kurotsuki's father, Kitsuki. The moment the two looked up at the two teams, they sweat dropped. Only Naruto and Akatsuki were standing at attention, Naruto with a bored expression and Akatsuki with a happy one. Behind them was chaos in the form of Kuru and Kurotsuki stomping on Menma, who was crying for mercy. Well, Kakashi started, a little put off by the scene. This is interesting. Kitsuki just sighed. As soon as Kakashi and Kitsuki showed their teams where they'd be bunking, Naruto asked if there was a public bathroom within the tower. Kakashi figured Menma was being a pain again and didn't feel like using the ones provided in the rooms, so he pointed Naruto to one and left to his own devices, muttering about using his robot eye for some technique. Naruto stumbled into the bathroom and splashed water on his face. What the hell is going on? I shouldn't have been that angry when Kabuto mentioned Kushina wanting my death. I've stopped caring, right? He asked himself, staring in the mirror. For a few seconds, he just stared at his reflection until it cracked, or he did. In the mirror was another version of himself, with red eyes and a darker smile. He vaguely noticed the lights flickering as well. You're letting your anger get the best of you, it said gleefully. What the hell? Naruto asked aloud, thinking he was going crazy. Foolish boy, you never got over it, you just buried those dark feelings deep inside you. In truth, you're still hurting from all the neglect you've suffered. How do you know this? Who are you? Naruto shouted at his reflection. If someone had come in at that point, they would have thought he'd lost it. Want to know how? Why, it's because I am you, it said gleefully before a look of disinterest formed on its face. A darker version of you, anyway. You see, like all Jinchuriki, they gain a dark half, a darker version of themselves, and sometimes it takes over, that's why they hate the world. The events in their life shape us darker beings, and then we are free. After all, there's only so much the human mind can take. But I'm not a Jinchuriki. Quite true and false at the same time. You are the son of a former Jinchuriki, so some of the tail beast's chakra is in you, and you shaped it for your needs, your little chaos drive. But me, your resurfacing anger and loneliness, among other things, have returned because of your overuse of the power. I even stemmed your normal power while you use chaos drive. I thought I was a bit stronger in that form, but you've been weakening me. Naruto asked. Why? Why not? I know you'll never accept me. The darker half of Naruto raged, the mirror cracking under the unknown pressure. All I really want is out of your body, and the only way for me to do that is to kill you. I'm pretty sure I could survive. After all, I'm a spawn of mother. You're insane. Yeah, probably, it replied uncaringly. Naruto glared at himself. Fine then, I won't use chaos drive anymore. If it's only weakening me because of you, then I might as well never use it. I have to survive these exams and beyond. It doesn't work like that, fool. You've relied on that power a little too much lately, and I'm sure you can feel it. It's addicting in the heat of battle, isn't it? To relish in your own anger and use brute force to try and kill your enemies. Sooner or later, the need for the chaos drive, the need for me will arise. Think on it, fool. It cryptically said with a smile as Naruto's normal image in the cracked mirror returned to normal. No! Naruto shouted as he punched the mirror, completely shattering it. No more. I've worked too hard on my seals and other abilities for it to end like that. I won't let my anger control me. No more chaos drive. As his hand healed quickly, he silently vowed he would never use it again. But his dark half was right, it was addicting. You know, when you talk to yourself in the mirror, another voice shouldn't talk back, but then again, you shouldn't leave your enemies alive in the forest. They'll just come back to finish the job, another voice spoke as that person walked out of a stall. Naruto turned to see who it was and grew a little annoyed. Kabuto. Yes, and in your case, just think of it as a mercy killing, Kabuto stated, his hands glowing to reveal his chakra scalpel. Now, die. Naruto's world slowed as his mind worked in overdrive to save his life. His annoyance quickly turned to anger because this jerk wouldn't quit. A few days later, Naruto stood among the rows of teams in the arena within the tower, hopeful that it was indeed an arena. The previous commotion about the bathroom incident had died down, with no leads on its cause. While some ninjas suspected dust release, that idea was dismissed as Oniki was still in IWA. Security had been heightened, preventing further incidents, though Kakashi continued to eye Naruto, harboring suspicions about what transpired. Minato, despite a growing headache, smiled before everyone. He sensed something amiss, his memory worsening, especially after feeling a strange energy from the forest. His thoughts were jumbled, and he swore he'd once seen Kushina with red eyes. What was going on? The blonde Hokage observed the teams, secretly delighted that most competitors were from his village. Though he wanted to dance, he maintained professionalism. Raikage's team hadn't even made it through the forest, a clear victory for Minato. Point 1 for me. Oh yeah, he thought. I am glad that you all made it, Minato began. You have proven yourselves ready for the final stage of these exams, but we cannot continue just yet. There are too many of you, and we don't want to drag these exams out too long for our guests, some of whom are visiting royalty. He paused, then added, before I hand things over to Heiei to start the prelims, which was met with groans and protests. Ungrateful brats, at least they don't have to do this during an actual war. These exams show off not only your strength, but also your village's strength, so in a sense, this is just a replacement for war. Remember that. With a wave of his hand, the proctor for the next round, a sickly-looking man with a bandana, nodded and stepped forward. All right then. Like our Hokage said, there are too many people for the next part of the exams, so we are going to cut that number in half to avoid wasting our visiting dignitaries' time. The man spoke between frequent coughs, making some uncomfortable and skeptical of his ninja status. Then again, ninja were supposed to be deceptive. So to do that, we are having preliminaries. The board behind me will randomly select a few names. When you are called, you will fight, while the rest of you will watch from the stand up above. Understand? He received nods. Good, now let's get this started. With that, the electronic board cycled names before landing on 2. Sakura vs Ino. Shikamaru grumbled troublesome as Ino cheered idiotically and taunted her former best friend, now rival, which earned her a screech from the pink-haired girl. He knew Ino barely worked as a ninja, and likely the same was true for Sakura, who looked somewhat worn after emerging from the forest on the last day. To him, it could end in a double knockout, but he'd been wrong before, so predicting a winner was futile. As he and the others ascended to the stands, he overheard his old classmates murmuring, largely echoing his own thoughts. Everyone was surprised when the battle between the two fangirls ended swiftly, pathetically so. It was clear neither had bothered to learn anything new since becoming ninja, prompting both Asuma and Itaki to facepalm. For Asuma, his own laziness had prevented him from teaching her much, as he preferred D-ranked missions. Yet, he'd told his father he wanted his team to surpass their own parents. He realized he had a lot of work ahead. Itaki, too, discovered he wasn't the best teacher. Stretched thin by his clan head and team duties, he found it challenging to work with them as a team while also focusing on individuals. Suzuki and Sai were progressing well, but he hadn't spent much time with Sakura, who seemed more interested in cheering for Suzuki than training. He needed to do more for his team, and soon. Perhaps a collaboration with Kurane could turn Sakura into a genjutsu mistress. Sakura had relied on the main 3 Academy Jutsu, which proved effective for a few seconds thanks to her clone Jutsu. However, Ino surprised everyone by creating a new jutsu with her hair. Emulating Jiraiya, she used her mind powers to extend her hair, capturing Sakura by the neck and choking her. She then employed her mind switch jutsu to make Sakura concede the match. Asuma was surprised, yet proud, that Ino had created a jutsu on the fly. He wondered if he could help her develop more. After that, the board shuffled names again, landing on another 2. Temari vs Tenten. That match was slightly better, as both kunoichi took their careers seriously. However, Temari won because her wind style was Tenten's weakness against weapons. Shino vs Kankuro. This match was interesting and, like the others, quick. A bug user against a puppet user. Kankuro thought he could win by hiding, but Shino's bugs devoured the chakra connecting the puppet to the human, quickly revealing Kankuro's position before draining most of his chakra. Next came Kurotsuke vs Koji. Koji looked unhappy as he descended into the arena, which seemed to annoy Kurotsuke. "Oi, what are you so unhappy about?" "I don't want to fight," Koji replied. "Oh, what would you rather be doing?" "Eating. Come on, fat ass, fight me," Kurotsuke raged. "Oh no," Shikamaru groaned aloud, joined by Asuma and Ino. They had learned never to call Koji that the word fat was taboo in his presence. "So not a good thing to say," Menma commented, having experienced firsthand what happened when Koji was called fat, and not ashamed to admit he'd screamed like a little girl that time. A deathly quiet fell over the arena when Kurotsuke uttered the forbidden word to Koji. "Did you just call me fat?" he asked quietly, yet his voice was clearly heard. "Yeah," Kurotsuke stated, a sense of dread creeping in as she saw the panic on Naruto's and the others' faces. "No one calls me fat. I am big-boned," Koji screamed, eyes ablaze. "Arg!" Partial expansion jutsu. He expanded both arms, intending to pound Kurotsuke into the ground. As she calmly dodged a giant fist, she leaped onto it, ran the length of his expanded arm, and punched Koji squarely in the face, sending him reeling. Her plan of infuriating her opponent was working. "Oh please. Bones don't jiggle when you walk." "Arg!" Koji roared in rage, initiating a comical game of whack-a-mole as Kurotsuke used jutsu to temporarily travel underground. "But seriously," Kurotsuke said each time she popped out of the ground. "Why are you so sensitive about being fat? Tons of guys back home are, and they're still pretty badass." "Shut up," Koji raged. "No, I'd rather keep on talking," Kurotsuke calmly retorted. "Like, for example, water-style, water trumpet." Taking a deep breath, she cupped her hands like a trumpet and blasted a powerful jet of water directly at the food lover. Sensing the danger, Koji performed another technique. Expansion jutsu. "Whoa," he shouted as his entire form expanded, only to be blasted back into a wall by the high-powered water jet. "That's it. Human boulder," he yelled, tucking his limbs and head into his body before spinning in place and rocketing towards Kurotsuke. "Tisk, too easy to beat." "I'll end this quickly," she replied, making a few hand signs. "Lava release, quicklime congealing jutsu," she calmly stated, spitting out several globs of a white substance that struck Koji's rolling form. The first bounced off but slowed him, while the others attached, hardening around him and stopping him a few feet from Kurotsuke. "He's done," she announced as the cement ball rumbled but remained sealed, signifying Koji was trapped. "I am going to have to agree," Hayate replied, calling the match in Kurotsuke's favor. "Now please release him." Kurotsuke nodded, lightly tapping the cement ball. It cracked open, revealing a gasping Koji, back in his normal form. She offered a hand, which he reluctantly took. "Thanks. No problem, but I meant what I said about being big and still being a badass. So don't take it so bad next time, otherwise people will just use your anger against you like I did," Kurotsuke stated, making Koji nod thoughtfully as he walked away. After that, the board cycled names again. Lee vs Gaara. Honestly, it unfolded as most expected, with Lee opening 5 of the chakra gates and relentlessly pounding Gaara. Yet, Gaara still won by crushing Lee's arm and leg. Sai vs Akatsuki. This battle caught people off guard due to both being long-distance fighters with distinct styles. Sai created animated ink constructs, while Akatsuki summoned earth golems. Ultimately, Akatsuki won by easily defeating the ink constructs and forcing Sai's surrender by surrounding him with his golems. Niji vs Suzuki. This should be easy," Suzuki boasted as he and Niji jumped down into the arena. "You should give up then. Save yourself the trouble," Niji remarked with a frown. "Fate has already decided I will win." "Oh, and how do you figure that?" Suzuki asked. Niji smirked. "For the simple fact that the Byakugan is better than the Sharingan." "We'll see," Suzuki replied, adopting his family's interceptor fighting style. Itake had warned him to simply fight a Hyuga, not listen to their views on life. Itake also mentioned they were powerful competitors to the Uchiha. Never take them lightly. When Hayate gave the signal, both activated their dojutsu and charged each other with their respective family taijutsu styles. However, after a period of hand-to-hand combat, Suzuki recognized his inferiority and jumped back, panting heavily. "I won't lose to you." Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The result was not as intended. Instead of the powerful fireball he'd achieved through training with Itake, only a small, pathetic ball of fire emerged, which Niji easily sidestepped with a smirk. "What? Why didn't that work?" Suzuki asked aloud. "Take a look at your arms," Niji simply stated. Suzuki's eyes widened when he saw angry red dots all over his arms. "I stopped the chakra flow to your arms. It does surprise me, though, that you were able to move and form a jutsu. Still, you have lost this match." No, it is not over yet, Suzuki shouted angrily. Itachi shook his head. He knew Niji was the Hyuga clan's prodigy, but he hadn't realized the boy was this good. He should have waited to enter his team into the exams. As Suzuki blindly charged Niji, chakra swirling around him, Niji merely smirked. You are in range of my divination. Wait, what? That alarmed Itachi. The Hyuga was that good. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Niji announced, confirming Itachi's fears. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. The Hyuga finished, and the Uchiha was violently thrown onto his back, Suzuki desperately trying to move and finish the fight, terrified of failing his big brother. It's done. I have sealed your chakra points, Niji said as he walked away. Call it. Heiei sighed, knowing further struggle would injure Suzuki. As he called the match, Suzuki struggled more, as if desperately trying to prove himself. At that moment, his sensei and brother, Itachi, came down and placed a calming hand on the younger Uchiha. That's enough, Suzuki-kun, Itachi said calmly. There is always next time, and next time, I will make sure all 3 of you are more prepared. I am sorry I was not a good enough teacher. Suzuki could barely believe what he was hearing. Itachi wasn't mad at him for failing? He was apologetic? Why? Itachi believed in him, but then again, felt he wasn't a good teacher? It was all too much for the young Uchiha, who passed out from having his chakra so violently blocked. He would ask his brother what he meant later, as he felt he had failed him. While many were touched by Itachi's display of brotherly love, others, specifically Gaara and Menma, couldn't care less. Gaara, due to his upbringing, was still trying to understand why Lee's sensei, Guy, had gone to such lengths to save his student. Why were all these leaf ninjas so soft? Then there was Menma. He admitted he'd never been a good brother after Jiraiya declared Naruto would never amount to anything. He'd ragged on Naruto to the point of wishing for his death, so he didn't understand brotherly love at all. He didn't even get along with his sister because of that incident. She was on Naruto's side, unlike him. As he pondered this, the board once again cycled through names. Shikamaru vs Menma. Really? Awesome, Menma replied upon seeing it was his turn. As he walked down, his mind remained on his family. A small part of him still yearned for a normal family, to return to old times. However, his paranoia had consumed him, twisting his mind to believe that if he were weak like Naruto, he would be unloved, unwanted. At that point, he would be just like Naruto, as good as dead. Shikamaru groaned as he descended to the arena floor, watching Itachi take Suzuki to the infirmary. His attention then shifted to his opponent, Menma. It was no secret that Menma hated Naruto and anyone who sided with him. Yet, it was clear that Itachi's display of brotherly love and kindness had affected the black-haired Namikaze. To be honest, Shikamaru was unsure he could beat Menma, even if he was distracted. Menma was a publicly known Jinchuriki not afraid to use his demonic chakra if needed. He would need a good strategy to win. But, I do know he is a berserker, maybe I can use that to my advantage like that Kuratsuki chick did to Koji, he thought. Menma was jolted from his thoughts, as was Shikamaru, when Heiei announced the start of the match. He smirked arrogantly. Heh, this will be easy seeing you are one of my pathetic little brother's friends. So how's it been being low-level fodder Nara? You do realize that you are the same rank as me? Shikamaru asked dully. It was good to know some people never changed, though he couldn't fathom how Naruto put up with him. In the stands, the Jonin and some genin frowned at Menma's behavior, while Minato seemed to be struggling internally. Fa, I am better than you lazy weakling. I am the Hokage's son, Menma shouted gleefully. And I'll show you why, and maybe then you will wake up and dump that idiot brother of mine as a friend. Shikamaru merely sighed. Same old Menma. Well, whatever. It is not up to you whose friend I am. I am free, like a drifting cloud, to choose who I want to be friends with. You belittle others just for being his friend, which makes you a really bad guy, much less of a brother. What? Are you paranoid that mommy and daddy will hate you if you act like a real brother? Menma clamped his mouth shut, glaring murderously at the shadow user. Shikamaru, though lazy and unmotivated, was fiercely loyal to his friends, and Menma often infuriated him, especially in his presence. So, Shikamaru spoke his mind to deliberately provoke the Jinchuriki. I am going to enjoy beating you, Menma stated, then drew a kunao and rushed the pineapple-haired ninja, going for a stab. Shikamaru quickly decided, drawing his own kunao to deflect Menma's strike. He succeeded, knocking Menma's kunao completely out of his hand, catching the redhead off guard. This was exactly what he needed. He channeled chakra to his shadow and sent it after the redhead. Shit, Menma roared, jumping backward and backpedaling away from the Nara to the point where his shadow stopped and then retracted. Damn, I thought that would work, Shikamaru stated, eyeing Menma carefully, who seemed to be maintaining a safe distance. This made Shikamaru smile as he assumed his thinking stance. Menma saw this stance and snorted. What the fuck are you doing? This is a battle, you fuckwad. When he received no response from the Nara, he growled. Don't ignore me, he shouted, blindly charging at the Nara. Upon reaching his opponent, he delivered a fierce, now Kyuubi-enhanced punch, only to hit a piece of wood. What? You're annoying and easy to piss off, Shikamaru droned from his position opposite Menma in the arena. Still, this will be over quick. Shadow strike. As soon as he said that, Menma noticed many shadow tendrils heading his way, seemingly following along the wall or the faint shadows cast by whatever was on the roof. While Asuma hadn't taught him much, being the good kind of lazy like Shikamaru, his father had insisted he learn a few jutsu, just in case. Now he was putting those new techniques to use. Still, it was troublesome to learn them. Menma sensed that if those shadows touched him, it wouldn't be pleasant. As they neared, they suddenly leaped from the surface they traveled on and tried to stab him, but he managed to dodge them. However, on the last one, he was a bit tired, so it struck him in the shoulder, drawing blood and knocking him back. However, when he tried to move, he couldn't. What? Shadow possession success, Shikamaru stated, confirming Menma's fears as he was forced to look up to see a visibly tired Shikamaru, more tired than usual. Man, that was troublesome. So what now? Menma asked, trying to battle the shadow with his chakra, hoping to break free. This is where you give up. I am tired of fighting. I just want to go to my special hill and stare at the clouds, the Nara replied. However, for some reason, a shiver ran up his spine. This was because, after seeing his students work so hard to win their matches, Asuma was actually thinking of ways to train them. After all, they never told him they learned more family-based jutsu. Oh, this would be fun. I don't think I am ready to give up just like that, Menma said calmly, having stopped his struggling. His serenity was eerie to the Nara. And why is that? Shikamaru asked in a bored manner. A sadistic grin formed on Menma's face, disturbing a few people, mostly Shikamaru. Because, it is my turn. At that, the wound on Menma's shoulder exploded in a shower of blood that formed spears, shooting directly at the Nara. The hell? Shikamaru yelled, forced to release his jutsu just to evade the blood spears. However, as they shot back to Menma like a bungee, they circled around and attacked again and again. Okay, I give up, Shikamaru shouted when he felt himself slowed down and the blood almost nicked him. At this point, the blood spears were mere centimeters away from him when they froze in midair. Menma looked at Shikamaru in disbelief for a moment before shrugging, and the blood retracted back into him. Fine by me, weakling, the redhead said as he walked back up to the stands. You aren't worth killing anyway. Shikamaru glared at Menma's retreating form before collapsing onto his butt in exhaustion. This was worse than when his mother made him do chores around the house. Such a pain in the ass. But you still did well, Asuma said as he appeared next to the young Nara and offered him a hand. Yeah, but I get this horrible feeling that after seeing what we could do individually, you are going to start actually training us more, Shikamaru muttered. At his sensei's dark smile, he just groaned. Troublesome. Oh, don't be like that. It will help you in the long run, Asuma replied as he led his student back to his team in the stands. Joy, more work, Shikamaru groaned. Heiei just shook his head at the scene before signaling for the matchup board to go again. Karu vs Hinata. Good luck, both Naruto and Kiba said to their respective teammates. The girls just smiled at that as they made their way down. Kiba was visibly taken aback, mostly by Hinata's sudden shift from meekness to readiness for a fight. You have got to be kidding me, he muttered. I think most fangirls would say something along the lines of true love conquers all, Shino stated, earning odd looks from Kiba and their sensei, Kurane. Was that a joke? Kiba inquired. Maybe, Shino replied, a subtle upward turn of his lips barely discernible. Kakashi chuckled upon hearing this. So, you two think she will win? Menma shrugged. We've already learned not to underestimate the Hyuga clan, he said, appreciating their strength. However, that was their prodigy. This girl is their clan heir, known to be meek and weak. I'd say Kuru can easily win. It could go either way, Naruto simply stated, believing Hinata might be holding back significantly, much like himself. Back in the arena, the two girls glared at each other as Heiei signaled the start. Hinata, Karu. They stood momentarily, assessing each other's improvements. Hinata, in truth, had vastly improved and maintained her meek facade to deceive opponents, similar to Heiei's feigned illness. Karu, subtly, noticed this in Hinata's stance. Still, Kuru declared, you won't win, referring not only to the battle but also their thinly veiled rivalry for Naruto's affection. It was no secret both Kuru and Hinata had a crush on Naruto, though he remained oblivious due to his own life plans. Kuratsuka groaned, recognizing Hinata as new competition for Naruto, but agreed with Kuru the young Hyuga wouldn't win. We'll see about that, Hinata retorted with a stone face, her usual meekness gone, startling many who knew her, especially her cousin Niji and her team. She then charged Kuru with surprising speed, striking her heart with a gentle fist palm strike before the redhead could react. Kuru looked shocked by sweet Hinata's attack but then managed a weak smile. Nicely done, she said before her form dissolved into water, revealing a water clone. Hineda's eyes widened, and she swiftly scanned for her opponent, finding her a few feet away. So, you use water jutsu now. This won't be easy since I do the same. Really? I thought all Hyuga were more aligned to Earth, Kuru stated. They are, and father wasn't happy, Hinata replied, recalling his displeasure when she revealed her water affinity. But it just proves I'm like my mother. She explained it was why she wasn't proficient in the Hyuga's fighting style. However, it had a silver lining. Her father gave her mother's notes on a new Hyuga-based fighting style. She swore she saw him crack a small smile as she looked through them. Niji narrowed his eyes. He knew Hinata was different and now was his chance to see how. He wondered if her fate dictated she win against a Jinchuriki. Well, this will be fun then, Kuru said, a smile cracking on her face. She now knew she couldn't get close to Hinata, not wanting her chakra sealed like Suzuki's. Let's see if you can handle this. Water style, exploding water shock wave. A torrent of water erupted from her mouth, swirling around her like a raging wave. Due to her large chakra reserves, this was a simple jutsu for the Namikaze, perhaps with a bit more water than required, but who cared? Kura smirked at Hinata's panicked expression and thrust her hand forward, sending the wave crashing toward the young Hyuga. Hinata was indeed panicking. This was unexpected. She had to think fast to avoid drowning from this water jutsu. Then a technique her father taught her and Hanabi together resurfaced. After her revelation, her father had trained them both, comparing their styles. He had noted that due to their current power, they needed to use it together. Oh well. Back off. 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm, she yelled, and a wall of wind clashed with the encroaching water. As her father had warned, she wasn't ready to use its full form alone, and the water crashed around her. The two walls cancelled each other in a violent explosion, knocking her back into the water now covering the arena floor. Ugh, wow, didn't know you had it in you, Kuru replied, shocked by Hinata's move. I thought you were just this weak little girl. Now I know you aren't. There is a lot about me you don't know, Hinata declared. Water style, water needles. The water around her rose and shot at Kuru, forcing her to dodge the nearly endless flow of water-based needles that still managed to hit her quite often. In hindsight, perhaps creating all that water was a bad idea. Hinata stopped the jutsu after a few minutes to conserve chakra, noting Kuru was in bad shape, or rather, her clothes were, from the cuts. Her natural Uzumaki and Jinchuriki healing factor had already kicked in, making Hinata tisk at forgetting that detail. Kuru stared at Hinata, contemplating her next move as another idea formed. Slamming her fist to the water-covered ground, she unleashed her next jutsu, water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Hinata felt her blood run cold as the water around her bubbled as if boiling. Then, all at once, water sharks leaped from the surface, attacking her. No, it won't end like this. I've grown too much to die here, Hinata stated in fear before her mother's scroll came to mind. She couldn't use the technique at full power yet, but it would have to do. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata cried out, catching Niji's attention. She wildly moved her hands and arms, forming a checkered chakra wall with each wave. It was a chakra-based barrier her mother had conceived but never implemented. Hinata had tweaked it to her needs, creating an impressive jutsu. Oh, that is just awesome. Kick her ass, Hinata. Kiba shouted as all the water sharks exploded on contact with the wall, spraying water around her. Quite unexpected. Good for her, Shino managed to praise, genuinely impressed. Kurane merely nodded happily. Naruto agreed with Shino, watching the battle with a lazy gaze that Menma scoffed at. However, Naruto was actually analyzing the fight and noticed Kuru's hand still in the water, a smirk on her face. She wasn't done yet. He was proven correct when she announced, Ice Style, Nitro Prison. All the water flash froze instantly, encasing the formerly wet Hinata as a frozen statue, her eyes darting around. There, that was fun, Kuru replied, freeing herself from her own ice and walking toward Hinata as Heiei called the match, feeling it was enough, signifying Kuru's victory. Overdone but true. Now can you free her and get rid of all this ice? Heiei asked. Sure, Kuru chirped. She tapped her foot on the ground, and a wave of chakra shot out, evaporating all the ice, leaving Hinata a shivering mess. Still, not hating the girl, Kuru offered a hand up. I win this round. Fine. Hinata stuttered as they made their way back up the stairs to the stands. I guess I have the last battle of the day, Naruto replied lazily. Heh, don't mess up, loser, Menma taunted, only to be hit in the shoulder by Kuru as she approached them. Shut up, she simply stated, making Menma sweat, fearing she would stomp him out again. Naruto versus Kiba. Finally, Kiba cried, hating to wait and itching to fight. He jumped into the lead, waiting impatiently as Naruto took the stairs. When the blonde was finally across from him, Kiba smirked. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Naruto eyed Kiba, then glanced at everyone else, his gaze briefly landing on his father before returning to Kiba. An easygoing smile crossed Naruto's features. Please don't. Ha! Well, if you're sure, dude, Kiba said, not really wanting to hurt his friend too much. When Heiei signaled them to start, Kiba remained still for a moment, wondering what Naruto was planning. Sure, Naruto hadn't shown much in the academy, and everyone thought he was weak due to his parents' neglect and his brother's constant bad attitude, but Kiba knew there was more. He could smell it on Naruto, power. The blonde had it then, and he had even more now. Only time would tell when Naruto revealed it. Naruto stood there looking bored, but he was actually contemplating what to reveal. Ghost Step and Jetstream were out, he needed them for a later battle when the entire village would witness his true power. The same could be said for his other tri-seal involving light manipulation, mind power, and the Sharingan. People would undoubtedly question how he acquired those. That's it. The first power he revealed to Kakashi, Chakra Projection, would work for this battle. Fine, I'll just draw his power out, Kiba thought, popping a strange pill alongside Akamaru. The puppy turned red and feral for a moment before they were engulfed in smoke, revealing two feral-looking Kibas. Okay, he's really not making this easy, Naruto thought as the two rushed and kicked him into a nearby wall. Ugh, not easy at all. And I can't retaliate with my dust-style taijutsu. Come on, fight me for real, I know you aren't as weak as you seem, one of the Kibas roared as they flanked him, jumping at him with raised fists. Fine, Naruto said calmly, spreading his hands to either side. As they glowed a bright blue, Kakashi knew what he was about to do and nodded to himself. This was good, Naruto was finally showing his power off in front of his father. In an instant, two balls of pure chakra shot from Naruto's hands, sending the Kibas flying in opposite directions. Up in the stands, Menma frowned at the sight of the chakra balls again. He hadn't seen Naruto use them since their teamwork exam with Kakashi. Why wait so long to use them when they could have been useful before? With the Hokage, Minato narrowed his eyes at Naruto's display. Naruto was supposed to be weak and talentless, where did this come from? Still, he was both happy and pissed at the same time and couldn't figure out why his feelings were so conflicting. Back in the arena, Kiba laughed. Now we're getting somewhere. Alright, Akamaru, let's get started as well. With a nod from his partner, the two leaped into the air, twisting violently like a drill. Gatsuga. This seemed to catch Naruto off guard as he was blasted away. When they circled back, Naruto was prepared. He quickly got up before sending a barrage of chakra balls at Kiba and Akamaru's rotating forms. They all bounced off, but they managed to slow them down just enough for Naruto to easily leap out of the way. The two stopped spinning and glared at Naruto. Stop playing around and fight. Gatsuga. Kiba shouted before both of them charged Naruto again. Naruto smiled, Kiba genuinely cared enough to fight seriously. However, that wasn't the plan at the moment. But it couldn't hurt to reveal a few more energy-based attacks. So he let them hit him, revealing he was just a shadow clone. They stopped again, searching for Naruto. They found him where they had been when they stopped, observing two blue, disc-like constructs in the blonde's hands. Kiba smirked before charging with another Gatsuga. Naruto threw the discs like frisbees, and they expanded to match Kiba and Akamaru's rotating forms. Since the discs also rotated, when the two hit each other, a loud grinding sound forced everyone to cover their ears. Menma, however, liked the idea of Naruto's energy discs, and his mind began working on another jutsu it inspired. When it became too much, the discs exploded, sending Kiba and Akamaru crashing backward into the ground, hard. Alright, whatever, I am winning this, Kiba called out, no longer caring about making Naruto reveal his full power. Sure, this was power, but he felt Naruto was holding much more back. So he and Akamaru rushed Naruto with their superior speed, feigning a punch. Kiba smirked when Naruto moved to dodge. He then switched tactics, dropping thick smoke bombs that covered half the arena. Ha! I win now, Naruto. You can't see me, but I smell you. Gatsuga. Kiba shouted excitedly as he and his dog tried striking Naruto again, hoping to end the battle quickly. However, when he was sure he'd hit the blonde, he passed right through him. What the hell, he muttered aloud before curving back around to try and hit Naruto again. What came next was Naruto sending out two overcharged chakra balls at them. The first hit Akamaru so hard he was knocked out of his transformation, into a wall outside the smoke cloud, and simply knocked unconscious. The second one hit Kiba dead center in the chest, knocking him out of the quickly dissipating smoke cloud. He noticed, however, that it seemed to stretch his form. Planetary attraction. Naruto's voice called out, catching Kiba's attention. That's when he noticed why the smoke had dissipated so quickly. All around him were balls of energy, and when Naruto finished his sentence, they all converged on his form, battering him at high velocity. Kiba fell to the ground afterward, unconscious. Naruto had won, and the arena was deathly quiet. Oh yeah, that was badass. Well, not for long, as Kura cheered for her brother and teammate, while Menma smirked, trying not to look impressed by covering it up with a scowl. Naruto looked around to see flabbergasted expressions on the Jonins' faces, while the Genin were very impressed by that last display of power. Naruto had proven he could win a battle on his own. Minato tried to be happy, he really did, and his face showed pride, but he still felt an urge to be mad at the boy. Thankfully, he was fighting it, as it made no sense to him to be angry. That was a spectacular battle, all of them were, Minato stated, getting everyone's attention. Now, I need the winners to line up for Anko, who will be handing out numbers to you all so we can decide who will be fighting whom when we hold the third round of the Chunin exams in a month's time. Wait, why in a month? Kurotsuki asked aloud. It's mostly because this will be a public event, and we need time to prepare for all our guests from outside the village, Minato said. As a plus, this helps you all by giving you time to prepare to fight your opponent. Now that you've seen what they can do, you will need to train to combat them. When he noticed Anko nod, it signified she was done handing out numbers. Okay, I need you all to say out loud what number you have so Anko can set up the brackets for the next round. 6, Ino. 3, Tamari. 8, Shino. 1, Kurotsuki replied with a smirk. 10, Gaara. 9, Akatsuki. 7, Niji. 4, Menma. 2, Kura stated, then glared at Kurotsuki, the tension palpable until the next person spoke. After all, they had already figured out they would be fighting each other. 5, Naruto. Alright, here we go. These are the matches for the next round. Prepare accordingly, Anko stated as she flipped her clipboard around to show them all. Upcoming matches Kurotsuki vs Kuro Tamari vs Menma Naruto vs Ino Niji vs Shino Akatsuki vs Gaara. After that, Minato said they were free to go. Naruto sighed happily as he soaked in Konoha's local hot spring. He needed this after sneaking away from everyone to avoid questions. So, he had to fight Ino in the next round? That was fine, she wasn't too strong, but then again, she was just strong enough if she wanted to continue with her hair-based jutsu. It was perfect for him. However, his thoughts were cut short when he heard perverted giggling. Growling, the blonde got up, put on a towel, and went outside to confront that stupid pervert. When he reached the person, he froze as anger coursed through his veins. Jiraiya, Naruto growled, making the Toad Sage freeze at the unconscious killing intent Naruto was emitting. The Toad Sage slowly turned to see Naruto glaring at him. Oh, Minato's son, right? Naruto, was it? Jiraiya replied after regaining his composure. He knew he was treading on thin ice with the boy, it really was him he had sensed in the forest. Yes, Naruto replied stiffly. Oh, good. Jiraiya said cheerfully. Look, I was supposed to train Menma for the third round, but he declined, and Kuro doesn't like me, so want me to train you instead? Of course, Jiraiya was lying through his teeth about Menma, but Naruto didn't know that. In truth, he needed to help Naruto because the true prophecy revolved around him, he just knew it. He just hoped Naruto forgave him when he told the boy the truth, eventually. Flashback. So what is this prophecy now? Jiraiya asked the elder Toad Sage when he called him. Apparently, it had changed from when he thought it involved Minato. The world's fate shall be decided by a single person. If they let hate consume them and turn their back on the family that neglected them so, then the world will forever be lost in the fires of war. But if they learn to forgive and trust their siblings to have their back, then the world shall know salvation, the old toad said before falling asleep. Jiraiya nodded and left to return to the leaf to deliver the news. However, when he returned, he saw how things truly were inside in defeat and fear. I have to make something up, or else things will only get worse. I just hope that kid forgives me. End flashback. No, Naruto said simply as he walked away to get his clothes. His time in the hot springs was over because some pervert had ruined it for him. Still, he had some scathing parting words for the old sage. Besides, you wouldn't want me as a student, after all, I am nothing. At that, Jiraiya visibly flinched and then froze. Did Naruto hear what he said that day? As he finished getting dressed, he felt a pull of sorts and knew his summon monkeys needed to speak with him. Summoning Jutsu. Out of the smoke came Gaku and Vegeta once again, this time followed by Sunsen. What's up, guys? Gramps needs to speak with you. He feels the need to train you more, Vegeta replied in an uncaring manner. Yeah, something about you being our next sage, Gaku rambled on. Sunsen shook her head and took his arm. Come on, we'll bring you to him. Wait, what was all Naruto managed to say before all four of them disappeared? Just in time too, because Jiraiya burst onto the scene. Wait, Naruto. I can explain. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Great, now I have to talk to Tsunade. Jiraiya shivered, that was not going to be a pleasant experience. After all, she still hated him. Jiraiya-sama. Oh, Inoichi. I knew I'd find you here. I need your help in training my daughter. Wah! The arena was packed. Everyone was eager to see the children of the cages duke it out before them. The Hokage's 3 children, the Kazekige's 2 children, and the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. There were even clan heirs. While the visiting lords and other members of the crowd chatted excitedly, a certain Toad Sage was in a constant state of panic. he had truly and royally messed up. Why? When he attempted to get Naruto to let him teach the kid for the upcoming Chunin exam finals, it failed horribly. Naruto had strongly hinted that he overheard Jiraiya the day he told the family the fake prophecy. So, when he went to clear things up with Naruto, he couldn't find him at all. Even when he went to Tsunade at the hospital, he told her the truth, and she went apeshit on him, beating him once again within an inch of his life. She screamed at him for being such a dumbass that he mentally scarred a little kid who already had problems. In the end, after she healed him, of course, and got the full story, she shook her head before going out to search for the kid as well. However, they couldn't find him, and that worried her. They just hoped he would show up on the day of the finals. Then came Jiraiya's other problem. He had been requested by Inoichi to train his daughter, Ino. The man, however, threatened the sage that if he was caught peeping on his daughter, he would suffer a fate worse than death. And coming from a mind walker, Jiraiya believed it. An unexpected arrival and a brother's scorn. "Where's Naruto? I haven't seen him all month," Kuro exclaimed, scanning the arena. "Feh, he probably wizened up and cut his losses," Menma sneered, drawing the attention of the other contestants. "What the fuck is your problem with him?" Kurotsuka shot back, her irritation flaring. "Only the strong survive in this world. The weak should just die or be killed off," Menma stated, an annoyed look from his sister and disbelief from the others, except Gaara, who remained impassive but knew it wasn't the truth. "He's the weakest person I know, and he's family. It won't be tolerated." Before Menma could continue, a puff of smoke erupted, revealing a figure as the wind swept it away. The figure wore steel-toed black boots, black pants with shuriken and kunai holsters, and a zipped-up white hoodie with silver stripes on the sleeves, cuffs, and bottom hem. The hood was pulled up, obscuring their face, and a metal gauntlet, pieced together like a puzzle, adorned their right hand. "Who are you?" the proctor, Genma, asked. "Naruto," the figure replied, pulling down the hood to reveal a slightly more angular face. "What happened to Hayate? He had an accident and is in the hospital. Now that you're here, I'll see if the Hokage is ready," Genma said, then vanished. Cage box observations and tournament commencement. In the cage box, 4 of the 5 cage sat the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Tsuchikage, Oniki, the Kaze cage, Gaara's father, and the Mizu cage, Yagura. Until now, they'd been idly chatting. Oniki, upon seeing Naruto appear, smiled. He'd learned from Kurotsuka's letters that Naruto had been taking his training seriously, but had hidden his abilities, planning to reveal them at the Chunin exams to spite his parents. Oniki reveled in it. "Oh good, your oldest has arrived. I was starting to worry he'd picked up his sensei's bad habit of being late," Oniki remarked. "I am very glad he hasn't," Minato replied with a frown. Oniki glanced at Minato, thinking, "So, you're starting to fight the hatred infection? I wonder if it's too late." "Should we begin then?" the Kaze cage asked, his veil gone, revealing a resemblance to an older Gaara. "That would be nice," Yagura's young voice responded with boredom. "Very well," Minato said, standing to address the village. "Welcome once again to the Chunin exam finals." The crowd roared. Kushina, seated next to Mikato, smiled. "Let the tournament begin. Kuro vs Kurotsuka, a test of endurance." "Well, that was quick," Genma muttered, reappearing beside the contestants. "Alright, the first match is between Kuro of Konoha and Kurotsuka of IWA. The rest need to go to the contestant box." As the others moved to the box, Genma started to sweat, watching the two girls glare at each other, radiating a fair amount of killing intent. "Okay, begin," he said before vanishing. "Heh, I doubt trying to piss you off will work like it did with that Koji kid," Kurotsuka smirked. "That's right," Kuro countered with her own smirk. "But I can think of only one thing, I'm still going to make your brother mine," Kurotsuka stated as if it were fact. "And I said no," Kuro retorted with a glare before they both charged. Kuro brought out the Raijin, forcing the Iwa Kunoichi to block with a kunai. In hindsight, this was a poor choice, as the lightning blade electrified the kunai, numbing her arm and rendering it useless. "Fuck," Kurotsuka roared, jumping back to create distance. "Not going to work. Water-style, jet-stream bullets," Kuro shouted, forcibly ripping water from the air, circling it around her fists, then punching repeatedly, sending tail jets of water at the Iwa Kunoichi. "Damn, she's making this hard, but it's my own fault," Kurotsuka muttered, managing to perform a few one-handed seals. Lava-style, rebound wall. She stomped the ground, sending her energy into it. The ground shook violently before exploding into a spiky wall of orange rubber. The water jets harmlessly bounced off the wall. Kurotsuka then smiled brightly, catching the red-headed girl off guard. "My turn. Lava-style, rubber funhouse." "Rubber what?" Kuro asked as Kurotsuka became cloaked in her own rubber, then shot the rest at her. Kuro luckily dodged the volley of rubber spikes but then felt pain. The rubber bounced off walls and trees, and even if they lost their edges, the blunt force trauma hurt like hell. Cage box commentary and the fight's conclusion. "Well, I honestly thought Kuro was winning," Yagura stated. While it's amazing she managed to pull water from the air like that at such a young age, she still could have ended the fight quickly if she'd electrified those jet stream bullets and fired from different angles. True, but she's just a genin, Jinchuriki or not, Minato began. He was glad she was doing such a good job. Of course, he and Kushina had only taught her and Menma a few ninja techniques before the academy, focusing more on her Jinchuriki training, yet she was still doing well, and he was proud of her. Still, I'm glad Kakashi trained her well. Let's see if she has the skills to survive my granddaughter's rubber funhouse, Oniki replied. Indeed, that jutsu looks brutal, the Kaze Cage replied with a wince as Kuro was struck in the back. Naruto and Menma's perspectives. Yeah, that looked like it hurt, Naruto replied with a wince upon seeing Kuro get hit. Agreed, but if she can't face this, then she's as weak as you, Menma countered, confident he could withstand the jutsu. Naruto stared at the raven-haired boy for a moment, then shook his head. Kuru's resilience and Kurotsuka's concession. Arg! Kuro screamed as another rubber ball hit her, tearing her clothes slightly. Even with accelerated healing as an Uzumaki and a Kyuubi Jinchuriki, it hurt like hell to have her bones broken so easily and then repaired just as quickly, only for it to happen again in seconds. Thankfully, the jutsu had its chakra limit. The Iwa Kunoichi knew it cost her a lot of chakra, but it was worth it to wear out her opponent even if just a little. She was already at a large disadvantage with her arm uselessly numb, but now she had used too much chakra. Kara saw this and smirked tiredly. So you're at your chakra limit while I'm at my pain limit. That's good, because as a Jinchuriki, I have plenty of chakra. Water style, pulsation. Kara sent a chakra pulse into the air, which returned to her, then pulsed into the ground. Kurotsuka felt the pulse, then another, and another. It was like a mini earthquake, and she had a hard time keeping her balance. Eventually, she fell onto all fours and panicked. That panic stemmed from the ground becoming so soggy that it was just muck and mud, clinging to and holding her in place. With the ground as soggy as it is, I doubt I could pull off my last new jutsu, the Iwa Kunoichi thought sadly. In her condition, she knew she couldn't fight her way out of the muck. So, there was only one option. With a sad smile, she said, "Alright, I give up." Hati came the intelligent reply from her opponent as she stopped her jutsu, and the ground quickly dried up, freeing Kurotsuka. I know my limits. After that lightning blade numbed my arm, I had to use one-handed hand seals for those jutsu. I just learned how to do that, so it took a lot of effort and chakra. That wiped me out, and when you used that pulse jutsu, I didn't have the energy to fight it. Well, to still put up a good fight, those rubber balls really hurt, Kuro replied, rubbing her back. The redhead walked over to her opponent and held out her hand. Come on, let's let the others fight so we can rest. Kurotsuka smiled tiredly. Some rest would be nice, she replied, taking the hand before the two girls trudged to the contestant box, never noticing the dead silence of the crowd at the display of good sportsmanship. I'm still not giving up on him, though. Karu just groaned. Ugh, now it's you and Hinata both. Genma shook his head with a smile. Well, it would seem that Kuranami Kaze won that one. Slowly, the crowd began to clap. It wasn't every day they saw two ninja act friendly after a fight. They loved it. Cage box reactions to Karu's victory. Minato chuckled. Yeah, I can see her doing that, he said, referring to his daughter being a good winner and helping her opponent off the field. That was nice of her, Oniki grunted. Still, that last jutsu was interesting. Indeed, she used the leftover saturated air and pumped it into the ground, using what was in the ground as well for her jutsu. Amazing, Yagura praised. Wish some of my own ninja were that good. Well, you can't have her, Minato laughed, making the childlike Mizu Cage grunt in annoyance. Menma vs Temari, a display of power. Our next fight consists of Menma of Konoha and Temari of Suna, Genma announced. Temari decided to use her fan to float down to the arena. Once on the ground, she turned and looked expectantly at the contestant box, specifically at Menma. Menma chuckled to himself. Trying to show off, eh? Two can play at that game, hot stuff. With that, he turned crimson before evaporating. In the arena, Menma appeared in a swirl of blood, a blood shunshin. Well, this should be interesting, Temari replied. She knew she was pretty good with her wind element, but Menma hadn't shown much of his skill with the power of blood. This could be a real challenge. Genma looked between the two show-offs and sighed. Begin. With that, he disappeared again. Menma, not wanting to waste time, cut open his palms, letting the blood flow freely, catching Temari somewhat off guard. That was his aim as he quickly rushed her, the blood on his hands forming spikes. He swiped at the girl but missed as she used her flexibility to dodge backward. Temari then fully unfolded her fan. Wind style, wind scythe jutsu. The move bashed Menma high into the air and began to slice into him from all angles, making his blood fly everywhere. Despite the pain the wind blades caused, he was smiling painfully. Stupid move, girl, he shouted as he fell, but his blood stayed where it was. Blood style, crimson rain. What? Temari shouted as the blood took on the shapes of thousands of needles. How could I have been so stupid? I had hoped that if he lost enough blood, he wouldn't have much energy left to fight. Damn it, blood jutsu from a Jinchuriki is insane. Wind style, cyclone wall. The jutsu formed a high-powered cyclone around her and forcefully scattered the blood away. Once it died down, she saw Menma standing there with his arms crossed and a condescending smile. "Ha, try all you want, girl, you can't beat me. Want to know why? Because you are weak," Menma replied. "Plus, you are fighting me, the Jinchuriki of the dark half of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. There is nothing stronger than me." "Oh, shut up, you self-righteous prick," Tamari raged. During her time in Konoha, she had heard a lot about Menma. Some of the population liked him, but most thought he was a prick who needed to be taken down a peg or 10, and she was willing to do so. She just hoped the new jutsu she had been working on worked. After all, blood couldn't form a defense, right? "So go ahead, I'll give you a free shot. Give me your worst," Menma shouted back, completely ignoring the blonde Suna Kunoichi's words. Cagebox insights and Menma's unexpected transformation. Minato frowned. He had been gaining control the more he fought the influence that pitted him against Naruto. He noticed that he had spoiled Menma, which led to his current attitude. But there was something else in Menma that he noticed. Did he really force a mindset on the boy to make him think that if he was strong, he would be loved, and if he was weak, then he would be rejected? Why? Oniki looked at his neighbor and nodded to himself. The young gun was finally seeing his actions. Hopefully, Naruto actually broke Minato away from the virus. Gaara's father smirked. "Well, it would seem the boy shows no true values, but I doubt he will survive my daughter's strongest jutsu." "What do you mean?" Minato asked, broken out of his inner thoughts. "Just look and you will see one of the most powerful wind jutsu at work," the Kazekage replied as they watched Tamari create a windstorm all around her until it started to shrink and then condensed around her hand in a ring-like form. The wind had gotten so dense that it glowed white. The climax of Menma versus Tamari. Wind style, pressure damage. Tamari shouted as the ring shifted into a ball, which she then hit with her folded-up fan like a bat, sending it toward Menma's still smirking form until it exploded in his face. The result was a fairly large ball of condensed wind energy exploding all around him, creating a crater as it ground itself into the ground. However, it was small, only a few feet wide, but the power was still there, and everyone felt it. When the technique died down, Tamari paled at what she saw. Instead of the hope for smear on the ground, Menma stood there, still as a statue. At least, she thought it was Menma, because in his place was a tall figure with void-black skin. His clothes barely looked ripped as they too were covered in that same blackness, same with his hair. What really scared her, though, was that his eyes were blood-red with slits in them, and his teeth had all sharpened to look very pointy, with no lips. "Huh, is that it?" Menma asked with a raspy voice. "I told you that you couldn't beat me." At Tamari's questioning look, as well as the general confusion of the audience, he decided to enlighten them. "This form you see is me covering myself with large amounts of my own blood and then hardening it with the iron in it to the point it can resist any attacks." At this, Tamari knew she didn't stand a chance. "And you know what else?" "It is a great conductor," Menma replied, his creepy smile growing wider as red lightning sparked off his form before he disappeared in a zigzag streak of lightning. The next thing Tamari knew was Menma's fist buried in her gut, knocking the wind out of her and sending a powerful shock through her system. Letting out a silent scream, she fell to the ground at Menma's feet. Genma appeared on the scene, checking to make sure Tamari was okay. Thankfully, she was still alive, but she was knocked out. Looking back at Menma, he saw his blood armor receding back into his various cuts, which then sealed themselves up. "Well, Menma wins." The crowd applauded, making the boy feel smugger as he made his way back to the contestant box as a medical team took Tamari away. "Will Naruto and Ino come down to the arena? Your fight is next." Naruto vs Ino, a battle of wits and inner worlds. Naruto frowned as he walked down the arena wall while Ino used the stairwell. Beating Menma was going to be more of a challenge than he thought. That blood armor was something else, but so was Tamari's pressure jutsu. Oh well, he had another fight to do first before he thought up a plan to beat his brother. Looking around, he noticed he was already on the arena floor, standing a few feet away from an annoyed-looking Ino. His eyes then traveled to the crowd, spotting his mother not really paying attention as she chatted with Mikado. He then eyed Jiraiya. He hated that man, and his offer for training was just insulting. Good thing the monkeys summoned him when they did. Finally, his eyes traveled to the cage box, where he saw his father giving him his full attention. Looking back at Ino, he wondered how much he would have to reveal when he fought her. However, he did notice her hair was longer than before. What could that be about? Genma smiled as Ino glared at the lazy look Naruto was giving her. This should be good. Begin. With that, he took his leave. What's with that look, Naruto? You think this is just as troublesome as my teammate? Ino asked, mentally smirking when she heard a certain someone sneeze up in the stands. Naruto smiled a lazy smile. Maybe, but you aren't very strong, being a fangirl and all. That did it as Ino's face went red with anger. I'll have you know I actually trained for this fight. Ino shouted. That perverted old sage, Jiraiya, trained me thanks to my daddy. Naruto frowned at that as a dark glint shined in his eye. Oh really? Naruto replied, his laziness gone, catching the attention of a few people in the audience. Are you jealous that I got training from a legend, even if he is a pervert? Ino stated with a smirk, ignoring said teacher shouting that he was a super pervert from the audience. Or are you jealous that a beautiful girl like me went after hotter guys like Sasuke and your brother? Naruto chuckled darkly. No, I am not interested in shallow girls like you, and as for Jiraiya, I am nothing to people like him. As he said that, Ino shivered at the creepy tone he used. Up in the stands, Tsunade let loose a tear. She didn't get to comment on it either because Naruto had enough talking and sprang into action by launching a volley of chakra balls into the air. Ino saw the balls of chakra freeze for a second, and that was all she needed. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Her hair flowed all around her before hardening, shielding her from the barrage of chakra balls. As the smoke started to clear, Ino smirked and said, Ninja Art Needle Hell. The hair all around her suddenly went on end and shot straight at Naruto's position. Heh, too easy, Naruto replied as he formed a ball of chakra in front of his chest. He then threw it forward, and it expanded into a shield. The hair needles bounced harmlessly off it. Oh, come on, Ino growled, hoping to have one already. Fine, try dodging this. Ninja Art Gauntlet of Hair. Her hair flew all around her before parts of it flowed around her arms all the way to her fists, creating golden gauntlets. With those formed, she rushed him in straight-up hand-to-hand combat that he was pretty good with. Despite that, he quickly learned that he should be dodging instead of batting away the golden fists because they could form spikes that made his hands bleed. Damn, at this rate I will need to reveal more, but what could I get away with? Maybe a little light show? Maybe a mind battle? As he was thinking of a way to end this quickly, Ino already had a plan and used the hair not being used for the gauntlets, sending chakra to them to control them like tentacles. A strand snuck around Naruto's foot and flung him into the air where she released the gauntlets and used all her hair to trap him by his arms and legs while bringing him in close. I win, she replied, Ninja Art Mind Transfer Jutsu. It was just that easy, but she did wonder why Naruto was smirking. The Mindscape and its aftermath. In the Mindscape, Ino found herself in a dimly lit room, unsure of where she was. She was supposed to have landed near Naruto's central operation and taken control. This place was not it. Hearing movement behind her, she saw her opponent leaning on the wall, but his eyes were red. I am not the one you need to worry about, the red-eyed blonde chuckled before disappearing. Huh, she replied before she was propelled into a chair, which latched onto her with metal bands. Ino, this is my world, Naruto said as he appeared with his normal blue eyes. You shouldn't have entered it. Now, be gone. He merely poked her head, and she thought she was going to go back into her own body just like that. Oh, how wrong she was. She felt a falling sensation and looked behind her to see that she was indeed falling from a very high cliff. This was not something anyone would expect, and she did the natural thing, scream. That scream turned worse, and terror and panic filled it when she saw the bottom and saw Naruto there waiting for her with a glowing katana in hand. The next thing she knew was the feeling of being run through with it in her stomach and her chair gone. Minato intently observed his eldest son. Reversing the mind transfer jutsu was truly impressive, yet it left him confused about the exact method used. Impressive, Oniki stated, a hint of disappointment in his voice that the boy hadn't utilized the dust style. Indeed, and I hear he's the black sheep of your family, Yagura remarked, scrutinizing the boy with the same intensity he had given Karu. I wonder why. The boy is powerful in his own right, the Kazekage mused. The more Minato pondered, the more he regretted his past actions. Naruto was just a baby when the attack occurred. How could it have been his fault? Why had he blamed Naruto? Minato felt a sudden jolt and leaned forward, feeling nauseous. He couldn't explain it, but he felt a strange sense of liberation. Oniki, standing nearby, felt the same pulse. Recognizing its significance, he smiled. He did pretty well, Mikato said, pleased for Naruto. Kushina merely shrugged. So he beat a fangirl. Big deal. Mikato frowned. She had training from Jiraiya, of all people. You should be proud. Kushina gave her a bored look, prompting her best friend to drop the subject for the moment. However, Mikato did notice something peculiar. The redhead froze for a second, her eyes shifting from violet to a dark red. It genuinely unnerved Mikato, as she knew her longtime friend no longer contained the Kyuubi. Though the moment passed, the entity within Kushina was displeased. It had permanently lost control over Minato and a few others. They had begun to question their unnatural hatred for the boy. This was a grave development, as continued questioning could lead to the loss of control over Kushina herself. Feh, so you won against a stronger-than-normal fangirl, that doesn't make you strong. Menma grunted as Naruto entered the contestant box. Naruto simply gave him a bored look. It's not like I was fighting for your approval. This seemed to enrage the black and red-haired boy, who suddenly slammed Naruto against the wall of the contestant box. You should, you piece of shit. You are nothing in this world, and when I become Hokage, I will slaughter weak people like you. Careful, Menma, an attitude like that will only get you killed, Naruto replied with a dangerous tone, though the boy's red-eyed stare unnerved him. Menma felt something poking him and looked down to see that Naruto had positioned a kunai near his liver, making him pale. Before he could reply, Genma announced the winner of the next round. Winner! Shino Abarame. Wait, what? Menma sputtered. I didn't even see the match start. Because you were threatening your brother, Gaara replied in his usual monotone. The one you call Shino sent his swarm of bugs at the Hyuga, quickly draining his chakra. Well, that's unexpected, Naruto commented, receiving nods from the others. Genma ushered the two off the arena and then called out, will Gaara of Suna and Akatsuki of IWA come down to the arena? Your fight is next. Gaara immediately used a San Shunshin to appear in the arena, eager to feed his mother. Akatsuki, on the other hand, remained in his spot. He leaned over the railing and declared, I forfeit. I don't have the necessary skills to take him down after what I saw him do to that spandex-wearing Leaf Genin. Genma nodded. That's fine, so the winner by forfeit is Gaara of Suna. Gaara was not amused but simply used a San Shunshin to return to the contestant box. Alright then, our next fight will be a little different, Genma began, catching everyone's attention. It will be a three-way match between Naruto, Karu, and Menma. Please come down to the arena for your fight. Get ready to die, Menma stated, disappearing in a blood Shunshin. Karu sighed before descending with a water Shunshin. Naruto smiled. How would he top that? Perhaps he could offer a glimpse of what he'd use in this fight. Yes, that would be perfect. His smile widened as he simply closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was in the arena, behind his siblings and Genma. Where is he? Karu asked. Probably going to wimp out like that IWA shinobi, Menma stated, oblivious to the crowd murmuring about Naruto's sudden appearance. I am right here, Naruto said, startling the three slightly. Wait, what? Karu shouted. Genma just eyed him while Menma quickly got over his surprise and stopped caring. Well, that was quick. If you are all ready, you may begin, he said, wanting to be anywhere else. Genma wasn't sure of Naruto's true capabilities, but he had seen enough of his siblings' battles to know this would be dangerous. Menma turned to Naruto, completely ignoring his sister, and smiled dangerously. Are you ready to die, brother? Are you planning on killing me? Naruto asked with a bored expression, while Kuro looked concerned. I meant what I said, when I become Hokage, I will slaughter all the weak fools like you. The only thing that matters in this world is strength, and you are weak. So yes, I plan to kill you, and there will be nothing you can do. Menma, you can't be serious. You're talking about killing your own family, Kara shouted, the crowd's murmurs echoing her discomfort. Yes, I am, and if you're siding with him like you always do, then you're next, Menma sneered. Well, I'm sorry, but I can do this. I won't fight you if all you want to do is slaughter, Kara screamed before walking off the arena floor. I want no part of this. As she walked away, she turned back to look at Naruto for a moment with a worried expression. She hoped he would be okay, but having fought with him, she felt confident he would be. Fine with me, Menma sneered. I'll kill her later then. He then rushed Naruto with unprecedented speed. If anyone looked closely enough, they would see his feet encased in black, blood-made armor, coursing with red lightning. Naruto only had enough time to erect his energy field to slow Menma down, but the speedster broke through, pounded Naruto into the ground, then used his foot to lift the blonde into the air and violently kick him away. Naruto coughed hard as he got back up. He hadn't expected that at all. If he was going to win this, he had to go all out. No more holding back. Menma appeared above his brother's prone form. He was slightly impressed that Naruto was managing to get back up after that, but the blonde was still going to die. However, he calmly waited until the blonde got back up to fight. What he wasn't expecting was to see Naruto smiling when he looked at Menma. Naruto merely raised a hand and said, "Flash, Ard." Menma shouted in pain as he was blinded by a very bright flash of light. He was further agonizing when Naruto rushed him with his dust-style taijutsu, tearing away his flesh with each punch and kick. The blonde finished by blasting him away with a few well-placed balls of chakra. Thankfully for Menma, he had a higher-than-normal healing factor, so he was able to get back up despite the pain. Blinking away the pain and the light affecting his vision, he glared at the blonde. That was cheap, and cheap tricks won't help you win. We are ninja, we use all that we can to win, Naruto shot back with an annoying smirk. Like this, for example, dust-style, particle storm. Naruto smiled as the ground swirled, particles of dust forming large clouds all over the arena. What a useless jutsu. Repulsion, Menma stated, using a wind jutsu to push away the dust around him. Maybe, Naruto stated with a calm voice, but it can be used for different purposes. Like going into your body and destroying it from the inside out. At this, Menma paled slightly. But I have a different method I want to use. Light style, Helios stare. Naruto held up the hand that had blinded Menma with a single point. The hand glowed, but Menma had learned and turned his head away. What he didn't expect was for the entire arena to light up in blinding light as Naruto used his power over light to reflect off all the dust particles and intensify it. It was a bit too much even for the audience, who had to turn away, but for Menma, he was blinded once more and unable to do anything about it. Naruto took that as his advantage as he brought up his hood and rushed the red and black-haired boy. He brought both hands to his sides in wide arcs as hidden blades popped out of his wrists. Adding wind chakra to them, he sliced into Menma multiple times, each swipe blowing away the dust and the light. When the light died down, the crowd gasped at Menma's state. He had deep gashes all around his body, and Naruto's fist was embedded in his stomach, his wind blade clearly visible on the other side of his body. Naruto merely grunted. "No, brother, it won't be me that dies today," Naruto stated as his wind blade dissipated, and he let Menma's body fall to the floor before backing away. He knew this wasn't over. After all, Menma still hadn't used the power of the Kyuubi. The red and black-haired boy began to chuckle as he indeed got back up. That chuckle turned into a full-blown roar of laughter. "You fool! You can't kill me! No wonder mom and dad hate you. You are weak and stupid." Naruto once again wore the bored expression that people were beginning to recognize as his coping mechanism for Menma's verbal abuse. "I have always wondered why you hold so much hate for me. You want to know why?" Menma roared as his wounds closed up. "I thought it would have been obvious. The third Hokage sealed the Kyuubi into both me and Karu. Our parents obviously saw more worth in us than you and cast you aside like the worthless trash you are. Jiraiya obviously saw the same, as he told our parents to completely disregard you and focus on us." At this, Jiraiya turned away in sadness. He had truly messed up if his decision had affected Menma as well. He felt the glares sent his way, including Tsunade's, making him feel even worse. For that reason, they thought you were completely a waste of time and space, even as a child. So I came to the conclusion that if I ever was as weak as you and the others in this pathetic village, that I would be cast aside like you. I won't have that. Menma roared, shocking many with his twisted logic. So to amend that, I would become stronger than them all and kill the weaklings when I became the leader of this place. Then they would all see my true worth, and then I would never be cast aside. Minato shed tears as he sat back in his chair. Had he been that blind? Had he really forced that way of thinking on Menma? Kara never showed that kind of thinking, so why him? Oniki looked at the boy and shook his head. The hatred virus might not be in him, but he was affected by it just like Naruto was. It was rather sad. The Kaze Kage sighed sadly. He was a horrible father because he tried imparting some of that ideology on his own son. Yagura subtly nodded his head at something and smiled down at the raging boy. Kushina was shaking, something Mikato noticed but didn't comment on. Kushina needed to see the consequences of her actions. However, Kushina was fighting with herself. A part of her liked how Menma was acting and how he treated Naruto. That was the virus at work. The other part was the real her, breaking down at how her actions had caused a very large rift in her family. "That's why, I can't allow you to live." Menma roared as Kyuubi's chakra burst all around him. Ninja Art 9 Masked Beasts. A cross-like symbol appeared in front of Menma with ninja points giving each a name in kanji. As it drew in Kyuubi's chakra, the symbol burst into ninja smoke. When it cleared, 9 figures stood behind Menma. All these masked beasts had one thing in common: a three-eyed fox mask with a kanji on the middle eye. The first creature was a dragon resembling a seahorse, with the symbol for azure. The second was a lean and slender white tiger with the symbol for white. The third was a bird with elegant and dramatic plumage. It had the symbol for vermilion. The fourth was a tortoise with a shell made of overlapping plates and the symbol for black. The fifth was a massive serpent with golden scales and the symbol for sky. The sixth was an angelic priestess with flowing robes and translucent pink ribbons with the symbol for jewel. The seventh was a priest resembling a skeleton and carrying a scythe. It had the symbol for 3. The eighth and ninth were a pair of priests with fox staves. They had the symbols for north and south. Menma had a manic smile on his face when he said, "Kill him." His own paranoia was finally getting to him and it was coming out in full blast. The dragon and serpent struck first, trying to take a bite out of the blonde. The blonde jumped over their forms as they passed beneath him. Using his power over wind, he created a spear of wind that pinned the two together on the ground, and as their heads came back around to finish him, he extended his hidden blades, filled with wind chakra, and sliced right into their masks. Their defeat resulted in them turning into lifeless masked foxes that dissipated in Kyuubi's chakra. The turtle and tiger came at him next, but Naruto smirked as he opened both palms toward them, revealing the sealed Sharinans. With them, he was able to trick them into killing each other. The bird then snatched him high into the air, but Naruto went intangible with his arms, climbed onto the bird's back, and sliced off its wings, forcing it to crash to the ground. As Naruto was falling, the skeleton and the priestess came at him. Naruto created a whip of light that stole the Reaper's scythe and sliced the priestess in half before embedding the blade in the Reaper's skull. The next thing he knew, the blonde was trapped in a purple barrier created by the two priest-like beasts with the fox staves, and he thought he subconsciously heard chirping birds. "Oh please," Naruto muttered, knowing that this couldn't hold him. Dust style, detachment of the primitive world jutsu. He called out within the barrier as he himself went intangible, and the technique created a perfect sphere that grew to encircle the barrier and the two priests. The result was Naruto, once again solid, standing in the middle of disintegrating chakra constructs. Crimson Chidori. Menma's shout caught Naruto by surprise as he turned around just in time for a red lightning blade to pass through his shoulder, blood and gore raining behind him. I could have stopped it there, but that would be evil. As Naruto began to fight for real, it truly surprised the cages. He was doing very well, and his use of light-based jutsu was a new way to dominate the battlefield. Minato was proud of his son but was depressed that he had pushed the boy away to the point that when he offered Naruto training, he refused. Minato suspected that Naruto got the dust-style jutsus from Oniki, who was beaming at the boy with pride. Then Naruto proceeded to take out those 9 masked beasts that Menma created through the use of Kyuubi's chakra, which was quite threatening for people unprepared for such a thing. Still, Naruto easily dispatched them as if they were nothing, proving to him that he was already above Chunin level, that much was certain when he could manipulate wind with such ease. But that last jutsu, how did he survive being in his own jutsu? Dust style was supposed to destroy everything within it. If he still had his previous mindset, he would have stopped the match to oust him as a traitor for using the masked man's jutsu. Now, he just wondered how Naruto gained it and was able to use it with dust style. However, terror soon set in his heart when his youngest and most disturbed son plunged a Chidori through his oldest and neglected son's chest. "Naruto!" he yelled along with a few others like Kuru, Tsunade, Kuratsuki, and others. Kakashi was visibly shaking. From rage or sadness, he was unsure, but he now regretted his decision to teach Menma the Chidori. When he was told to train the boy for the month, he had no idea how truly disturbed the boy was. Now it was clear as day. From his position, he saw that Kushina was in hysterics, holding her head in her hands in panic as a strange aura stormed around her, Mikato unable to do anything. He also looked to the contestant box to see Kuru with visible tears streaming down her face. Naruto coughed out blood as he slumped forward onto Menma's now bloody arm. The black and red-haired boy was partially embracing his brother, the gravity of his actions finally catching up to him. He had gone through with his threat and put a fist through his brother. His mind couldn't actually handle it because he had never truly hated his brother. "I'm sorry, but this was the only way," Menma choked out, the crowd deathly silent. "Mom and Dad hate you, and I never questioned it, just went along with it, but I still love you. So I thought that killing you would give you the peace you needed. I'm so sorry." Menma's logic was so flawed, and it angered Naruto. Menma saw that their parents had no love for Naruto, so he berated him every chance he got. He threatened him with death because he was weak. His logic told him to kill Naruto to end his suffering instead of being there for his brother. What utter bullshit. "You!" Naruto croaked out as his face twisted into utter rage, and he just lost control. "Fucking monster!" he screamed out, chaos drive activating in a burst of power that ripped Menma out of him and across the arena ground. Naruto faintly heard the laughter of his darker self as his wound rapidly healed and his anger grew. However, when he saw the look of shock on Menma's face, he turned his head to the crowd to see their own shocked expressions. Oddly enough, Kushina had stilled and was just staring at him, those red eyes staring into his own now red irises. The laughter returned, making Naruto hold his head as he forced the power back inside him. It may have saved him this time, but it was still weakening him if he used it. He heard a roar of anger when he fully suppressed it. "What the fuck was that?" Menma shouted. Seeing no alternative, Naruto decided to simply reveal everything about it and his little plan. "That is the Kyuubi's chakra that was transferred over to me when we were still in Mother. At first, I thought that was the reason our parents hated me, but that just seemed stupid, and they were focusing only on you and Kuru, but I guess I could be wrong since I never found out the true reason they hated me. Now, they say you learn everything you need to know in the first 5 years of your life, and that was the conclusion I came to. I just didn't know why they hated me. So as they completely focused on you too, I learned how to do everything on my own. I even had to get my own clothes and food. Soon, I figured that if I wanted to become a ninja, I had to train on my own because our parents didn't feel I was worthy of their training, only you too. That especially rang true when that bastard Jiraiya told you all a little prophecy that completely shut the door on me being in their lives. It was thanks to Tsunade, Shizune, Itachi, and Asuma that I was able to mold myself into a competent ninja, and I was able to create jutsu through seals that let me do the things I do. One in particular was made in case father ever got the idea that he wanted me dead. I created Ghost Step if he ever decided to kill me using his famous jutsu, the Hiraishin, Naruto explained as he ripped off his shirt and hoodie, now completely useless to him, revealing the seals on his back, the scar caused by Menma, and the metal on his arms where his hidden blades came from. But you know, I thought that if they really didn't want me in that family, I would leave, and no one would ever notice. I was right, Naruto stated. We all got an allowance and access to the clan's finances, and I took small amounts that eventually let me buy my own place. Minato intently observed his eldest son. Reversing the mind transfer jutsu was truly impressive, yet it left Minato bewildered by the exact method. Impressive, Oniki conceded, slightly disheartened that the boy didn't use dust style. Indeed, and I hear he's the black sheep of your family, Yagura added, eyeing the boy as he had Kuru. I wonder why. The boy is powerful in his own right, the Kaze Cage mused. The more Minato reflected, the more he despised his past actions. Naruto was a baby during the attack, how could it have been his fault? Why did he blame Naruto? A sudden pulse made Minato lurch forward, feeling nauseous. He couldn't explain it, but he felt inexplicably freer. Oniki, standing nearby, also felt the pulse, recognized its meaning, and smiled. He did quite well, Mikato remarked, pleased for Naruto. Kushina merely shrugged. So he beat a fangirl. Big deal. Mikato frowned. She was trained by Jiraiya, of all people, you should be proud. Kushina gave her a bored look, prompting her best friend to drop the subject for now. However, Mikato did notice something peculiar. The redhead froze for a second, her eyes shifting from violet to a dark red. This unnerved Mikato, as she knew her longtime best friend no longer harbored the Kyuubi. While the moment passed, the entity within Kushina was displeased. It had permanently lost control of Minato and several others. They had questioned their unnatural hatred for the boy. This was problematic, as continued questioning could lead to losing control over Kushina too. Fair, so you won against a stronger than normal fangirl, that doesn't make you strong. Menma grunted as Naruto entered the box. Naruto simply gave him a bored look. It's not like I was fighting for your approval. This seemed to enrage the black and red-haired boy, who suddenly slammed Naruto against the contestant box wall. You should, you piece of shit. You are nothing in this world, and when I become Hokage, I will slaughter weak people like you. Careful, Menma, an attitude like that will only get you killed, Naruto replied with a dangerous tone, though the boy's red-eyed stare unnerved him. Menma felt something poking him and looked down to see Naruto had positioned a kunai near his liver, making him pale. Before he could reply, Genma announced the next round's winner. Winner! Shino Abarame. Wait, what? Menma sputtered. I didn't even see the match start. Because you were threatening your brother, Gaara replied in his usual monotone. The one you call Shino sent his swarm of bugs at the Hyuga, quickly draining his chakra. Well, that's unexpected, Naruto remarked, receiving nods from the others. Genma ushered the two from the arena, then called out, will Gaara of Suna and Akatsuki of IWA come down to the arena? Your fight is next. Gaara immediately sunshined into the arena, eager to feed his mother. Akatsuki, however, remained where he was. He leaned over the railing and declared, I forfeit. I don't have the necessary skills to take him down after what I saw him do to that spandex-wearing Leaf Genin. Genma nodded. That's fine. So the winner by forfeit is Gaara of Suna. Gaara was unamused but simply sunshined back to the contestant box. Alright then, our next fight will be a little different, Genma began, capturing everyone's attention. It will be a three-way match between Naruto, Kuru, and Menma. Please come down to the arena for your fight. Heh, get ready to die, Menma stated as he vanished in another blood shunshin. Kuru sighed before descending in a water shunshin. Naruto smiled. How would he top that? Maybe he could offer a glimpse of what he'd use in this fight. Yes, that would be perfect. His smile widened as he merely closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was in the arena behind his siblings and Genma. Where is he? Kuru asked. Probably going to wimp out like that IWA shinobi, Menma stated, oblivious to the murmuring crowd about Naruto's sudden appearance. I'm right here, Naruto said, making the three jump slightly. Wait, what? Kuru shouted. Genma just eyed him, while Menma quickly got over his surprise and stopped caring. Well, that was quick. If you're all ready, you may begin, he said, wanting to be elsewhere. Genma wasn't sure of Naruto's full capabilities, but having seen many of his siblings' battles, he knew this would be dangerous. Menma turned to Naruto, completely ignoring his sister, and smiled dangerously. Are you ready to die, brother? Are you planning on killing me? Naruto asked with a bored expression, while Kuru looked concerned. I meant what I said, when I become Hokage, I will slaughter all the weak fools like you. The only thing that matters in this world is strength, and you are weak. So yes, I plan to kill you, and there will be nothing you can do. Menma, you can't be serious. You're talking about killing your own family, Kuru shouted, the crowd's murmurs echoing her discomfort. Yes, I am, and if you're siding with him, like you always do, then you're next, Menma sneered. Well, I'm sorry, but I can do this. I won't fight you if all you want to do is slaughter, Kuru screamed before walking off the arena floor. I want no part of this. As she walked away, she turned back to look at Naruto for a moment with a worried expression. She hoped he'd be okay, but having fought with him, she felt confident he would be. Fine with me, Menma sneered. I'll kill her later then. He then rushed Naruto with unprecedented speed. A closer look would reveal his feet encased in black blood armor, coursing with red lightning. Naruto only had enough time to erect his energy field to slow Menma, but the speedster broke through, pounded Naruto into the ground, then used his foot to lift the blonde into the air before violently kicking him away. Naruto coughed hard as he got back up. He had not expected that at all. If he was going to win this, he had to go all out. No more holding back. Menma appeared above his downed brother. He was slightly impressed Naruto managed to get back up after that, but the blonde was still going to die. However, he calmly waited until the blonde got back up to fight. What he wasn't expecting was Naruto smiling when he looked at Menma. Naruto merely raised a hand and said, "Flash, Ard." Menma shouted in pain as he was blinded by a very bright flash of light. He was further pained when Naruto rushed him with his dust-style taijutsu, tearing away his flesh with each punch and kick. The blonde finished by blasting him away with a few well-placed chakra balls. Thankfully for Menma, he had a higher-than-normal healing factor, so he was able to get back up while in pain. Blinking away the pain and the light affecting his vision, he glared at the blonde. "That was cheap, and cheap tricks won't help you win. We are ninja, we use all we can to win," Naruto shot back with an annoying smirk. "Like this, for example, dust-style, particle storm." Naruto smiled as the ground swirled up, forming large dust clouds all over the arena. "What a useless jutsu. Repulsion," Menma stated, using a wind jutsu to push away the dust around him. "Maybe," Naruto stated with a calm voice, "but it can be used for different purposes. Like going into your body and destroying it from the inside out." At this, Menma paled slightly. "But I have a different method I want to use. Light style, Helios stare." Naruto held up the hand that had blinded Menma with a single point. The hand glowed, but Menma had learned and turned his head. What he didn't expect was for the entire arena to light up in blinding light as Naruto used his power over light to reflect off all the dust particles and intensify it. It was a bit much even for the audience, who had to turn away, but for Menma, he was blinded once more and unable to do anything about it. Naruto took that as his advantage as he brought up his hood and rushed the red and black-haired boy. He brought both hands to his sides in a wide arc as hidden blades popped out of his wrists. Adding wind chakra to them, he sliced into Menma multiple times, with each swipe blowing away the dust and the light. When the light died down, the crowd gasped at Menma's state. He had deep gashes all around his body, and Naruto's fist was embedded in his stomach, with his wind blade clearly visible on the other side of his body. Naruto merely grunted. "No, brother, it won't be me that dies today," Naruto stated as his wind blade dissipated, and he let Menma's body fall to the floor before backing away. He knew this wasn't over. After all, Menma still hadn't used the Kyuubi's power. The red and black-haired boy began to chuckle as he indeed got back up. That chuckle turned into a full-blown roar of laughter. "You fool! You can't kill me! No wonder Mom and Dad hate you. You are weak and stupid." Naruto once again had a bored look on his face, one that people were beginning to recognize as his expression for dealing with Menma's verbal abuse. "I've always wondered why you hold so much hate for me. You want to know why?" Menma roared as his wounds closed up. "I thought it would have been obvious. The third Hokage sealed the Kyuubi into both me and Karu. Our parents obviously saw more worth in us than you and cast you aside like the worthless trash you are. Jiraiya obviously saw the same, as he told our parents to completely disregard you and focus on us." Jiraiya turned away in sadness. He had truly messed up if his decision had affected Menma as well. He felt the glares sent his way, including Tsunade's, making him feel even worse. "For that reason, they thought you were completely a waste of time and space, even as a child. So I came to the conclusion that if I ever was as weak as you and the others in this pathetic village, that I would be cast aside like you. I won't have that." Menma roared, shocking many with his way of thinking. "So to amend that, I would become stronger than them all and kill the weaklings when I became the leader of this place. Then they would all see my true worth, and then I would never be cast aside." Minato shed tears as he slumped back in his chair. Had he been that blind? Had he really forced that way of thinking on Menma? Karu never showed that mindset, so why him? Oniki looked at the boy and shook his head. The hatred virus might not be in him, but he was affected by it, just like Naruto. It was rather sad. The Kaze Kage sighed sadly. He was a horrible father because he tried imparting some of that ideology on his own son. Yagura subtly nodded his head at something and smiled down at the raging body. Kushina was shaking, which Mikato noticed but said nothing about. Kushina needed to see the consequences of her actions. However, Kushina was battling herself. A part of her liked Menma's behavior and how he treated Naruto, that was the virus at work. The other part was the real her, breaking down over how her actions had caused a very large rift in her family. "That's why, I can't allow you to live." Menma roared as Kyuubi's chakra burst all around him. Ninja Art 9 Masked Beasts. A cross-like symbol appeared in front of Menma, with ninja points giving a name and kanji. As it absorbed the Kyuubi's chakra, the symbol burst into ninja smoke. When it cleared, 9 figures stood behind Menma. All these masked beasts had one thing in common: a 3-eyed fox mask with a kanji on the middle eye. The first creature was a dragon resembling a seahorse, with the symbol for azure. The second was a lean and slender white tiger with the symbol for white. The third was a bird with elegant and dramatic plumage. It had the symbol for vermilion. The fourth was a tortoise with a shell made of overlapping plates and the symbol for black. The fifth was a massive serpent with golden scales and the symbol for sky. The sixth was an angelic priestess with flowing robes and translucent pink ribbons, with the symbol for jewel. The seventh was a priest resembling a skeleton and carrying a scythe. It had the symbol for 3. The eighth and ninth were a pair of priests with fox staves. They had the symbols for north and south. Menma had a manic smile on his face when he said, "Kill him." His own paranoia was finally manifesting fully. The dragon and serpent struck first, trying to bite the blonde. The blonde jumped over them as they passed underneath. Using his power over wind, he created a wind spear that pinned the two together on the ground, and as their heads came back around to finish him, he extended his hidden blades, filled with wind chakra, and sliced right into their masks. Their defeat caused them to turn into dead-looking masked foxes that dissipated in Kyuubi's chakra. The turtle and tiger came at him next, but he smirked as he opened both palms toward them, revealing the sealed Sharinans, and with them, he was able to trick them into killing each other. The bird then snatched him high into the air, but Naruto went intangible with his arms, climbed onto the bird's back, and sliced off its wings, forcing it to crash to the ground. As Naruto was falling, the skeleton and the priestess came at him. Naruto created a whip of light that stole the Reaper's scythe and sliced the priestess in half before Naruto embedded the blade in the Reaper's skull. The next thing he knew, the blonde was trapped in a purple barrier created by the two priest-like beasts with the fox staves, and he thought he subconsciously heard chirping birds. "Oh please," Naruto muttered, knowing this couldn't hold him. Dust style, detachment of the primitive world jutsu, he called out within the barrier as he himself went intangible, and the technique created a perfect sphere that grew to encompass the barrier and the two priests. The result was Naruto, once again solid, standing in the middle of disintegrating chakra constructs. Crimson Chidori. Menma's shout caught Naruto by surprise as he turned around just in time for a red lightning blade to pass through his shoulder, blood and gore raining behind him. I could have stopped it there, but that would be evil. As Naruto began to fight for real, it truly surprised the cages. He was performing very well, and his use of light-based jutsu was a novel way to dominate the battlefield. Minato was proud of his son but depressed that he had pushed the boy away to the point where Naruto refused his offer of training. Minato suspected Naruto got the dust-style jutsus from Oniki, who was beaming with pride at the boy. Then Naruto proceeded to take out the 9 masked beasts Menma created through the Kyuubi's chakra, which was quite threatening for unprepared individuals. Still, Naruto easily dispatched them as if they were nothing, proving to Minato that he was already above Chunin level. That much was certain, especially with his effortless manipulation of wind. But that last jutsu, how did he survive being in his own jutsu? Dust style was supposed to destroy everything within it. If he still had his former mindset, he would have stopped the match to brand him a traitor for using the masked man's jutsu. Now, he just wondered how Naruto gained it and could use it with dust style. However, terror soon gripped Minato's heart when his youngest and most disturbed son thrust a Chidori through his oldest and neglected son's chest. "Naruto," he yelled along with a few others like Kuru, Tsunade, Kurotsuki, and more. Kakashi was visibly shaking. Whether from rage or sadness, he was unsure, but he now regretted his decision to teach Menma the Chidori. When he was told to train the boy for the month, he had no idea how truly disturbed the boy was. Now it was clear as day. From his position, he saw Kushina in hysterics, holding her head in her hands in panic as a strange aura stormed around her, with Mikoto unable to do anything. He also looked to the contestant box to see Kuru with visible tears streaming down her face. Naruto coughed out blood as he slumped forward onto Menma's now bloody arm. The black and red-haired boy was partially embracing his brother, the gravity of his actions finally catching up to him. He had followed through on his threat and punched a fist through his brother. His mind couldn't truly handle it because he had never truly hated his brother. "I'm sorry, but this was the only way," Menma choked out, the crowd deathly silent. "Mom and Dad hate you, and I never questioned it, just went along with it, but I still love you. So I thought that killing you would give you the peace you needed. I'm so sorry." Menma's logic was so flawed, and it angered Naruto. Menma saw that their parents had no love for Naruto, so he berated him every chance he got. He threatened him with death because he was weak. His logic told him to kill Naruto to end his suffering instead of being there for his brother. What utter bullshit. "You!" Naruto croaked out as his face contorted into utter rage, and he just lost control. "Fucking monster," he screamed, chaos drive activating in a burst of power that ripped Menma out of him and across the arena ground. Naruto faintly heard the laughter of his darker self as his wound rapidly healed and his anger grew. However, when he saw the look of shock on Menma's face, he turned his head to the crowd to see their own shocked expressions. Oddly enough, Kushina had stilled and was just staring at him, those red eyes staring into his own now red irises. The laughter returned, making Naruto hold his head as he forced the power back inside of him. It may have saved him this time, but it was still weakening him if he used it. He heard a roar of anger when he fully suppressed it. What the fuck was that? Menma shouted. Seeing no alternative, Naruto decided to just spill his guts about it and his little plan. That is the Kyuubi's chakra that was transferred over to me when we were still in Mother. At first, I thought that was why our parents hated me, but that just seemed stupid, and they were focusing only on you and Kuru. But I guess I could be wrong since I never found out the true reason they hated me. Now, they say you learn everything you need to know in the first 5 years of your life, and that was the conclusion I came to. I just didn't know why they hated me. So as they completely focused on you too, I learned how to do everything on my own. I even had to get my own clothes and food. Soon, I figured that if I wanted to become a ninja, I had to train on my own because our parents didn't feel I was worthy of their training, only you too. That especially rang true when that bastard Jiraiya told you all a little prophecy that completely shut the door with me being in their lives. It was thanks to Tsunade, Shizune, Itachi, and Asuma that I was able to mold myself into a competent ninja, and I was able to create jutsu through seals that let me do the things I do. One in particular was made in case father ever got the idea that he wanted me dead. I created Ghost Step if he ever decided to kill me using his famous jutsu, the Hiraishin, Naruto explained as he ripped off his shirt and hoodie, now completely useless to him, revealing the seals on his back, the scar caused by Menma, and the metal on his arms where his hidden blades came from. But you know, I thought that if they really didn't want me in that family, I would leave, and no one would ever notice. I was right, Naruto stated. We all got an allowance and access to the clan's finances, and I took small amounts that eventually allowed me to buy my own place, and since no one really noticed I was gone most of the time, I was never questioned as to where I was. They obviously didn't care. Naruto smiled, this next part was sure to drive it home. Finally, I went to the Hokage after a very busy day and gave him a few pieces of paper under a genjutsu and asked him to sign them for me. The Hokage felt relief that his son wouldn't die, but the power itself was truly problematic. It reeked of evil, and Naruto struggled to suppress it. Hearing Naruto's story, he felt nothing but shame and let out a sob. He had failed. Oniki looked sadly at the man. Minato needed to hear it all. The Kazekage and Yagura exchanged a nod. Menma smiled sadly. So you did all that and became stronger in your own right. I'm truly sorry. So you want to change now, Feh? Naruto grunted. I'm done with that fight. Show me all that power you have. We'll see who's more powerful. I doubt the power you used earlier is enough to beat me when I use Kurama's energy, weakling? Menma replied with a slight smirk. He was still stuck in his old mindset but felt he'd messed up and needed to change. It wouldn't be instant, though. You're right, it actually weakens me, so I recently gained something else, Sage Mode. Monkey Sage Mode, to be specific. Naruto replied, standing still before hair grew on his chest and arms, his eyes turned a dark yellow, and a monkey tail sprouted. Oh, that's new. Menma replied before smirking. Let's see how it fares against me then. Menma's blood armor returned, generating red lightning and Kurama's chakra. He then held out his palm, forming one of his new jutsu, a purple chakra sphere with white wind rings hovering around it. Menma didn't give Naruto a chance to charge his own attack, rushing him instead. The blood armor-clad ninja zipped to Naruto using superior speed and thrust the ball into the blonde. Take this, monkey boy. Spiraling ring. Only, he hit nothing as the form in front of him flickered and disappeared. Naruto appeared behind him in the air, spinning and thrusting his right arm at Menma. As he did, the metal on that arm unraveled. Blades jutted out, forming a cone of blades around his fist while others spun around his forearm. To top it off, he added wind chakra, creating a high-powered vortex of spinning blades and wind. Sage Art, Vortex Cyclone Shredder. Menma only saw the attack out of the corner of his eye and shivered in fear. He had no time to dodge. Closing his eyes, he simply accepted it. When it was an inch from the back of his neck, the cage box exploded. Menma only saw the attack out of the corner of his eye and shivered in fear. He had no time to dodge. Closing his eyes, he simply accepted it. When it was an inch from the back of his neck, the cage box exploded. Both boys looked up in shock at the cage box, then Kirigakure and Suna Ninja emerged to attack everyone. Unfortunately, Naruto's attack never stopped, it was too late to halt it. Naruto tried to pull back, but the damage was already done. Once the point hit the back of Menma's neck, the boy felt battered as the wind from the attack struck him. Thankfully, Naruto pulling back minimized most of the damage, but his blood armor lay shattered around his down form next to the wall where he was flung. Damn, that could have been way worse, he said, trying to get back up. However, he felt a jolt of pain and fell back down. Weakly looking around, he saw he was covered in blood, much of it coming from his neck. Okay, this sucks. I was really wrong in thinking he was weak. Well, that does leave me to think on things. Oh, quit your bitching, Kurama roared within his mind. I'll get you healed up, and after this meaningless invasion, you two can kill each other later. Oh, wow, that attack did a lot of damage, this may take a while. Kurama, why do you hate Naruto, and why did you push me to do it? Menma asked the beast within. The beast sighed in annoyance. Kid, I'm a being of hatred, what do you expect? Your own paranoia was easy to exploit, but I guess I did go too far in egging you on. However, for me, there was something else. That chaos drive of his, it uses my power and has created a being that was once the bane of our existence. The Ribi, the zero-tailed leech, was once a being created from our own chakra, the leftovers. It was closer to me and fed off all types of hatred. It also learned to create hatred to the point that I had to intervene multiple times just to destroy it. So, having had enough, I gathered the other tailed beasts and we destroyed it, or so we thought, because over the years, I felt it making a comeback somehow and now another spawn inside your brother. However, I felt something off about your mother for some time and thought it was just my remaining chakra in her, but now I know what it is. And don't ask, you'll find out on your own if you'd been listening. Now shut up and let me work. I'm going to have to look up this Ribi later, Menma stated. However, Menma didn't get to think or say much else to himself because Gaara landed next to him with a crazed smile. And what do you want? Menma replied rudely. To feel alive. Gaara shouted. I didn't get my fight, but I'm not interested in the dying who won't give me a good fight to the death. No. I want to fight your brother. He knows what power is. To fight only for oneself. I did that out of necessity, Naruto replied calmly, still in his monkey sage mode. I don't do it to needlessly kill others to make me feel alive. Gaara! Temari shouted as she and Kankuro joined the fight. Stay out of this. Gaara raged, this is my fight. You won't let your siblings fight alongside you? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. No. They only make you weak, but they seem to care for you, unlike my brother, Naruto said, making Menma flinch slightly. Why refuse their help? It seemed hypocritical to say since Kuro often tried to help him, but he wasn't saying anything. I don't need them, they are nothing. I only love myself and fight for myself, I don't need anyone. Gaara screamed, making Kankuro stop in his tracks and stare at the boy while Temari looked visibly hurt by that declaration. If you say so, but it would seem I really don't have much of a choice in fighting you since it seems your village and the Mist Village are attacking mine, Naruto groaned in annoyance. That's right, once I kill you, I can kill everyone else, Gaara replied with a happy craze before directing that look at Menma, who gulped. After all, he still couldn't move without massive pain. From the way you speak, you seem to have some people you fight for. Even if he isn't one of them, I will force you to fight me with all your power. Arg! Gaara then used his sand to pin Menma's weakened body to the arena wall. Show me your power. Show me the power of a leaf ninja. Show me the power of your so-called will of fire. Gaara roared as the rest of his sand swirled around him in a maelstrom before it died down, revealing a mini Shikaku. Naruto gave the new form a deadpan look and said, crap, boy, are you alright? Oniki shouted into the smoke that surrounded them. Minato coughed before saying, yeah, but it seems that from all the chakra activity in the area, we're under attack. You would be correct, Hokage Dano, came the voice of the childlike Mizu Cage. Once the smoke cleared, they saw that the roof was in shambles and that the Mizu Cage was standing alongside the Kaze Cage, ready for a fight. It is us who are attacking you. Terrific, Minato deadpanned before looking to Oniki. Are you still on my side? Well, we are allies now, so I would say yes. You take the Mizu Cage, I'll take the Kaze Cage. Very well. Minato nodded before facing the childlike cage again. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into. Oh, I think I do, Yagura stated before gesturing to the village. The combined forces of Kirigakure and Suna are attacking your village, while you only have your ninja and a handful of IWA ninja. I've made it so no one will interrupt us. All ninja are preoccupied, even your Umbu and sages. How did you manage that? Minato asked curiously. I have some of the best non-bloodline ninja around, and I stole an old jutsu from your village, Yagura replied with a devious smile. Undead ninja are so useful, and they are connected to my chakra. Plus, I have my own Jinchuriki, myself, and another that has been rather unruly of late, but that has been remedied, along with his little girlfriend. Shit, Minato stated before disappearing in a yellow flash, only to reappear behind the Mizu Cage. He then proceeded to stab the childlike cage in the back, right through the heart, only for him to burst into water. Silly Hokage, I know all about your flying Raijin. I will win this, Yagura stated with mirth before his face took on a serious look and his tone became serious as well. And if I can't, you will have the full might of two-tailed beasts and the fury of the Tsuchigumo clan rain down on your pathetic village. Terrific, Minato growled as he sent a flying Raijin Kunao at the caged Jinchuriki, who merely smiled. As soon as the man disappeared in a yellow flash, Yagura struck fast. He formed a flat, mirror-like structure made of water and hooked it with his odd double-hook staff. As soon as Minato reappeared in the spot Yagura thought he would, he made the mirror turn to the man. Minato was shocked that his attack was countered by himself. However, he was the Hokage for a reason and quickly analyzed the technique. It seemed that Yagura managed to create a strange water mirror, and when he had reappeared, a strange clone of himself popped out of the mirror and countered his attack. Oh, this was not good. Now you see why you can't beat me, Yagura stated with a smile. We'll see, Minato stated calmly. After all, he still had other tricks up his sleeve. Well shit, who knew I'd be fighting a smoking hot lady like yourself, Jiraiya commented perversely to his opponent. However, she never spoke a word. In fact, he doubted she could. Her eyes looked dead and unfocused. Her partner was the same way. Jiraiya knew the influence of a slave seal when he saw one. Couldn't kill them, so you resorted to enslaving the strongest of your opposition, Yagura? Jiraiya commented in disgust as he dodged a large bullet of lava. Don't worry, you two, I'll free you. Jiraiya was of course referring to his opponents, Mei Terumi and Ao. Shizun, you look out and care for the wounded. It would seem that battle for me is unavoidable, Tsunade growled in order to her assistant and friend. Lady Tsunade, I can fight too. Shizun stubbornly replied. I know, the last Senju stated with a smile, but your true talent lies with helping people. Now go, I got this. Shizun looked like she wanted to argue more, but deep down, she didn't know if she could fight and survive any of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, even if they had been brought back to life through the second Hokage jutsu. Standing in front of them were all 7 of the former swordsmen, with Kisame's predecessor in his place. As Shizun left to help the injured, Tsunade turned back to the undead ninja and smirked. If Kushina could do it, so can I. When she saw her brothers being confronted by Gaara and seemingly by his siblings, Kura moved to help them. However, she was intercepted by 2 other people who looked dead to the world, though the male of the 2 seemed to be fighting it. Kura knew enough about seals to know they were being controlled by slave seals. Fight me, free us. The male, a pale and thin man with gold eyes that looked dead to the world. He also had long brown hair that covered one eye. He wore a long, light blue kimono adorned with a small emblem of 3 bubbles on the back, and a pair of gray pants underneath, with an orange sash. The kimono hung loose, exposing his chest. The female was a young woman with dark green eyes, a widow's peak, and blonde wavy hair that went past her shoulders. She wore a light violet and white top, black shorts, a black skirt, black high boots, and light violet wristbands. She was also rather short. Kaoru frowned. She had read a book on slave seals and how to get rid of them. This wasn't going to be easy. Don't worry, you two, I'll free you. The male managed to nod his head before the 2 enslaved people rushed towards Kaoru. Naruto and Menma would have to wait. Hey dad, this is rather easy now that I have the feeling back in my arm, Kuratsuke pointed out as she and Kitsuke took out a few Kirigakur and Suna ninja who looked to be going after civilians. Kitsuke snorted. Of course it is, kid, everything is easier when you have full control of your body. Right, now let's show these Konoha ninja how to fight our enemies, Kuratsuke said before she and her dad took out a platoon of Kiri ninja. Naruto dodged another blast of sand-enhanced wind made by Gaara. The arena was littered with sandy craters, and at some point, Gaara had also trapped his siblings on the same wall as Menma, who just looked pissed. Quit dodging. Then quit trying to kill me, Naruto retorted. Arg! Gaara screamed before he sped up, trying to make Naruto into paste with both hands. Thankfully, Naruto was faster, managing to dodge out of the way. So far, his plan was working, make Gaara mad enough to recklessly waste his chakra, though for a Jinchuriki, that was kind of hard. So, he modified it halfway through the fight. Not that Menma cared, he just wanted out of his sandy confinement. Hurry up, weakling. Sand in my wounds isn't pleasant, you know. Shut the hell up, I got this. Naruto growled as he dodged a hail of sand shuriken. He then smiled as he managed to lead Gaara into a ring of craters, each having a custom-made seal dropped into it. Oh, Gaara, do you like light? Ha! Gaara snarled. Ninja Art Judgment. Naruto called with a dark smile. This little jutsu used both the dust in the air to add light and blind Gaara in a pillar of light, then activated the seals. With the seals activated, they stretched out and connected before the whole thing lit up and exploded with the pillar of light. Gaara! Temari shouted, worried for her little brother despite his lack of care. Tsunade looked dead tired when the pillar of light appeared and distracted everyone. Plus, her clothes were ripped up, and she was bleeding a lot. Thankfully, she lost her fear of blood a long time ago, but this was starting to get old. Damn kid, what else do you have in store? Not like I can focus on that right now with these assholes. The damn 7 swordsmen, despite some of them having fake swords made for them, were very good as they worked in tandem with each other in silent killing. They were that good, and she was tiring out just trying to stay alive. YOSH. Lady Tsunade, let's show these unyouthful guys their place. Guy shouted as he kicked away a swordsman in the rather dense field of mist. Guy, glad you could make it, Tsunade replied tiredly as she now regretted sending Shizun away. Shizun did say you would need some help, so here we are. Thankfully, the others like Genma and Hayate have evacuated the civilians, Kakashi's almost bored tone said as he walked up to them. I knew I could count on her, Tsunade replied happily as she clapped, using her enhanced strength to quickly dispel the mist via shockwave. She then activated her creation rebirth seal to heal all her wounds and alleviate some of her exhaustion. Come on boys, let's take these assholes out. Yes, we will defeat them, Lady Tsunade, Guy replied in a rather calm tone that Kakashi recognized. Guy was staring intently at one of the swordsmen. This was the one Guy's father, Dai, fought and died against to ensure their team survived so long ago. The 7 swordsmen were in a lot of trouble. This is not the fun I wanted to have with you. Jiraiya screamed like a little girl when a blob of lava almost hit him in his happy place, and he could barely dodge since the part of the village he was in was covered in lava. So far, his battle with the lava mistress and her friend with the eye patch was not going well. They covered their weaknesses despite being in a slave seal. That told him that it didn't fully control them and that they were still in there. So, he made the mistake of trying to get this out of it his own way with a perverse comment and paid for it. Now he was in a bad way, and he really didn't want to use Sage Mode against them in case he could save them. Now, he might not have a choice. Old perv, a woman's voice rang out just as Ao jumped at Jiraiya's back to try and kill him, and then a fireball knocked the one-eyed Kiri ninja away. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, some of his clothes were lit on fire. Ah, damn it, Kushina. It is already hot enough here. Jiraiya yelled in panic as he patted out the fire on his shoulders. Sorry, Lord Jiraiya, that was me, Mikato stated sheepishly. You still burned him, so we're good, Kushina replied with a weak smile. Her condition was still affecting her, mostly her mental state, but this situation needed all ninja to fight, and Jiraiya needed her help. Great, Jiraiya said gruffly. While he was to blame as well, he was kind of pissed at her for actually taking his advice. You'd think that when one tells you to ignore your child, you'd disobey that order. So, they were both to blame for this, but he would still be a little irked. If you two can keep them busy, I will be ready to release their slave seals. Slave seals? Yagura is really using them? Mikato asked. Yeah, so try not to kill them. That's why I was having such a hard time, Jiraiya stated. You sure it's not because you were being a perv? Kushina asked. Before Jiraiya could comment, they saw the pillar of light and whistled. Damn, kids got style, he said before he had to dodge another bullet of lava. Oh right, those two were still there. Arg, damn you. Gaara roared as the sand all around him took on the form of glass. However, that shattered when he screamed out bloody murder and then reformed into a column of sand, which seemed to be more than last time. Was he able to just create sand from the surroundings? Sounds as good as Naruto converting the surroundings into dust, so yeah, it made sense. I will not lose to you. I will prove my existence and prove your will of fire wrong. Gaara screamed from the sand pillar. Then the pillar expanded before taking the shape of a giant tanuki. I will crush you. Oh great, you let him transform, Menma deadpanned. You're not helping, so keep your mouth shut, please, Naruto replied before he did a few hand signs and then shouted, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 2 familiar monkeys appeared. Gaku, Vegeta, please tell me we have something that can beat Shikaku, Naruto asked while pointing at the giant tanuki made of sand. Just stand still and die for me. Gaara's voice shouted from within Shikaku's body as he brought its massive fist down. Thankfully, he was much slower in this form, so the three were able to quickly get out of the way. Still, Gaara pursued, his insanity telling him it was fun to punch the ground. Ah, this is crazy. Gaku cried as they ran and jumped around like they didn't know what they were doing. Oh, shut up, Gaku. Vegeta ranted as they dodged another large fist. He then looked at Naruto and saw he was in their version of Sage Mode. Naruto, we've been trained in Sage Mode alongside this, you know this, but what you don't know is that we can hop on your shoulders and share a power with you. That should help out in this situation. That is as good as any other plan, Naruto replied. Good. Vegeta nodded and then refocused on Gaku. Gaku, hop on Naruto's shoulders with me. It's time we fight back with that. Wait, what? Gaku asked before his eyes lit up. Oh, you mean the big form only achieved when the summoner and summonee work together in Sage Mode? Vegeta nodded while rolling his eyes. Yay! Gaku shouted before both of them hopped on the blonde's shoulders. Minutes earlier. Damn, that's not good, Minato grumbled, watching Gaara transform into his inner beast. He knew Yagura was a Jinchuriki and that the childlike cage would make good on his threat to destroy the village if he couldn't kill Minato. He couldn't risk it, and with the cage already tapping into the three-tailed turtle's power, Minato needed to act fast. When Naruto blasted Gaara out of existence, Yagura's attention shifted from Minato to Naruto and Gaara's battle for a few precious moments. This was all the time Minato needed. He stilled himself and entered Sage Mode, a technique Jiraiya had insisted he master before becoming Hokage. He didn't use it often, but this situation demanded it. Empowered, Minato created 2 clones. One began working on a new jutsu, while the other drew a seal on his hand. He had studied the seal that contained the Kyuubi within Menma and Kuru, then reformed it for use against Jinchuriki or full-fledged tailed beasts. A single touch was all it would take to trap the beast. It would be a pain to wait for it to reform after killing Yagura and then fight it again. This was the quick and easy solution. No, Yagura raged, turning to find Minato gone, surrounded by Hirei Shinkonao. Oh, this is not good, he muttered to himself before being kicked in the back of the knees, then the face, then the back. Minato then placed his sealed hand on Yagura's back, extracting his tailed beast. The cage was stunned, unable to move. Minato seized the opportunity to deliver the final strike, momentarily forgetting that other Jinchuriki weren't like Kushina, who had survived her own extraction. This is the end. Taste my new Raiznan. Lightning-style eagle claw. The Raiznan molded to his hand, generating a surge of lightning as it plunged into Yagura's chest. Reaching his heart, Minato gripped it, sending electrical currents throughout the childlike cage's body before bursting from his back as a giant eagle with one claw impaled in him. Minato let Yagura's charred body fall to the ground, observing the green orb in his other hand, noting his seal holding the three tails. He then saw Naruto reverting to normal. A proud smile touched his lips, his son had defeated an enemy Jinchuriki. He flashed down to greet his eldest, catching him as he lost his footing. Naruto glared at him, then stood and walked toward the mini Shukaku. Minato frowned. Naruto might no longer be his legal son, but he still wanted to make amends to the blonde somehow. But how? Naruto approached Shukaku's ranting form, and the beast noticed him. What did you do to me? Naruto smirked. Simple. I used the Sharingan to make you believe you have far less power than you do, as evidenced by your current state. Only I can help you regain your former self. So you have two options: either leave and wander the world as a mini-demon, or become my partner. You're not making this choice easy, you ass. If I just leave, there's no way I'd survive out there. Fine then, I'll be your little partner, but I won't make things easy for you. I didn't think you would, Naruto calmly replied, earning wide-eyed looks from everyone. If I may interject, I too wish to partner with you, said the glowing green orb in Minato's hand, making the man look at it strangely. Naruto blinked and asked, why? I am also now limited, and you remind me of someone from our past. Perhaps we can benefit each other. We help you in your future battles, and we gain some measure of freedom by traveling alongside you. Shukaku seemed to calm for a moment, taking Naruto in, then widened its eyes before nodding a bit reluctantly. Fine, whatever, Naruto replied with a shrug. Shukaku nodded, then leaped at the blonde in a storm of sand before reforming on Naruto's back like a backpack. The three tails green orb bounced from a bewildered Minato's hand before plunging into the sand backpack, making it look like it had an eye. Naruto twitched an eyebrow and said, you two better not cause me trouble. Before they could answer, Kuru, Hotaru, Utakata, Menma, Oniki, Kuratsuki, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Gai, Kakashi, Mikato, Kushina, Meiterumi, and Ao all leaped into the arena, looking for trouble but finding none. Well, Menma didn't, as he'd been there the whole time. Plus, Mei and Ao were unconscious on Jiraiya and Mikato's shoulders. Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, how did your battle go? Oniki, Gold Dust retreated when Naruto killed his son and you killed Yagura. He rounded up the rest of his kids and ordered a full retreat of his forces. Good. My dad and some guy named Itaki are making sure they and the Kiri ninja never come back here, Kuratsuki replied. Wait, you killed Gaara? Way to go. Kushina cheered happily, making Naruto scowl at her before she doubled over in pain. Kushina. Minato shouted in worry before being blasted back by a black and red aura. This aura then leaped out of Kushina's body, taking the form of a very evil-looking Kushina, while the real one slumped to the ground unconscious. Who are you? Oh, you don't know me, Minato. I thought you would, since we've been together for 13 years. But of course, I've been in the shadows, controlling you and Kushina to hate your eldest son, she said, stunning everyone. Why would you do that? Who are you? Minato roared. This was the creature that tore his family apart. Why? Because that's my job. That's been my job for centuries, creating hatred and then feeding off of it. I am known as the hatred virus, a being split off from the Ribby, the zero-tailed slug. While we have died a few times, we were always revived thanks to our master, who needs me to control his little masked man. My current incarnation is someone you people know very well. What do you mean? Minato asked. Dark Kushina gave him a toothy smile. Let me show you, Minato, sensei, she said, making the man freeze as her body changed form and shrunk a bit. Standing in front of them was a little girl with chin-length bobbed brown hair framing her face and brown eyes. She also had a rectangular purple marking on either side of her cheeks. She wore a long-sleeved black top and a light purple apron skirt, under which she wore black shorts, along with a pair of sandals, red stockings that stopped at her thighs, and a small, red bracelet on her left wrist. Kakashi gasped at what he saw. Rin, yes, I am Rin, the girl said, and I did survive impaling myself on your Chidori. I don't work for Konoha anymore, I work for my master, she said as she grew back into a full adult, keeping the same features. And it is time I go, but before that, she said before disappearing and then reappearing with her hand in Naruto's gut. She ripped out a black and red orb from his body with a sinister smile. I am taking this. Could come in handy later, she said as Naruto fell to the ground. She used that distraction to make her leave, disappearing in a violent swirl of red and black energy. Deep underground. A facility that shouldn't exist lay deep underground. It belonged to the Root organization, which also shouldn't exist, as the third Hokage had ordered Danzo to shut it down. Of course, Danzo had merely nodded and left that day, ignoring the order. He felt it was his duty to protect Konoha in his own way by handling the darker aspects of the shinobi world that others wouldn't. If war needed to be waged, then so be it. He would make it happen, by any means possible. Currently, Danzo stood over a broken teenage girl, roughly Naruto's age. She had long raven hair, black eyes, and fang-like tattoos on her face. No, she wasn't an Inyazuka, she'd just put them on for show a long time ago. In addition to her facial features, she wore a black sleeveless shirt drenched in sweat and blood, skin-tight black pants, and shinobi sandals. This girl was broken in the sense that her training had required her to do something so horrible it shattered her. She stared lifelessly at her hands in fear, seeing the blood on them. She had killed her best friend, a requirement in the Root program to forge loyal soldiers. It made no sense to outsiders, but it made perfect sense to Danzo. He broke their spirits and then rebuilt them to revere him, but without emotion. However, this situation was different. This girl was supposed to be his successor, since his last candidate was no longer around. This girl was his daughter, like the last candidate, but unlike her older sister, she was weaker and unprepared. His first child had succeeded in her mission to track the last cage, but was now out of the picture due to being someone else's pawn. Plus, he never gave his eldest any power to absorb, thanks to her mother's bloodline. The mimic bloodline had the ability to take one power in their lifetime and keep it for their own. Danzo guessed that was why his eldest was now the hatred virus. Her body had adapted too well and allowed her to control the false-tailed beast's power, which in turn saved her life. His first daughter was indeed Rin Nohara. This girl was his second daughter, Karasu Nohara. He chose to give both his daughters their mother's name, as it was better that way. And speaking of their mother, she lay before the broken girl's eyes. Their mother, this was the person she was tasked to kill since she was rather close to the woman, Karen Nohara. Danzo was wary at first to kill the mother of his children, but in his mind, she had outlived her usefulness. After all, she was just a means to an end for him, a tool to be used. Danzo stared at the broken girl and sighed. All his attempts at rousing her from her panic proved useless. She was truly useless to him now. It was just as well, he doubted she could carry on his will anyway. Walking away from her, he called out to his men, "Get her out of my sight. She is not welcome here anymore. She is just a failed experiment, and I have better things to do, like take Konoha for myself, now that Minato has proved he's not a fit ruler." The Root agents in the shadows wordlessly did as he asked, silent as death itself. Hospital room. Naruto awoke to a white room and the smell of medicine. Oh right, he was in the hospital. He didn't hate hospitals per se, but he disliked being a patient because one literally died of boredom. Whenever he went to the hospital, it was to visit Tsunade and Shizune for training tips or just to hang out with them. After all, he saw Tsunade as a mother and Shizune as a big sister, they were like family. So imagine his surprise when he saw he had a roommate in the form of Kushina Uzumaki. Ugh, what the hell happened and why are you here with me? Naruto asked, a bit rudely. Kushina flinched at his tone and sighed. Even if she wasn't in control of her actions most of the time, she also never fought back until the end, so she was as much to blame as Minato, and she knew it. But she was stubborn, a trait in all Uzumaki, and she would regain his trust and then his love eventually. I'm not so sure what happened myself, she began. But after Rin ripped herself out of me, I passed out from having another extraction since she's technically a tailed beast now, even if a false one. She then put her fist in you and ripped out Kyubai's remaining chakra and its spawn. You might have a scar because of that. This made Naruto groan a bit. After that, Tsunade managed to get you to the emergency room to operate and keep you alive. You just about died a few times. Shizune and the others worked on me to keep me alive until my Uzumaki blood kicked in. As we recovered, I asked them to place me in the same room as you. Why? Naruto asked, still rather angry with her due to years of neglect, but for some reason, it was less now. His dark self had been taken from him, which seemed to lessen his hatred. Odd. Because, Kushina replied. I need to talk to you. I don't know if apologizing will fix anything, but I need to do it, and I won't blame Rin because I never fought it. I realize I'm a horrible mother, but I need to fix this, somehow. Merely apologizing for years of neglect won't help at all, Naruto grunted, but deep down, he wanted to give Kushina a chance. However, the more rational side of his mind was still in control. I don't give a shit that you were controlled by Rin. The fact is, you never fought her and let her guide and control your actions to the point that it was completely normal to interact with me after all the shit that happened. You and Minato clearly showed no signs that you ever gave two shits about me, and when Minato did want to train me, it was in the last year of the academy where it wouldn't have mattered, as it would have had me pawned off to the lowest-ranking Jonin sensei around, ensuring that I died in the field. The fact that you never did anything at all makes you worthless. Naruto raged, letting his anger get the best of him. Kushina was openly crying at this point because his words were true and they stung. She didn't know what really happened to Rin, but it was her goal to have Naruto killed off eventually. So I trained on my own and behind your backs because I knew you would have told me to stop or killed me yourself, Naruto continued. When Jiraiya told you that stupid prophecy made by some old-ass toad, you took his fucking word for it and let it mark me as a nothing. I will never forgive him for that because he wrote me off without ever even knowing me. He was supposed to be a family friend, but I see him only as a stranger and will never see him as anything else. Then we have Menma. He might not have been infected as you and Minato were, but you sure as hell didn't help the situation at all. You let him berate me and tell me to just die. That made him think that I was weak from the start and that I would always be worthless. That made him paranoid to the point that if he was ever weak, he would be in the same boat as me. So he thought that he needed to kill me to never be seen as weak in your eyes. So yes, you are a horrible mother that I hate with a passion along with Minato. And you know what? Tsunade is a better mother than you ever were. Kushina couldn't believe her ears. She knew everything he said was true, as it was proven in the exams with Menma, but hearing that Tsunade, the legendary sucker and drunk, was a better mother than her? It just wasn't fair. Why did Rin and that masked man have to do this? Why couldn't they have been a happy family? Was this family destined to be screwed over or what? And you know what Naruto said as a realization dawned on his face? Kuro was the only member of this family that ever gave a shit about me. She never berated me or told me to die. She was nothing but nice to me, and I ignored her because I was fixated on you all. Her only crime was neglecting to see how you all were to me, and I gave her a chance, and she hasn't screwed me over yet. She has gained some of my trust, but not all of it. Kushina smiled at this despite her sadness. It seemed there was hope for their family yet. Karu was the key, it seemed. Is there any way to repair the damage we have caused? Naruto glared at her for a moment, making her flinch and inwardly accept that there was no chance for that. However, Naruto sighed, I want to say hell no and stay out of my life, but with my inner darkness gone, my hatred towards you is no longer amplified by it. I will always hate you for what you and Minato did to me, as well as Menma, but there is a slim chance that I could accept you again as family. Don't even expect it to be instant because it will take a long time to do so. A slim chance is still a chance, and that is all I ask for, Kushina replied with happy tears directed at her eldest son, who was still glaring at her. I will work towards that goal until the day I die. Naruto stared at the redhead for a moment before merely grunting and looking away. Tsunade's office. Tsunade, who had been on the other side of the door, smiled to herself. It seemed that things were not permanent, but what struck her was Naruto admitting that she was a better mother than Kushina. It made her happy as she walked away. Once back in her office, she noticed that Jiraiya was still there, tied to one of her chairs. Alright, certain events in the last few days have happened that I am now willing to listen to your side of the story. You better make it good or I will kill you this time. Jiraiya stared at the floor in silence. One of his students was the virus? How was that possible? Nothing made sense to him about that, but that didn't matter at this point. He needed to clear the air between him and his old teammate if he was ever going to be friends with her again. I know I messed up, so here it is. I told you guys a false prophecy that I made up because what I saw and heard when I came back would have led to the dark path of the real prophecy. I made it dependent on Menma and Kuro to save the world when it is really Naruto who is going to save it. I realize now that I am responsible for the end of the world if it comes to that. Dumbass, Tsunade mumbled. The real prophecy is this, the world's fate shall be decided by a single person. If they let hate consume them and turn their back on the family that neglected them so, then the world will forever be lost in the fires of war. But if they learn to forgive and trust their siblings to have their back, then the world shall know salvation. Bullshit, Tsunade growled, making Jiraiya flinch. Back then I see why you did it because they were being controlled, but you really did pave the way for the darker half of this prophecy. Jiraiya, you were always a dumbass, but now you've amped that notion up. A prophecy is just a prophecy, and the one you got is fucking stupid. What do you mean? Not everyone believes in fate and prophecy, I am one of them. This is because I just got back from Naruto and Kushina's room, and he has proven not only in there but throughout this whole ordeal that he has shaped his own destiny, not some ridiculous prophecy made by some senile old toad. He is willing to forgive, but it will take a long time. A very long time. However, you will never have a chance with him. He sees you as the cause of all of this. He hates you. Jiraiya looked down in sadness. He should have expected that as well when things basically went to shit. If that was the case, he would stay out of Naruto's life if that's what he wanted. He would give that much. So what now? Tsunade smirked. What else is there? As Naruto's appointed mother, I have to look out for him. That made Jiraiya's jaw drop to the floor. Tsunade, as a mother was just odd. So, I won't ban you from seeing him, but you have to make it up to him somehow, as it is proven that his anger and hatred have been reduced to a point. I see, Jiraiya replied with a sigh, relieved that there was a small chance of redemption. So what now? Are we still friends? Tsunade smirked. Yeah, sure, but no, I will not go out with you. So get that shit out of your perverted mind. Now get out of here. Okay, but I'm still tied up. Are you the one thinking something perverted with me being the one tied up? Jiraiya asked with a creepy leer. Tsunade gained a tick mark at that. She roughly grabbed the man by his shirt and threw him out the window. You're a ninja. Get out of it yourself. He fell all the way down to the ground in a loud crash. Dumbass, she said to herself before sitting down to work on medical paperwork. Oh joy. Konoha streets. Kura walked along the streets of Konoha, deep in thought about what had been going on the last few days. From her brother's revelations to the invasion, it all made her think hard about what to do next. She knew she was strong, that much was sure. She even had the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist swords thanks to Tsunade, Guy, and Kakashi. She was still learning how to use each one, and it was difficult. Jugo and Karen assisted their sensei, Tsunade, with paperwork, or rather, did it for her while she drank. Patient numbers were manageable due to the invasion, but the paperwork was overwhelming, so she tasked her students with it. Knock! Knock! The door opened to reveal Mei Terumi, dressed in a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that fell just below her knees. Ah, Mei Terumi. What can I do for you? Tsunade asked, immediately sobering up. Mei sat in the only available chair with a defeated look, an unusual expression that troubled Tsunade. Is there any way you can remove some of my memories? That is an odd request, Tsunade replied, slightly taken aback. I am not even sure Inoichi could do it himself. Why do you ask? Because the last days of the rebellion and then the slave seal, it is hard to function normally when I am constantly reminded of what happened. Of how everyone was suddenly attacked and then all my troops who looked up to me died with a look that said, why couldn't you protect us? Worst of all, the kid I constantly teased, Kojuro, died in my arms. I may have teased him for having a crush on me, but after a while, I saw him as a son, and seeing him die like that in my arms, it hurts. It hurts so much. Tsunade nodded, understanding Mei's pain, the inability to save loved ones when it truly matters. She rose from her desk and hugged Mei, who then broke down. Karen and Jugo watched sadly. Karen, having been a captive of Orochimaru's old goons and lacking many friends, couldn't relate. Jugo, however, had something to say. Use that pain to make yourself stronger, he said. What? Mei replied. Don't let their sacrifice go in vain, Jugo stated. Use your pain and turn it into something good to save others. That is what I am doing with my family curse, thanks to Naruto. If you don't want to see those close to you die so easily anymore, learn the medical arts with us. Tsunade saw a look of hope on Mei's face and smiled. Yes, she could help Mei. Forgetting those memories of all your loved ones won't help you. If you forget them, you will not grow as a person. I don't mind teaching you some medical arts to protect those you care about. Mei stared at both Jugo and Tsunade for a moment before happiness overcame her. With a smile, Mei nodded her head. Thank you, she repeated over and over again. As Tsunade hugged the now happy woman, she noticed a small blush on Jugo's face. Oh, this would be fun. Ao stood before the door of the feared and famed head of the Hyuga clan. Now in Konoha, he felt it was right to confess about his eye. Knocking, he heard a muffled enter and did so. Upon entering, Ao noticed the man diligently working on paperwork, the bane of every high-ranking shinobi's existence. He quietly sat on his knees until the man turned to him. After about 10 minutes of uncomfortable silence, Hayashi Hyuga finally turned to greet his guest. He showed no emotion, allowing Ao to speak first. Ao bowed his head to the floor and said, Lord Hayashi, I am known as Ao. With the slave seal removed, I am now a member of Konoha. However, since that has come to pass, I feel it is only right that I tell you that under this eye patch is your clan's Jujutsu, the Byakugan. When I was younger, I fought one of your clan and took their eye for my own. You may do as you wish to me. Hayashi stared impassively at Ao, surprised he possessed a stolen Byakugan and could use it. This explained why one of the elders had only one eye, which Hayashi found hilarious. Considering this, Ao could aid in his goal of abolishing the caged bird seal. He knew Hinata sought the same thing, when she wasn't training or pursuing the Hokage's eldest son, so, she would be happy about this too. The wheels were already turning in his head on how this could work, but first, he needed more information. I see. You are at peace with whatever fate becomes of you, Hayashi stated ominously. Then you are to help me by telling me how your Byakugan works for you and how you protect it. I wish to abolish the use of our caged bird seal and bring the clan back together as a true family. If your ways impress me and they work for the clan, I am willing to waive your transgression on our clan and bring you in as an honorary clan member and as a possible teacher to my eldest daughter. Of course I will help as well as I can, Ao stated excitedly and quite shocked that Hayashi wouldn't kill him. He had every right, but chose to use Ao to help his clan. Perhaps the rumors about Hayashi were false. I am just shocked you took this so well. Hayashi smirked. You wouldn't be the first in this village to have an eye that doesn't belong to you. I am sure you and Kakashi will have much to talk about after this is all done. Minato sat at his desk in the Hokage's office, deeply depressed. I failed. He was a terrible father. A simple virus manipulated a memory, causing him to hate his son. I failed. Worse, he let the virus spiral out of control, ruining his family. He had no control, giving it all away. His eldest son left the family because of his actions. His other son became so paranoid he thought he should kill Naruto. I failed. Worst of all, the cause was a simple virus, or so he thought. It was Rin, a student he couldn't protect. She had fallen so far as to help destroy his family. All because he had failed. The office door suddenly opened, revealing an older man, missing an eye and crippled, looking like he'd seen better days. Ugh, what do you want, Danzo? I am not in the mood, Minato stated pathetically. Danzo looked at the darkened office in disgust. Minato had trashed the place in anger, then pathetic depression. Such a simple fool. At least he trained his men to show no emotion. Soon, all of Konoha would be like that, or at least half the population, the others dead for not handling his ways. Weeding out the bad roots, as it were. Simple, he said, reaching into the bandages around his eye and pulling. You are not fit to be Hokage, so I am taking it by force. What? Minato began to say before seeing the Sharingan. The door to Minato's office suddenly opened, revealing an older man, missing an eye and crippled, looking like he'd seen better days. Ugh, what do you want, Danzo? I am not in the mood, Minato stated pathetically. Danzo looked at the darkened office in disgust. Minato had trashed the place in his angered state, then pathetic depression. Such a simple fool. At least he trained his men to show no emotion. Soon, all of Konoha would be like that, or at least half the population, the others dead for not handling his ways. Weeding out the bad roots, as it were. Simple, he said, reaching into the bandages around his eye and pulling. You are not fit to be Hokage, so I am taking it by force. What? Minato began to say before seeing the Sharingan. Naruto was discharged from the hospital early, his injuries healing faster than normal. With his anger and the spawn gone, his Uzumaki blood finally kicked in. Another thing Rin ruined for him. So engrossed in thoughts of Rin, Naruto barely noticed a disturbance in the alley he was passing. Curious and eager to escape his dark thoughts, the blonde entered the alley, expecting a cat or dog fight, but found a bruised, raven-haired girl in bad shape. She looked beaten, but also seemed to have fought back, with dried blood on her hands and arms. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked, then mentally kicked himself. She clearly wasn't. She didn't answer, just lay there, staring blankly. He didn't know how to react, which was irritating. However, he felt compelled to help her and clean her up. Perhaps kindness would make her open up. Bending to pick her up, he said, Look, please don't kill me, I am just going to help you out of this hole. As he picked her up, she didn't fight back, or even move, just stared blankly. Without her help, he couldn't carry her home, leaving one non-creepy option, the ghost step. Using his teleportation technique, Naruto brought himself and the girl to his house, where she would be safe for the time being. Appearing in the living room, he thought this would be good for him, distracting him from his problems. Of course, this brought more problems, like how to help her, but whatever. First, the blood needed cleaning. Quickly grabbing a wet rag, he took her arms and started washing the blood off. This finally elicited a reaction. She jerked back a bit, but Naruto held on tight. When she stopped jerking, Naruto finished cleaning her arms, then started on her hands. That's when he noticed something fall, tears. Tears fell from the girl's face, yet she showed no other visible emotion. It made no sense to him. Finishing with her bloody hands, he sighed. Okay, those clothes need to go, as they are basically rags, Naruto said aloud to himself. He went to his room, took out some clothes, and returned to the living room. The girl was still there, she hadn't even moved. Okay, I have some girl clothes for you, and please don't ask why I have them, Naruto hurriedly said. Why? The girl asked quietly, making Naruto grimace. He hadn't even noticed she was finally acting like a real person. Well, my sister liked to come over sometimes and she thought it would be convenient to have them over here. No, the girl replied softly yet again, as if speaking aloud was punishable. Why are you helping me? Why did you clean off Mama's blood? I am useless. Why help you? Naruto asked back, confused, as he wiped tears from her face with the clean side of the rag. Why not is the answer. I saw some girl lying in an alley who looked pretty beat up and needed help. So I did. Naruto frowned, thinking about her last two statements. What do you mean your mother's blood? And who told you that you were useless? Mother died, her blood is on my hands, the girl replied emotionlessly, like giving a report. Father said I was useless, so he had his men leave me in that alley to die. What the hell? Who is your father? Naruto asked angrily, which made the girl flinch slightly. He calmed down a bit. Danzo Shinura is my father, the girl replied. Danzo, Naruto asked himself, remembering the mysterious man who helped him with his Sharingan eyes. The man was a mystery, but he'd heard he was on the council. Could we start from the top? I feel that I am missing something important. The girl nodded and began speaking again in her emotionless voice, still with no emotion on her face. For his root training program, father needs people broken to become loyal soldiers to his cause. He breaks them and then rebuilds them to obey him and only him. To break them, he has them kill their best friend, so for me that was my mother, Karen. Here, the girl finally showed emotion, a hurt look crossed her features and more tears streamed down her face. When it seemed to him that I could not be remade his way, he told me I was useless, more so than my sister, and had his men take me away. They took me to that alley and broke my arms and legs so that I would die quickly. At this point, Naruto was red with anger and genuinely wanted to kill this Danzo guy. So what if he helped acquire those eyes? This man needed to die. That brought another thought to his mind. It seemed that both of their fathers were unfit for the job. Something deep in his mind thought this was good on some level, but on the surface, Naruto was just beyond pissed. Fine then, you are staying here until you heal and we deal with this situation. Naruto paused, then blushed. What is your name? I kind of forgot to ask. Karasu's eyes widened, a slight show of emotion that made Naruto smile tiny bit. So you are the boy Danzo had his eye on. She then looked down at herself to see nothing but rags. About my clothes, it would not matter either way since I will be healed in a few hours, but these rags are uncomfortable and not suitable for use. Please remove them now and change them for me. Naruto blinked, then blushed crimson red. Honestly, he should have kept his big mouth shut about her clothes. Now, because of her healing broken limbs, he had to be the one to change her clothes. Okay, but you can change your own underwear when you have mobility back again, he stated without question, making the girl nod in compliance. Taking a deep breath, Naruto helped position the girl comfortably on the floor. Okay, please bear with me and tell me if I hurt you. As Naruto took off her ripped-up pants and shirt, he tried not to blush, because despite all the hate he usually had in his body and the chaos around him, he was still a hot-blooded teenager, so this would be a bit difficult. But the only things really helping him were that she was broken and emotionless. That helped him think of other things as he delicately replaced her damaged clothes with new ones. Danzo was the raging topic in his mind. He still didn't really have a face for the man who helped him acquire Sharingan eyes, but that made it worse. How did the man even get the eyes in the first place? It couldn't have been on the up and up, given what he'd recently learned about the man. He was the leader of Root, and he had questionable means of recruitment. So that led to questionable means on how he got the eyes. Now, would he be seeing the man in the near future or not? The man was old, but he'd heard he was power-hungry and a warmonger. How was he going to deal with his own problems and this Danzo character if the man chose to go after him? After all, Karasu said the man was keeping an eye on him. That led to another thought. Could he even trust Karasu? She was related to both Danzo and Rin. Rin wanted him dead, and he didn't really know what Danzo wanted with him. So what did Karasu want? Should he keep helping the girl and see where it went, or should he drop her off somewhere once she healed to keep her at arm's length? What was that saying again? Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer? That could work, but was Karasu an enemy? After all she went through with her father and mother, would she join Naruto or crawl back to her father? Ugh, this was just too much to think about. Oh, wow, he was already done changing her clothes. That was quick. Okay, let me get you to the sofa, so that you can rest better. The floor won't work. Why not the bed? I thought that was a better place, Karasu suggested without thought. I am not sure how people will react when they see you in my bed. I do not understand, the girl replied with a cute tilt of the head, but still with her emotionless look. Of course not, Naruto replied exasperatedly as he laid the girl in the bed. Naruto? A voice suddenly rang through his house, making Naruto freeze. That voice could only belong to one person, and said person walked into his room, only to freeze as well. Naruto! What are you doing? The voice shouted, then punched him in the gut, making him back away from the bed. Ugh! Naruto growled as he got back up. Karu, please calm down. Calm down, the now identified girl roared as she turned on the light. I see you in a dark room with some girl on your bed, how am I supposed to react? Oh, so this is what you meant when people might react oddly, Karasu stated emotionlessly, unsure how to take the scene. What? Karu asked awkwardly before noticing her clothes on the girl. Why is she wearing my clothes? Because when I found her, she was wearing nothing but rags that looked like they were about to fall off, Naruto replied. Huh, I found her in an alley where her father dumped her and called her useless, Naruto stated, not wanting to tell the whole story just yet. How horrible, Karu cried out, sensing her situation was like Naruto's. I also wouldn't hug her just yet. He had her arms and legs broken, but her blood lets her heal fast, so she should be up soon, Naruto said, stopping her, leading to an awkward silence. Now, what do you need? Oh, that's right, Kura said with a shocked look, having completely forgotten why she'd barged in. The Hokage needs to see our team. Menma said he would wait outside the tower for us while I got you. Ugh, fine, Naruto groaned. He didn't want to deal with them today. Turning to Karasu, he said, stay put. As they left the room, Kuru looked at Karasu with a calculating gaze before running after Naruto. Hey, since you were the one to change her clothes, did you like what you saw? She asked curiously with a bit of a jealous pout. This made Naruto nearly fall out the front door. I would rather not talk about it, he said with a blush, as Kuru laughed. Back in Naruto's room, Karasu heard the door close and then said, where am I going to go when I don't have the use of my limbs? She asked no one. Maybe when she recovered, she would buy some books on human behavior because she obviously had a bad understanding of how normal humans interacted. Living with Danzo all those years wasn't very helpful. Menma leaned against the Hokage tower, impatiently waiting for his siblings and teammates to hurry up so they could meet with the Hokage. He honestly didn't know what their father wanted from them, but he had been rather quiet lately. Menma paused at that. Was he still so willing to kiss up to his father that it translated to his personality and current anger? Yeah, he was. That thought irritated him because he was trying to change, he really was, but it was hard. He still viewed people as weak and useless, but the question was, could he change? Then there was the issue of his father. Ever since the Chunin exams, their father had been withdrawn, and people said he'd destroyed his office. People had said their father had become a shadow of his former self and that he should step down as Hokage because if he couldn't fight a former student-turned-deadly virus and stop her from destroying their family, then he was not Hokage material, army killer, or not. That angered him. It angered him that his father was being slandered like that. It angered him that his family had been so easily manipulated. And it made him so angry that Kyuubi was now silent. How was he to rant at the beast when it wouldn't talk to him after what it made him do? No, he made himself almost kill his brother. The beast just egged him on to do it. Like an evil cheerleader. God, he was messed up. Looking up again at the road, he was relieved to see Kuru and Naruto. Finally. About time you got here. I was thinking you might have died, Menma replied rudely. He now knew that Naruto hadn't lived with them for a time, but Kuru wouldn't take him with her when he asked to go as well. Something about trust issues and he wouldn't be welcome there. Whatever. Sorry, oh master of the universe, but there were complications, Kuru growled. Oh, Menma asked with a slightly perverted smirk, knowing of her little crush. Of course, he thought it was weird, but in the end, it wasn't him so he didn't much care. Not like that, but there was a girl at Naruto's place that was being taken care of due to her being injured. Oh? Into the weak and helpless, Menma smirked. Naruto took the smirk as I am better than you, so I know what you like. So he had his one input. Well, her father thinks she is useless and I am nothing, so it is a perfect match. That comment made Menma flinch. Yeah, there was that too. Because of Jiraiya and then himself, Naruto thought himself as nothing. Damn. Let's just go see what the Hokage wants. Danzo's return. Opening the door to the Hokage's office, they found it dimly lit, and the Hokage was not behind the desk. It could have been their father if he had suddenly aged, become crippled, and lost an eye, but they knew it wasn't him. Minato stood nearby, which slightly lessened the tension, but only by a bit. The main question remained, why was this man in the Hokage's seat? Menma wasted no time. You wanted to see us, Hokage-sama, he asked. Indeed, I have, the old man replied, but Menma rudely cut him off. I was talking to my dad, thanks. No, boy, you addressed the Hokage. That is me now, and you will show proper respect. What? Minato has acknowledged he is unfit to lead this village, so he appointed me as the next Hokage, the man stated. I, Danzo Shinura, am your next leader. Reactions varied. Menma looked nervous, Kuru was skeptical, and Naruto glared. So this was Danzo, but something didn't add up. Is this true, Minato? Naruto asked the man beside Danzo. Yes, it is, Minato said in an almost drone-like tone. The poor lighting obscured his face, including his dulled eyes. His voice sent warning bells through Naruto's mind, making him narrow his eyes. Then he saw Minato's fingers twitch. Something isn't right. Is that all you wished to tell us? Naruto asked, redirecting his attention to Danzo, who seemed to be giving him a calculating look. No, Danzo replied. I ordered you to come here because of the recent Chunin exams. You three are among the few who have gained the rank of Chunin. Congratulations. He then produced 3 flak jackets and handed them over. Even me? Menma asked, surprised given his recent actions. Yes, Danzo replied. I, however, wouldn't have done it. This was Minato's and many other high-ranking officials' choices. I do agree with your ideals of strength, but I find you to be weak. What? Menma roared, weakness being a sore spot for him. I showed vast strength in that arena. Indeed, but you are emotionally weak. A very bad weakness for a ninja. If it had been up to me, you wouldn't have even been a ninja, as I saw your weakness a mile away. How dare you, Menma growled. I only speak the truth, Danzo replied before gesturing to Naruto. Your brother, on the other hand, has shown potential throughout his life. I have kept an eye on him and even helped him a few times. While you were coddled by your parents, he grew up with that and has turned into a fine ninja. And perhaps, with some tweaking, a potential leader for Root. I did hear recently that you've been keeping an eye on me, Naruto replied nonchalantly, drawing Danzo's attention back and hoping to defuse Menma's ticking timer. He didn't believe Danzo got the Hokage position legitimately. He smelled deception, especially after what happened with Danzo's daughter and the suspected genjutsu over Minato. But this man had been helping him. It was creepy, let him burn. Danzo regarded Naruto carefully. Who told you I was helping you? I made sure to keep my involvement in your life a secret. I didn't want people thinking I was giving you blatant favoritism. I recently met a girl, Naruto replied, leaning against the desk, easily maintaining the facade of being on Danzo's side. She was broken and bloody, so I took her home. She was emotionally like a rock until I helped her, and she opened up. She told me about a man keeping an eye on me, who ran illegal organizations. Danzo clenched his fist, and in the dark, Naruto could see his knuckles whitening from anger. Bingo! And who would this girl be to make you think that I am the same person? Naruto smiled darkly, not only because he had the man where he wanted him, but because it seemed his conversation had allowed Minato to break free of his genjutsu. Oh, this will be fun. She said her name was Karasu Noharu, and that you were her father. Danzo smirked. And what makes you think that I will admit to having a daughter? I could have you killed for thinking you can play me, boy. You are much too young for that. Would you kill someone you have your eye on? Naruto asked darkly. You could kill me, but then you would never find the girl. And even if you wanted her dead, your men wouldn't get to her. And what makes you think that? Danzo quipped, noticing Menma and Karu's discomfort with the conversation. He could use them. If you die, what makes you think I will let them live to save her? Naruto smiled darkly, because I am not even here. Shadow clone, so that was it. Well played, boy, but you still lost. With a subtle hand motion, Danzo ordered his men to strike. I want you to know this, boy, you are more like me than you know, but you lost this round. Prepare to be a true orphan. The next thing the Naruto clone knew, he was impaled by 2 swords through the back, making him poof away. When the Root agents went for Menma and Kuru, they didn't even have a chance to defend themselves before a yellow flash enveloped the room. The next thing Danzo knew, his men were on the floor in a pool of blood, and the Hokage children were by the door. How did you break the Koda Amatsukami? Danzo asked in shock before he was thrown onto the floor by his men. Easily. After Rin's control was broken over me, breaking out of a genjutsu, even as sharing an enhanced genjutsu, is child's play, Minato replied seriously. Now I have a question I want answered before I kill you. And that would be, was Rin your daughter as well, and did you have her keep tabs on me? Minato asked harshly, this information further sealing Danzo's fate. Should have killed the little bitch myself, Danzo muttered aloud before turning his gaze back to Minato. Yes, but if I am going to die, why don't you let your eldest behind the door do it? What? Minato asked with wide eyes when the door actually opened to reveal Naruto, making the others wonder how he made a shadow clone without them noticing and was actually behind the door the whole time. So Danzo, you want to kill you? Naruto asked nonchalantly. Indeed, boy, which was why you were behind the door instead of at your home protecting the girl, right? Danzo asked. Actually no, I stayed behind the door to reveal that I am the one who actually won, old man. You lost, Naruto replied arrogantly. This statement angered Danzo. Indeed, he thought he won when he outwitted the boy's clone and went for the kill of the rest of his family. But no, Minato just had to break the genjutsu and make him lose. But Naruto's confirmation was what broke the camel's back for him. Ard, he roared as he tried to get back up and stab the boy with the hidden kunao in his sleeve. Then there was the sickening sound of metal cutting flesh. But Naruto wasn't the one to receive that. No, it was Danzo, as Minato once again used his powers of the flying thunder god to slice the man's throat. Danzo gurgled, choking on his own blood. You are more like me than you think. He managed to get out, but this is not over, you haven't won yet. With that said, Danzo allowed the blood to choke him to death with a smile on his lips. Before Minato could take the body away, it began to glow with angry red seals. Minato saw this as a bad sign before he grabbed the 3 newly minted shinin and disappeared in a yellow flash. The next moment, the Hokage's office exploded. The whole village almost had a heart attack when they saw the top of the Hokage's tower explode, but their fears were laid to rest when they saw a yellow flash and the man appeared in the middle of the street with his children. Naruto broke away from Minato's grip with a glare and said, that was unnecessary, Hokage-sama, for I too am just a clone. I don't need your help, Naruto said while poofing away. Minato looked visibly hurt by this, but he had a situation to handle as he saw all of his ninja heading his way. Go home, you two. I have a long night ahead of me, Minato ordered Kuru and Menma, who nodded and walked away, looking distracted. Kuru because of what she just witnessed. Menma, for an entirely different reason. When they were about a block away, Menma finally spoke. I am not weak, he growled out. How could that old man say I was weak? This annoyed Kuru, and she was already at her breaking point today with his bullshit. Would you shut the hell up? God! Kuru shouted at Menma, shocking him a bit, as he knew she usually told him to stop, but never actually blew up on him. Wah! No! Shut up and let me speak because I need to get this off my chest and you need to hear this, Kuru shouted at her younger brother. Menma, you're a monster. You're not a monster because of how we all treated Naruto, you're a monster because when you became convinced that the weak needed to be destroyed, you thought only of yourself. If the weak need to be destroyed, then why didn't it occur to you to try to strengthen the weak in order to keep them from being destroyed? You have no love or compassion in your heart at all. The reason you chose to become a monster, Menma, is because you're weak. You're mentally weak. You're emotionally weak. You're morally weak. You're weak in your character. You're weak in every single way that truly matters. You may be strong for a genin Turnshinin, but you're weak as a person. So if you still believe the weak need to be destroyed, then you should walk up to the front of the line to be put up on the chopping block. With that, she walked away, most likely to go see Naruto. Menma just stayed there in the middle of the street, staring at the ground in shock. Is that really true? Naruto, sitting on his front steps, opened his eyes when he heard the explosion of the Hokage Tower and thought that things might not have gone the way he thought they should have. A moment later, a smirk tugged at his lips, but then it turned into a frown. I am nothing like you, he said quietly as he walked back inside his home. Deep under Konoha, the root agents acted like nothing was wrong, like their boss had not been killed. How could they when not one of them had any emotion whatsoever? They had their instructions. They were all currently in a large room surrounding two objects. One of them was a low-level root agent, and the other was Danzo's body. When the seals appeared on the man, Minato quickly left and did not see what truly happened. In truth, his body was never destroyed. The seals reverse summoned him back to Root and replaced him with a large amount of exploding tags. Dajamu, are you ready? A man asked. The masked Root Umbu nodded his head. Yes, I am, Fu. You and Torun may start the jutsu. Very well, Fu Yamanaka replied emotionlessly. He then turned to the others. Let us begin. They all began a set of long hand seals before Torun called out the technique. Kukiyos Edo Tensei. A figure stepped out of a wooden coffin in place of Dajamu. Its figure was bathed in shadow, but they all knew who it was. Their leader, their true leader. A man who would bring the glory of Root and then bring Konoha to the glory it was meant to be. Did you do as I asked? The shadow asked, its voicemail but not the elderly tone of Danzo. Yes, Leader Sama, Torun replied. Your old body had been mangled like you said it would, but the restorative seal we placed on it did its job enough that we could make the necessary changes you wanted. Your new body is better than it had been, and we restored you to prime fighting condition to take the seat of Hokage. Good, I will need all the power I can get if I am to survive a fight with Minato, the leader replied. Now, are we ready for the plan to set into motion? Yes, all the low-ranking ninja of Root are keeping the jutsu up so you can fight at your best. We are ready to go whenever you want to. Good, good. It just goes to show that Sarutobi made his ninja weak compared to Root. Now, let's show the world the shinobi of darkness is not really dead, the man said before they disappeared from the room. Menma sighed as he walked along the street. At first, it shocked the hell out of him that Kuru finally screamed at him what she thought about him, but then that shock turned into anger. Anger at the fact that the little weak bitch would stand up to him. He nearly blew up the street around him in anger until something clicked. With fear and anger at himself, he knew she was right. He was a monster. That and Kuwabai stopped talking to him, it was strange. But the question was, what could he do about his problem? Stopping because he hit his head on a pole, he looked up to see the hospital. Could Tsunade help me? Would she even bother after what I have done? He thought sadly before heading in. After all, it never hurt to ask, right? I am sorry, you want me to what? Tsunade growled at the boy in front of her. Maybe as a child he had been tolerable, but now she just wanted to kill him for what he did to Naruto. Now he was asking her for a favor. The fucking nerve. I asked if you could help me with my attitude problem. It was pointed out to me recently that I am a monster because of my ideals. I need help. Make me take classes or something. Tsunade glared at the boy in front of her while her apprentices looked on nervously. They were not fond of the boy, especially after what he did, but he was asking for help and that was good, right? Finally, Tsunade spoke. Ask me again at the end of the day. Right now I would like to kill you instead of just wasting resources, but I will think on it. Now get the fuck out of my office. Very well, Menma stated and left. Hinata and her team were training to get stronger as usual. Since none of them even passed, they felt that more training was necessary. Actually, it really didn't hurt to train, seeing as how the strongest in the last exam were Menma and, surprisingly, Naruto. Of course, Hinata believed Naruto had been strong from the start, so it was actually no surprise to her. What was a surprise was seeing one of the people from the invasion coming towards her. She didn't think that the old man would see anything in her. "You are Hinata Hyuga, correct?" the man asked. She nodded. The man then bowed to her. "I am Ao, and I have been tasked to help you in your dream of uniting your family by your father." "Really?" Hinata asked, rather shocked. She thought her father didn't really care. "How?" "Simple, I am going to be teaching you seals and making you stronger. You see, under this eye patch is a Byakugan eye that I have protected by these seals." He then paused as he looked at the rest of her team and then smiled. "However, with your sensei's permission, I would like to help her make the ultimate tracking team due to me being a former Kiri hunter nin." "Oh, you are that AO that my father talked about," Kurane replied before smiling. "I would love the help." "Oh, this is going to be great," Kiba exclaimed while Hinata nodded. Shino, he just stood there, no real expression on his face, but he did think it would be a good learning experience. Minato sighed as he helped the construction workers fix the Hokage Tower, mostly where his office had been thanks to Danzo blowing it to hell. Normally, people thought he would just stand by and watch or just be at home until it was done. No, he couldn't go back to that empty place. Kushina was still in the hospital, Menma was never home anymore as he did his own thing, and neither was Kuru, as she was always with her friends or with Naruto, helping him with Danzo's discarded daughter. Well, his second one. Rin was his first, and Karasu was his second. Danzo was obviously a bad father, but he was no better. He had screwed up with his family, and he doubted he could fix anything. He was a failure. Looking down at the village, he wondered if he was still capable of defending the village when he couldn't even protect his family. His thoughts were interrupted when he caught sight of Naruto with that Karasu girl. It seemed they had just eaten at Ichiraku's ramen and were heading somewhere else. Minato smiled at that, but that made him think that Naruto never needed him in the first place. He didn't know the first thing about the boy or even how to apologize. He let a single tear escape his eyes before he ripped his attention away from the boy and back to the reconstruction of the Hokage's office. "So, what do you think?" Naruto asked Karasu nonchalantly about how she liked the ramen. "It was an adequate amount of food," Karasu said neutrally, making Naruto trip a bit. Despite his broody attitude in his early years, there was one thing that made him happy, and that was ramen. "That's it? It didn't taste great or anything?" Naruto asked her. Karasu cocked her head to the side and asked, "Food is supposed to taste good? I thought it was just a form of nourishment." Naruto's eye twitched in irritation at that, but also found the action to be kind of cute. Boy, having that parasite gone was making him act different, that was for sure, as he was actually unsure of how he would have reacted. "Yeah, about that, it is a form of nourishment, but most people would prefer it to taste good to them. Also, there are some people, like me for example, that have a favorite food because of that taste. Maybe we should find yours." Karasu quirked an eyebrow and then blinked. "I keep forgetting that I am not dealing with people from Root anymore." She paused as she looked ahead and then said, "I don't think ramen is very good to me. Too salty." She looked back at the blonde to see a gloom cloud over his head. "No fair," Naruto mumbled. Before she could comment, her eyes caught a sight that made her freeze with an emotion on her face. "Fear. What is it?" Naruto asked. "I am not mad that you don't like ramen." However, he looked to where she was looking only to see three men, two with masks and another with a familiar X-shaped scar on his chin. "Father," she whispered. Her father actually brought out a negative emotion in her. Granted, it was still an emotion, so that was a sign. Naruto whipped his head back at her and asked seriously, "Are you sure that is your father? My sister saw him blow up. I know him anywhere, even if his age has changed, his demeanor has stayed the same," Karasu replied. "So what should we do?" Naruto asked. "Follow," she replied before going after the man and his associates from the shadows. Karu was bored. Kurotsuki was resting in the park after their training session, and Hinata was with her team. Not that Hinata could keep up either, since they both said that Kuru was a stamina monster. So Kuru was very bored. She wasn't hungry and she still had energy, she just had no idea what to do. Thankfully, that little problem was soon to be over when she saw her brother and his new roommate pass by. However, they looked to be up to something. Well, mostly Karasu, since Naruto was just along for the ride. She noticed that they were following someone, well, about 3 people to be exact. Looking to the 3, she saw 2 masked men and a younger version of Danzo. Oh, this was not good and not possible? How was that nut job still alive? Deciding to stay in the shadows, she tagged along and saw that they were heading to the hospital, but why? Soon, she saw her other brother leaning against the building. Ignoring his sad look, she grabbed him before hiding again. "The hell? Kuru, what are you doing?" Menma asked. Following those 3, Kuru replied seriously while pointing to the root agents. "What the fuck? I thought that old shit was dead? How the hell?" "I don't know, you idiot," Kuru raged. But Karasu seems determined to find out as well. "Who?" Menma asked. "Danzo's second daughter that Naruto saved from him," Kuru replied. Oh, so what now? Menma asked rather lamely. Keep to the shadows, Kuru ordered as they disappeared. Kushina heard the door to her room open. She was still recovering, and Tsunade felt that it was a good idea. This isn't good, Naruto stated. Karasu, do you know more about magnet release? The girl nodded. I've read a lot about this bloodline, it interested me the most. But I'm still learning to use it. Right now, I can only use repelling forces and levitate. Great, that means I have to get on Danzo's level just to fight him. Naruto groaned, then performed the summoning jutsu, bringing his friends Gaku and Vegeta into existence. Hey, Naruto, what can we do for you? Gaku asked cheerfully while Vegeta just grunted, arms crossed. I need to get into Sage mode while Tsunade and may have Danzo distracted, Naruto replied, taking off his shirt to reveal his muscles and the bracers from the Chunin exam. Karasu didn't know why, but she felt herself blush slightly at the sight. We can do that, Gaku said as he and Vegeta hopped onto Naruto's shoulders to begin gathering nature chakra. Susanoo! Danzo screamed, grabbing Naruto's attention as a huge, sickly green specter appeared. It had no arms, just a torso and a head. Naruto saw Tsunade and Mei struggling against it. It just stood there, protecting a smirking Danzo. But the man looked a little tired for some reason. Perhaps his boast about unlimited chakra was false? Still, Tsunade and Mei combined only managed to put a crack in it, and they were tiring. Okay, we're done, Gaku shouted, bringing Naruto's attention back to his situation. Good. Now I just need to pierce that thing, and maybe I'll be able to get rid of him for good, Naruto declared. May I make a suggestion? Isabu asked from his pot on Naruto's furry back. Sage mode had activated, and despite Naruto taking off his shirt, Shikaku remained on him. Like what? Naruto asked, curious about what the demon wanted. Son Gaku, my four-tailed brother, once contacted a monkey summoner himself. Out of curiosity, he joined, and when the chips were down, he gave the boy some of his power despite being in his own Sage mode. I wish to do the same to help you, but I'm unsure how long the power-up will last. I suppose it couldn't hurt much, Naruto replied. He wasn't a Jinchuriki or a pseudo-Jinchuriki anymore, so he thought the energy would hurt as rumored. But right now, he didn't have many options. Just hurry up before I change my mind. Very well, the three-tailed turtle said, burying itself further into Shikaku's backpack form until it touched Naruto's spine. It then sent a tail's worth of power directly into his nature chakra reserves, forcing a combination of two energies that turned the sage fur on his chest and arms along with his monkey tail a bright gold. Naruto's eyes shifted from blue to emerald green. This was the Super Sage form. Arg, it is too much. Naruto growled out in pain, but despite that, he would hold it for now. He nodded to his monkey summons, and they dispersed. He could complain later. He held out his right hand, and the bracer morphed into its spinning form as a violent wind chakra flowed into it, once again creating his wind drill technique. It was powerful before in normal Sage mode, and now it was beyond that. However, he still felt it wasn't enough since he didn't feel he was at Tsunade's level yet, so he activated the seal on his hand, bringing his own Sharingan to life once more and having it produce an Amaterasu on the wind drill, making it far more dangerous, both to his opponent and himself because he could feel the intense heat it was producing. Shukaku, Karasu, create opposing magnetic forces to repel me right at Danzo's shitty Susanoo. I'm not sure how long this will last, or how much longer I can take this heat, he shouted over the roar of his drill. Right, they said and did just that as Naruto was repelled rather quickly right at Danzo's Susanoo, directly at the cracked Tsunade and Mei had managed to make. Move! Naruto roared to the two women, making their eyes widen before they jumped out of the way. Sage Art Black Flame Vortex Cyclone Shredder, he shouted. The drill hit right where the crack was, and after a very loud screech, Naruto broke through and decimated Danzo's form. The wind drill stabbed him right where his black heart would be as the wind blades shredded him to bits, and then the black fire of Amaterasu burned away the remains. Naruto panted on the ground as that had taken out a sizable chunk of his chakra, and the rest of his Super Sage mode was now gone from his body. That was ridiculous, he muttered, holding his burnt arm. You did good, kid, Tsunade said as she landed next to him to begin healing his arm. But that was reckless. What were you thinking? Not much, Naruto admitted. I just wanted to end it quickly, and I did. But look at your arm. Naruto's mother figure roared. You're lucky I'm here, or else you wouldn't have it anymore. Thanks, Mom, Naruto groaned jokingly, making Tsunade chuckle a bit. Damn, you look like shit, Menma stated as he appeared next to Naruto along with Kuru, Kakashi, and Guy. They had already taken out Torun and Fu. Mei walked up as well with a smile. Gee, thanks, Naruto deadpanned. I don't think this is over, Karasu stated, rushing to his side. What? What makes you say that? Karu freaked. That, Karasu replied blandly, pointing to the slowly reforming Danzo, who was glaring at Naruto. Ah, come on, just stay down, Naruto replied exhaustedly. Danzo glared at the boy in rage. He had boasted that he had unlimited chakra, but that was only close to it. His multitude of root agents were powering him, but he had learned that being obliterated and reforming like that was highly chakra-consuming, and the use of his Izanagi was less. That meant a few of his men were now dead. Oh, this boy would pay. This was supposed to have been easy. I'm surprised that the jutsu did that much damage, but now I will kill you, boy, Danzo stated. Like hell you will. Tsunade raged as she stopped healing Naruto, feeling that his arm was good enough for now, and rushed the young form of Danzo. Foolish woman, Fujin is still active. Wah, was all she got out as a fist made of wind knocked her to the edge of the roof. In fact, you all forgot that, didn't you? Danzo smirked before another Sharingan on his body began to glow. I think I shall end this now. Raijin. Another Onai-like being came into existence, but this time it was made of lightning. Heh, these two are made to work together, now perish. With that, he laughed as Raijin and Fujin blasted towards the group. Kakashi acted first as he activated his signature jutsu. Raikiri, he shouted as he cut through Raijin's initial attack before Fujin came from behind and blasted him off the roof. Fujin then rushed after Mei, who sent out a barrage of lava globs, but it blasted through them like they weren't even there. However, it did use the flames to its advantage, adding more oomph to its attack. It then blasted Mei to the other end of the roof, burning parts of her clothes and body along the way. Guy and Karasu tried to repel the Sharingan gods with Taijutsu and low-level magnet release, but they were quickly taken out. Danzo smirked as he snapped his fingers, and the two Sharingan gods were deactivated, for he wanted to finish the children of the Hokage off himself. That, and to conserve chakra, he knew that a few more of his men were dead. Menma, ever the hothead, yelled, "Let's take this fucker out now." For once, Kuru and Naruto didn't argue as they were too tired to do so. Kuru was lucky Kakashi came to aid when he did, same for Menma, as they were unable to use their demon chakra against those two because of strange seals. The three siblings got up and rushed the man with their respective tools. Naruto had a Shinigami blade at the ready, Menma had his blood armor and a sword made out of blood, and Kuro had her twin katanas. Foolish, Danzo muttered as he inhaled. Wind-style, vacuum blast. The three were blasted back with a multitude of wind blades that sliced deeply into them, including Menma, whose blood armor shattered. Kuru landed on her side, and Menma landed on top of Naruto. Ugh, that could have gone better, Menma muttered. True, but can you please get off of me? Naruto shouted rudely. Don't bother, you both will soon be dead, Danzo said as he approached them with a blade of wind around his hand. He smirked before rushing at them, ready to run them both through. They both closed their eyes, waiting for the strike, but it never came. Instead, there was a shadow over them. Looking up, they saw it was their father, Minato Namikaze. He had been stabbed through the chest and was smiling at them. Sorry I'm late, he coughed out. I think I'm getting Kakashi's illness. What are you doing here? Menma stuttered out, shocked that their father did that. Even Naruto was at a loss for words. Hey, I may be a failure as a father, but even I can protect my children when it counts, he said before he was pushed to the side by Danzo. Yes, well, I wasn't expecting you to come, but with all the racket, I shouldn't be. Still, this works out well, Danzo replied smugly. He then reactivated his Susanoo, smiling at the hopeless looks on the Namikaze family, and Naruto. He looked up to see that this time, his Susanoo had arms. Good, I can end all of you at once. I can always rebuild this section of Konoha later. They didn't know what he meant by that, and they didn't like it, especially after he and his Susanoo performed 3 specific hand signs that made the clouds over them dark, but not from rain. There was also a glaring difference in Danzo's form. Every single Sharingan on his body burst like water balloons, but the ones in his eyes had shifted into a weak Rinnegan, that were flickering like a dim light, as if they couldn't decide whether to stay in that form or not. Tenge Shinsei. Danzo roared as he felt a significant drop in his chakra, as the majority of his men died from having their chakra used up. They looked up and saw that a huge spherical rock was plummeting towards them. Oh hell, Kuru groaned in panic. How are we supposed to counter that? The hell if I know, I'm low on chakra, and I can't go back into Sage mode with Gaku and Vegeta back in their realm. I don't have the time to summon them. Naruto growled. Menma looked from Danzo to his sister, then to his estranged brother, and then back to Danzo. He sighed as he came up with a plan. Force those Sharinans in your hands to morph into whatever it is that Danzo has. In case you haven't heard, I don't have the chakra for that, Naruto roared. The Kyuubi's chakra then, from both of us, Menma stated with a neutral face, catching both of their attention. That's your best bet, Shikaku replied. Have ours too. I'm not a pseudo-Jinchuriki anymore. Naruto bit back to Menma. Using the Three Tails chakra with nature chakra was dangerous enough, but to actually do this, it was suicide. We're all going to die either way. Menma roared back. I will help as well, Karasu stated as she dragged herself over and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Fine, Naruto growled out, not liking this idea. His siblings nodded as they put a hand on each of his arms before channeling Kyuubi's chakra into them. Karasu, Isabu, and Shikaka doing the same, making Naruto scream as it was too much chakra. He shakily held up his hands and activated the seal on them to reveal the unharmed Sharinans, which were being overloaded, and Naruto feared that they would burst as Danzo's had. Minato looked up at his kids and smiled, seeing them finally working together. He looked further up to see the falling rock and grimaced, wondering how they could stop that. His eyes wandered to Danzo and growled. There was only one way to end this, and that meant he would no longer be around. So be it. He thought bitterly. He was the Hokage, after all. The whole village was his family, not just those kids and his wife. He needed to take action, but that wind blade had cut into his spine, and it was difficult to move. So what could he do? He looked around for a solution and sighed when he noticed his Hiraishin Kunao. Without much thought, he flicked it into Danzo's stomach, who just looked annoyed at the action. Minato was surprised that it got to him, though. It would seem that the jutsu to destroy this part of Konoha had dispelled his second attempt at a Susanoo. Minato smiled as he activated the Hiraishin and teleported over to a shocked Danzo and held onto him. This is where it ends. Oh please, you can barely move, Danzo sneered, not at all threatened by Minato. You are wrong, Minato said ominously as he flared his chakra. Sealing jutsu, Reaper Death Seal. No, that's impossible. Danzo shouted in panic, having forgotten that Minato had the ability to use that jutsu. He shook in fear once he saw the form of the Shinigami appear behind Minato, leering at him before its hand went straight through Minato and then into Danzo. No, this is not how it was supposed to end, he cried out in panic. But it does, Minato said with a hard edge to his voice. Seal. Nu-oo-oo. Danzo fought until the very end until he saw the Shinigami eat his soul, and his dead body then crumbled to dust. Minato fell to the floor once more and looked to see that Naruto's hands had the Rinnegan in them. Naruto cried out in sheer pain before calling out a jutsu. Shinra Tensai. That single jutsu sent out a powerful shockwave that struck the falling meteor, keeping it at a standstill before Naruto screamed again as all that chakra came out and blasted at the falling rock. While powerful in its own right, the most it managed to do was send the huge rock backward into the surrounding forest, making everything shake violently. But Minato just smiled as his fading vision trained on his children. Kuru and Menma helped Naruto over to Minato's prone body, seeing as he could barely walk and was barely conscious. Yes, you'll do nicely, a voice rang out in his mind, but it was neither Isabu nor Shikaku, so he just played it off as his own fatigue playing tricks on him. He looked over to his siblings and then to Karasu, who looked pretty beat up as well, and sighed. This just showed he still needed to work on getting stronger. His seals were useful, but he needed more chakra to do a lot of things, and he couldn't rely on Sage Mode or its super form all the time. Reaching Minato, the group stared at him while he stared at them. You did well, he said with a smile. But I guess Danzo was right. I'm not fit to be Hokage anymore. Oh come on, Dad, you're not that bad, Kuru cried. Yes, I am, he said weakly. And after using that jutsu to seal away Danzo into the Shinigami's stomach, I can't be Hokage when I'm going to be dead. Come on, Dad, don't joke around like that, Menma replied weakly, and he hated it. When Minato just gave him a flat look, it forced everyone to their knees. Oh god, no, don't worry too much. Tsunade and your mother will take care of you guys. After all, I named Tsunade as the next Hokage, and you are a fool for doing so, but I will do it anyway, Tsunade replied as she walked up to them with a slight limp. Minato just smiled before turning back to the kids. Grow strong, and please don't hate each other, he said, mostly looking from Naruto to Menma. Good luck, he said before closing his eyes for the last time. Menma and Kuro closed their own eyes as tears streamed down their faces. Naruto, he was barely conscious, but heard what his father said. He weakly fell forward out of his sibling's grasp and fell on the cracked roof's floor, fading out of consciousness and then finally blacking out. It was all just too much. Further away, in the ruined stairwell to the roof, Kushina looked on in horror at what she saw. She tried getting up there to help, but she was still too weak to do anything like that. When she saw what Minato did to Danzo, she just froze up, incapable of processing what was going on. Then she heard his words, and it broke her out of it. With her red hair shadowing her eyes and tears finally breaking free, she sat down on one of the stairs and sobbed. With Minato dead, it was going to be that much harder to reunite her family. But Minato was dead, her husband, the man she loved since the day she saved her, was dead. Naruto just knew he was dreaming. 1, because he remembered falling on his face after battling Danzo, if you could call it that, and 2, because none of these things were possible. He knew that Orochimaru was dead, he thought that the Hokage killed him. He also knew that things don't randomly switch to another's perspective. It was weird, and it was getting on his nerves. The former Uzumaki watched as a much younger-looking Orochimaru walked down a hallway in Konoha, holding a red chest with golden designs emblazoned on it. He was smirking in that creepy way before he noticed someone walking down the other way and moved to leave before he was caught with it, as he knew he would be questioned as to what the box even was. Then the scene changed to that of a rather beautiful white-haired woman in strange clothing not of the elemental nations, and it seemed that she had just gotten off a boat of sorts. It seemed that time had passed, and she was older when she was shown again standing under a rather large tree. When she picked the lone fruit on it, it shivered violently, but she paid it no mind as she ate the fruit. What came next was violent and confusing to Naruto. The woman shook as if she were in pain before screaming out as chakra burst from her body in the form of a raging fire. Her eyes went pure white like the Hyuga clan's eyes, and a third eye forced itself open on her forehead. It also looked that a younger version of her was forced out of her, but she was just a mere ghost. She looked at the landscape and sneered. Foolish woman, but I guess her goal was mine in the end. I shall bring order to this chaos-ridden world, the woman said as the ghost seemed to scream at her, but she paid it no mind because with a flick of her wrist, the ghost was banished in the form of broken glass, like she was never even there. The scene changed back to Orochimaru, but this time he was older and in what Naruto assumed was a hideout, one of his many hideouts that Konoha was searching for to destroy. There, Orochimaru stared at the box he once held, and in his hand was a key. Finally, I have the key. Finally, I will have the power to destroy Sarutobi's precious village and his successor. As Orochimaru slid the key in, he heard a click, and the man's smile turned deranged before the box opened in a blast of light and power that threw the man back into a wall. When the light died down, Naruto noticed that the scene had changed again, and it was of the woman again, but this time, there were two men facing her off as a giant thing with 10 tails stood behind her. It also had that same Sharingan-like eye that was on her forehead. You dare stand against me? I created you. The woman screamed at the two men facing her that were shrouded in shadows. Yes, mother, we stand against you, the older of the two with visible ringed eyes said solemnly. We stand for balance while you just want order to rule the world. This world has thrived the way it has so far. You can't take chaos out altogether. You are wrong, the woman said with a sneer as she attacked them, ripping up the landscape as if it were paper. Orochimaru stood back up and looked at the now open box to see a wispy figure of green smoke. Its vacant eyes stared at him. Orochimaru actually felt fear as he knew what this being was. It was a true deity of this world. He gulped audibly and bowed. I have freed you so that you may give me the power I desire to take my revenge. The smoky figure didn't seem to hear him for a moment before the eyes defined themselves into light green, emerald-like eyes, and a pure white smile. Naruto almost groaned in his dream. The scene had shifted back to Orochimaru and the entity he was fighting. This time, the snake sage was on the ground, badly bleeding and near death. The Orochimaru lookalike shook its head in disappointment. You are not the one, Orochimaru. Your body and soul are too weak. Even as a sage, you haven't reached true sage potential. A true sage, as it were. No, you are not the one, it stated. It then sat back down on the open box. However, it looked towards Naruto, and the blonde felt a direct gaze. Yes, you will do nicely. The same phrase from before he passed out was repeated. Naruto now realized this entity had spoken it. But are you ready to know the true nature of this world? Come find me when you are. It then took Naruto's form, but with the same green eyes, smiling at him before dissolving into mist and back into the box. The box locked itself, but something bright shot towards him, waking him up. With a jolt, Naruto awoke and immediately sat up in bed. He regretted it instantly, as his entire body ached, including his previously charred arm. Lying back down, he saw a key in his hand. It was the very same key from his dream, but how was that even possible? Looking closer, he noticed something was off. Only one side resembled the key from his dream, the other was completely different. The dream side was pure gold, like the box's designs, while the other was whitish silver. What did that mean? Did it have two uses? He couldn't ponder it further as he finally noticed his surroundings, the hospital. The most boring place on earth. Okay, that seemed harsh, considering he often visited Tsunade, Shizen, Jugo, and Karen here, but being a patient in this awful place was just horrible. Thankfully, he didn't have to endure the boredom for long. Tsunade walked in, and he quickly hid the key, unsure if she knew about it. She smiled at him and said, "You look a lot better." "Thanks to you, I assume," Naruto replied. "You got that right," Tsunade stated, lightly flicking his head. "But your body went through a lot. You turned your arm into toast with that flaming drill attack, and you're lucky I was here, or you wouldn't have that arm anymore. Next was your body." With that, Tsunade pulled Naruto into a hug, greatly confusing him. "What happened? I know you don't like hearing this, but it's a good thing you have Uzumaki blood, or you would have stayed dead," Tsunade said, a bit choked up. "I died." "Yes, you idiot," Tsunade growled. "You're not like your siblings, you're not a Jinchuriki like them. You going Super Sage mode, or whatever Karasu called it, strained your chakra coils, but you were already used to that since you were once a pseudo Jinchuriki. However, taking in all that other chakra was too much for your body to handle, and you died at one point. Thankfully, I managed to get your heart working again." "It hurt like hell," Naruto replied sadly. "Like every cell in my body was on fire and about to burst, but I didn't think it would kill me. What were you trying to do? Danzo had the Rinnegan and brought down a meteor somehow, so I needed to counter it. Menma proposed the insane idea that they give me their chakra, and my tailed beast partners chipped in. I figured it was too much, so I just shouted out the one attack that came to mind, and it managed to blast back the giant rock. I woke up after that, Tsunade grumbled. So, how long have I been out? Naruto asked. About a week. Like I said, you're lucky you have Uzumaki blood, or you wouldn't have recovered so fast, Tsunade stated. I guess being related to them is a good thing, Naruto replied with a sigh. He had been so angry at his parents that he had essentially disassociated himself from them, and he was regretting it. But what was done was done. He wasn't going to change it because he felt that if he went back, he would just be in their shadow. Wait, Minato was dead now. Damn. So, who is Hokage now? Naruto asked. You are looking at her, Tsunade replied with a small smile. Minato named me the Hokage right before he died. Heh, congrats, Mom, Naruto replied with a smile. Thanks, Tsunade said as she gave him another hug. Outside the room, Kushina had been listening. If she hadn't been a wreck before, she was now. She had healed physically and the weak Naruto was unconscious from his confrontation with Danzo, but emotionally, she was a wreck. Rin had messed with her family to the point it was broken, and her oldest was no longer a part of it. He even called Tsunade mom over her. Then there was Minato's death and Menma's surprising decision. The black-haired boy had gone into the psyche ward for a year to fix his mental issues. He had done this on his own with Tsunade's permission. But the point for Kushina was, she was losing ground. She honestly had no idea how to get Naruto to truly accept her back into his life. Sure, he said he would try and tolerate her, but that wasn't enough for her. Even if Minato was dead, she wanted her family whole again. There just had to be a way. A few days later, Naruto was called to the Hokage's office. This was now Tsunade's office, as she was no longer the head of the hospital. That was Shizun's job now. Let Shizun grow white hair from that madness. Tsunade wasn't going to run both the hospital and the village. He found that he wasn't the only one called, as Karu and Karasu had also been summoned. A rather old man was sitting in a chair in front of the desk. I'm guessing we have a mission of sorts, Naruto commented. You would be correct, Tsunade replied. This mission requires you to go to a small village in our land of fire. Apparently, they have a girl your age suffering from an illness. After describing it to me, I believe I know what it is, but I cannot go. So you will escort Shizun there, and yes, Naruto, you will be leading this mission. Will we be taking our client with us? Naruto asked, assuming the old man was the client. No, I am afraid not, the old man finally spoke. I am dying and have accepted that. When you leave, I will walk into the woods and meet my end on my own terms. Besides, I couldn't face that girl again. I failed her and her parents. What do you mean? Karu asked. The second part of your mission is to bring her back here, where she will be safe from those villagers. I know you are a Jinchuriki, young lady, and so is the girl. I'm sure you will get along, the old man stated, making Naruto and his sister raise their eyebrows. She does not possess one of the 9, though. Oh, that didn't sound good for Naruto, as thanks to the recent dream, he knew of only one other tailed beast. A beast of pure negative energy called the zero-tailed slug, better known as the Ribby. Oh god damn it. No way, Karu shouted. It really is separate from Rin then. I'm not sure who Rin is, but the origins of Ribby are mixed since no one truly knows how it originated, the old man replied. People believe it manifested when the Land of the Sky was brought down in the Second Shinobi World War but was then trapped within it. While it was trapped within it, I do not believe it manifested there, just a gut feeling. Then how is it in her then? Tsunade asked. The old man sighed. The girl, Amaru, had been kidnapped by Sky Ninja when she was young. It seemed they were indeed still alive, and they used her to seal the Ribby within her, hoping for a weapon of their own, like the 5 great villages have. But her parents came to save her. However, they were mortally wounded in the process. Since I was good friends with them, I took her to my village, but they weren't very happy to have her there due to her condition. Excluding me, she has been alone for a long time. That's horrible, Karu replied. Indeed. Now, will you do this last request from a dying old man? I have already paid. Of course, Naruto replied. Good. You are to leave immediately, Tsunade ordered. Go get Shizun so that Mei, Jugo, and Karen can handle things at the hospital. Right, Naruto said as he, Karu, and Karasu left the room. Speaking of Mei, she was in a pickle herself. No, not a combat pickle, Percy, unless, of course, you're talking about her bout with time and desperately trying to get a man to marry so that one day she could be happy and pass on her legacy. That was indeed Mei's problem now. She was happy that Tsunade was helping her, but she thought that in Konoha she would have a chance with the men there since Kiri was a no-go. The great hidden village of the mist was no more. Yagura made sure of that before he left. So, no strong male prospects for her there. But in Konoha, she thought she'd have a chance. But no, that was not the case. Her fellow student, Jugo, seemed to like her, but she found out that he was with Isaribi. Kakashi was too emotionally broken to be with anyone. That Genma guy had the hots for Shizune and vice versa. The school teacher Irika was actually pursuing a relationship with a woman named Anko. A lot of other men were taken. That just sucked for Mei. She then turned her attention to younger men, specifically ninja. If they were ninja, it was legal, but still considered weird in some circles. She figured if she were younger, that wouldn't be a problem. But her problem was how to be younger. She then came across a rather old book in the medical library, written by a woman named Mito, and found a way to be younger, but it was highly forbidden. Okay, why did people keep records of forbidden things if they were indeed forbidden? Couldn't they just destroy it so no trouble came from it? Oh well, that wasn't the point, because Mei was debating whether to use this medical sealing art or not. That was because it required an Uzumaki to perform. To perform and be essential to the jutsu because of their bloodline's special trait of longevity. The jutsu transferred some of that longevity to another and de-aged them a few years, but as an added side effect, it bit the Uzumaki in the butt. The side effect was their own longevity being screwed with by either forcibly aging them or de-aging them. It was dangerous, and that was why it was forbidden. This was the reason she was in a pickle as she paced in front of Kushina Uzumaki's house. Finally, she just knocked on the door. If she was going to do it, she needed Kushina to be in on it as well. When the door opened, Kushina answered, and Mei explained to her why she was there. This act shocked the Uzumaki woman, but it also brought to light a potential answer to her own problem. If Kushina could make it so that she was younger as a side effect, then she could get closer to Naruto as a sister. It was perfect. Let's do it, Kushina said, making Mei smile gently. They both wanted the same thing and, ironically, the same person. Naruto leaned against a shack, staring out onto the small village he and his current team were in. It was a small, rather boring village, in the blonde's opinion. The trip there was slow, as they had to traverse a swamp, making it quite boring. Naruto hated that. As soon as they entered the village, they asked a random villager where they could find Amaru. The man just sneered and said, "If you're looking for that disease-ridden demon bitch, then she's at the far side of the village. You can't miss it, the shack she lives in is old and crappy." And yes, they found it, because they also found a couple of kids throwing rocks at the place. They feared that if they got too close, they would get sick as well. However, Kura grew angered when one of the kids, a boy with pure black hair, took a stick and set it on fire from a nearby fire pit before chucking it at the worn shack. In a fit of anger, usually unseen in the girl, Kura caught the flaming piece of wood before threatening the boy by almost poking it at him, saying how he would like to be burned. Thankfully, Naruto stopped her before anything bad happened, but she was reminded by the words once spoken by her brother about how Jinchuriki were treated in the rest of the world. After that, they greeted the sickly girl, telling her that the old man had sent them and they were just there to help her. She was, of course, skeptical at first, and who wouldn't be? But in the end, a coughing fit forced Shizune to forego hesitation and help the girl. So here was Naruto, bored out of his mind as he leaned against her shack with his teammates. They were to make sure nothing interrupted Shizune, but damn, it was boring. However, that was soon to be challenged. A teen, who looked like an older version of the kid Kuro had threatened, came up to them with a frown. He stared at them for a moment and then asked, "Alright, which one of you threatened my little brother?" Kuro growled, but it was Naruto who answered, "Why do you ask questions to which you already know the answer?" "Because I'm defending my family, you blonde douche," the boy yelled, making Naruto's eye twitch. "My little brother was going to be a hero for burning that scumbag bitch, but that red-haired bitch stopped it from happening and then threatened my little brother. I will not stand for it." "And what are you going to do about it?" Naruto asked nonchalantly, making Kuru and Karasu look at him oddly. "I'll burn her and then burn the bitch in the shack," the teen shouted. "Do you realize we're ninja, right? And we wouldn't just sit still for you to do so, right?" Naruto replied, making the boy pause. "Yes, we are ninja, if your poor observation skills haven't noticed that yet." "Arg," the teen growled. "Why bother defeat that demon then? She's not fucking human." "Because I'm the same way, you dumbass," Kuru shouted, the prejudice getting to her and just angering her to no end. "I hold a portion of the strongest tailed beast in existence, the Kyuubi no Kitsune." "Oh fuck, another one," the boy freaked out but seemed to grow a backbone. "Then why aren't you submissive, you bitch? You're not human like us, so you have to be under our feet." "Why?" "Because my village treats me the same way as any other human being." "But you're not. You have a demon in you, that means it has taken over, and the person you would have become is no more, just the soul of a demon in a human guise. You kill and cheat like any other demon. The sin of existence." Kuru's face was red with anger as the boy's psychotic speech went on, but before she could scream at him for his stupidity, Naruto spoke up. "Seriously?" he asked. "Is that what you were taught to think? That is just sad." "What?" the teen barked at him. The blonde stared into the boy's eyes as he spoke. "So you were taught to hate just because you were ignorant of the truth? Pathetic. I can see it in your eyes, the hate and the ignorance." In a way, I'm no better, but for different reasons, but at least I'm trying to overcome it. I see a pathetic human who is no better than an animal. How dare you, the teen screamed as he charged at Naruto with a punch. But the blonde just evaded before grabbing the teen's throat and slamming him on the ground. Then he put a foot on the teen's neck, making him stay silent. Now, in addition to the hate and the ignorance in his eyes, Naruto saw fear. I wasn't done, Naruto calmly stated, but on the inside, he was raging, that same rage he used to feel at his family. Odd. You are human, so that means you fear what you do not understand. Seals are used to seal up demons into humans, but you don't understand that, you see nothing but the demon. If you put a ring in a box, does the box become the ring? No, a seal is no different, so get over your petty hate. But I can see you won't because you now fear me, a shinobi with powers that could easily kill you. Now you hate me too, I can see it. You idiot. Get over it because ninja are all over the place, we could kill you with a flick of a finger. Yes, we kill, just like anything else. Naruto. I think he's had enough, Kuro hesitantly stated, still feeling some hate herself for the boy. Fine, Naruto stated as he took his foot off the boy's neck and let him up. A few last words, though, we are taking her with us to live in peace, but there's something you should know. What is that? The boy asked in a raspy voice. If you think that the girl in the shack is a demon in soul and body, then that makes you all demons at heart. The boy paused to stare at Naruto for a moment before turning and leaving the shinobi in silence once more. Fascinating, Karasu stated as she took out a notebook and was writing in it. What are you doing? Karu asked. Taking notes on human behavior and what not to do, the emotionless girl replied. Why? Naruto asked. How else will I learn and remember how to fully utilize human emotion and be like everyone else around me? Karasu asked blankly, her head cutely tilted to the side. Karu's eye twitched at that while Naruto just shrugged, not knowing how to respond. In the shack, Amaru's back was facing Shizune as the woman healed the girl's disease. Both were dead silent as Shizune worked, but not because of tension between the two. No, it was the teen and Naruto throwing words at each other. When Amaru heard the teen saying that she was a demon and had to be submissive to humans, she started sobbing that she would never be accepted, and Shizune's heart went out for the girl. Thankfully, Naruto's words calmed her down and made her eyes widen. He was taking her away from these demon-hearted people to live with these ninja. Is that really how he feels? Amaru asked quietly. Naruto has been through a lot, with his parents basically ignoring his existence for his Jinchuriki siblings until it was too late and some things happened. But he is trying to get over it to have a better relationship with his mother and sister. But yes, that's how he feels. He even warned his siblings how it was for Jinchuriki out in the world compared to Konoha, and Kuro is finally seeing that. So, I would be welcome there and not seen as what I carry? Amaru asked. I'm sure you will. People will not care, but I will warn you that there are people everywhere who will just want to use you for your demon. Thankfully, the man in Konoha who would want that is dead. I see, Amaru replied before looking at Shizune over her shoulder. Why are you helping me then? Because I see neither human nor demon, I just see a girl, a person in need of my help. I may not be the best fighter out there, but I have skills in helping people, and that is just fine with me, Shizune said with a smile. Amaru stared at the woman for a long time as she healed her back in various other places, and all she saw on Shizune's face was a smile. Like what she said was true, all she wanted to do was help people in need. I will gladly go, Amaru replied, making Shizune smile even more. Also, could you teach me the medical arts as well? If healing people makes you happy no matter who they are, I wish to feel that same happiness as well. I would be glad to, but I am the head of a hospital, so I hope you will be able to keep up, Shizune replied with a bit of challenge in her voice. I can handle it, Amaru replied with a bit of determination in it. Then she gained a blush. Will I see the blonde-haired one? Naruto, more. Shizune gave off a knowing smile and said, I'm sure you will. I'm like a big sister to him, and he is well versed in the medical art as well, mostly for seal techniques, but yes, you will see him more often. Why? Amaru's blush deepened. He had defended her and taught not only that teen about human nature, but her as well. He was nice, handsome, and intelligent too, so she had gained a crush on the boy. No reason. Shizune shook her head with a chuckle. Of course, there would be another girl after her little brother's heart. First, it was Kuro, oddly enough. Days after healing Amaru, the group slowly made their way back to Konoha. Given Amaru's civilian status and her aspiration to become a doctor, they proceeded cautiously. Shizune even offered to help her unlock her chakra, only to be surprised that it was already unlocked due to the Ribi within her. At night, during their downtime, the group, primarily Shizune, helped Amaru learn to control her chakra. This led to Amaru growing closer to Shizune, much to the latter's delight, as she now had her own student. However, their pleasant journey abruptly ended upon entering Konoha. The village's atmosphere felt off, confirmed when an Umbu directed them to the hospital where Tsunade was waiting. Inside a hospital room, they found Tsunade examining two young red-headed girls. One resembled a younger Mei, and the other was a 4-year-old with a tomato-shaped face. Tsunade looked at the group grimly. I see you brought the girl, as the old man wished. I'm glad, but we have another problem. Lady Tsunade, what happened? Who are they? Shizun asked. They are Kushina and Mei. They used a forbidden seal my great-grandmother invented, which usually fails. This time, it only partially failed due to Kushina's intervention. There's more, isn't there? Naruto asked, frowning. Yes, unfortunately, Tsunade replied, gesturing to the chibi version of Kushina, who looked at them confused. Kushina hit her head after being repelled from the seal, effectively wiping her memory to match her age. I don't know if her age and memory loss are permanent. Oh no, Naruto groaned. This wasn't what he wanted to deal with. While he was trying to mend his relationship with his mother, this threw a huge wrench in his plans. So now what? I know you won't like hearing this, Naruto, Tsunade began, but since you and Kuro are the only available family members, you'll have to take care of her. She might even think you're her real parents. However, the choice is yours, given your history. Naruto stared intently at the 4-year-old version of his mother. He knew Kuro would care for their mother without question, but Naruto was different. Could he do it? Would he do it? Given their past, he could just ignore her, as she had done to him. But the question was, could he abandon her and completely shut her out of his life like she once did to him? Could he pretend she didn't exist and subject her to the loneliness he endured until Tsunade and Shizun started looking out for him? Could he hate her like Rin made Kushina hate him? Boom! Before he could answer, Naruto rushed to the window, seeing a large fortress in the air dropping bombs on the village. War, it truly never changes. People know war is hell, and younger generations often ignore warnings from their elders. They learn through death, or their minds are scarred, joining the older generation in their mental torment. Kushina may have known the hell of war, having lost her original family in the Second Shinobi World War and participating in the Third. However, in her reverted state as a 4-year-old, her memory was wiped clean. Yet again, she was thrust into a war no one was prepared for. Thankfully, she wasn't alone in her panic and confusion. Naruto and his friends were there to protect her. They had mentioned being related but never elaborated, nor did the red-haired girl named Kuro. At first, she was wary of Naruto, as he had a strange look when he saw her. She didn't know how, but seeing her had hurt him, and he was contemplating whether to help her. She saw pain in his eyes as he deliberated, but before he could answer Tsunade, they were introduced to the horrors of war. Through the window, they saw parts of the village exploding as strange ninja and machines dropped bombs and what looked like odd lightning jutsus. However, having just concluded a one-day war with mist and sand, the village was surprisingly ready and fighting back with all they had. Even without orders from Tsunade, the current Hokage, they were determined to protect their home. Okay, I want you to get Kushina and Mei to the Hokage monument with the civilians. I'll have medical at the ready to heal the wounded as quickly as they can, Tsunade ordered Naruto, as he was the only Chunin among them. All right. Naruto looked at Kushina again, knowing his answer. Slowly, awkwardly, he hugged the girl and said, "Don't worry. I won't leave you alone, I'll protect you." A strange memory surfaced for Kushina. She was back in Uzu, being looked at by a shadowed figure. For some reason, she couldn't remember their face, but they were doing the same thing Naruto was, making her want to believe him. Okay, she said, putting her faith in him. She still needed to know who he was to her. She watched Naruto nod, then order the black-haired girl to protect the new redhead he had come with. Then he ordered Kuro to protect Mei, who claimed to be her aunt. She found it a bit odd, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Naruto scooped her up and ran out the door, the others close behind. Outside, the noise and destruction were far worse than from the window. The smell of death permeated the air. Okay, this is a straight shot, we can make it, Naruto said before looking at Kushina. Are you ready to go at ninja speeds? Why yes, the little girl replied from his back. Good, then hold on tight, he said gently before they all shot off, the little girl screaming with joy at the free ride. However, her screaming attracted enemy attention, and they began attacking the group. Naruto snarled. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I was hoping later. He then created 2 shadow clones on the fly. Take care of them, he ordered. The clones nodded, stayed behind the group, and waited for the enemy to get closer. When they did, the clones smirked before glowing and jumping into the air to grab onto the enemy's flying machines, and then simply let go. Boom! When did you learn the shadow clone explosion? Karu shouted. I've known it for a while, I just never bothered to use it, Naruto replied. Could have been useful on many missions, just so you know, Kuro stated before she and Mei dodged a barrage of kunai from above. Looking up, they saw 3 flying enemies, but one pointed directly at Amaru before leaving the group. Naruto put 2 and 2 together. Oh great! What's great? Karasu asked, not understanding Naruto's sarcasm. I have a feeling they're Sky Ninja, and they want their demon back. That's not great. They'll be after our group when word spreads, Karasu replied. I know that. I was using sarcasm. Naruto snapped. Oh, I'll have to read about that later. Despite the situation, little Kushina laughed and said, "You are a funny lady." Karasu just tilted her head, not understanding. "Ugh, we don't have time for these assholes," Naruto growled. "Oh, Naruto said a bad word," Kushina replied in a way only a kid could, making the others laugh. "Oh Naruto, you really should watch your mouth, there is a child with us," Mei replied with a smirk. It was funny that Kushina, as a kid, was smarter than most children. Ugh, Naruto groaned in annoyance. Today was just not a good day. He was forced to make decisions he didn't want to make yet, and they were in another war. So, sending chakra to his hands, where the seal for his Sharinans were, he activated them all the way to the Rinnegan stage and blasted their pursuers with the one technique he knew, Shinra Tensei. His pursuers were gone, but so was most of the street behind them. He just knew he'd be forced to fix that later. The group finally reached the Hokage monument shelters where civilians were herded and kept safe. It was surprising they made it there. Naruto was certain someone would have tried to stop them. Oh well, they were safe, and that was all that mattered. Deciding a rest was needed, Naruto sat by a class of students and was pleasantly surprised to find it taught by Irika, his old academy teacher. "Small world," he said as he sat next to him. "Naruto, good to see you again," the school teacher replied. "I heard you gained the rank of Chunin." "That's true," Naruto replied with a smile, showing off his Chunin vest to Irika and his students. "Naruto, who's the girl with you?" a voice asked, which turned out to be Konohamaru. Naruto looked down to see Kushina still with him, following him around. He was still getting used to the idea of having his mother, with whom he was trying to be on better terms, be a little girl who now stuck close to him. "This is Kushina." Irika's eyes widened. So the rumors were true. "Wait, what rumors? What's he talking about, Naruto?" Konohamaru asked. "Stop!" a female cried out from the gloom of the shelters, a familiar voice. A few minutes earlier, Amaru wasn't sure what to do. Naruto and Kushina went off on their own, as did Karasu and Mei. So she decided to stay with Kuru, as she was still wary of the people around her. Kuru was good to her, and they struck up a conversation about their likes and dislikes. It was nice talking to another girl, especially one who didn't hate her. Kuru even introduced her to a few of her genin friends, who were also tasked with getting civilians to safety. Hinata and Kuratsuki were nice, but it seemed they also had a crush on Naruto. Amaru knew Naruto was a nice guy, but to have other girls who liked him in a different way and didn't revert to the fangirl mannerism she saw back in her own village with some of the noble boys, it was like those girls turned off their rational minds to be with someone hot or powerful, even if they were complete jerks. Thankfully, Naruto wasn't like that, so maybe she had a chance. As her mind wandered, her attention was caught by a man healing a little boy with a cut on his leg. The man was elderly, with long gray hair flowing at the back and mutton chops connected to his beard of the same color. His eyebrows were thick and a darker gray, but neatly trimmed. He also had yellow eyes with dark bags around them and teal troughs underneath, giving him a somewhat stern look. He wore a black shirt with a white GI with brown and blue edges over it, and a sleeveless red jacket with gold sidings over that, and simple blue pants. To top the look off, he wore a dark red bandana on his head. "That was nice of you," Amaru spoke, catching his attention. The older man looked at her for a second with a blank expression before a smile appeared on his face. "I am only doing my job as a doctor. You see, I was a ninja once, but that life never suited me. So I travel the lands healing people instead of killing them." "That's noble of you," Kura replied, feeling something was off about this man. So much darkness. She heard the Kyuubi mumble inside of her, which was something she expected. He didn't talk much, but it was always important. So him saying that, it meant her gut feeling was right. "Do you have to heal people a lot?" Amaru asked out of curiosity. "That I do, but recently, I've been healing people who just went through a battle or some sort of war," the man replied. "Oh, and my name is Shino." "That can't be fun," Amaru replied as she shook the man's hand. "You must run into a lot of negativity despite being a medic." "You've no idea," Shino replied, not letting go of her hand as a shadowed look crossed his face. "But you would know, wouldn't you? After all, I'm sure you can feel it all around you. Fear, and all the negative emotions that come with war and death. Yes, you, above everyone else, would know." "Hey, let me go," Amaru said, trying to free her hand from the man's grip. "You know what negative emotion truly is, as you've gathered much of it from that tiny village you came from. Amazing, isn't it?" "No, I hate it," Amaru growled. "Then you won't mind if I take it," Shino replied as a sadistic look crossed his face. A blackness formed around their hands before Amaru felt pain course through her body. Whatever he was doing, it hurt. "Stop," Kura shouted, catching everyone's attention as she lunged at the man to help her new friend. "No," Shino replied with a bored tone as he backhanded Kura back into the crowd of low-ranking shinobi and civilians. He then looked at her and the arriving Naruto and smirked. So you think you can just take her as a mission and everything would be okay? You think you can distract my men with silly tricks? Oh, you deluded fools. I knew this way of finding her would work. What do you want with her? Naruto asked. Simple, I want to control Dark Chakra, and to do that, I must take the 0 tails from her. But adding more Dark Chakra to my already large reserves is just an added bonus. This little attack was great in generating it, and you know what, boy? You have the most out of everyone here. What? Naruto asked. Yes, and here I thought it was your Jinchuriki sister, but it is you, her normal brother, Shino mocked. But I guess that does make sense since you were neglected all those years and then found out it was some long-lost student of your father's that made your life hell. Shino then moved quickly, knocking out Amaru and appearing in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye before grabbing Naruto by his throat. But daddy isn't here to save you this time. He eyed Kushina and smirked, and it seems mommy can't either. Too bad for you. I never needed them in the first place, Naruto roared before he was silenced as Shino clutched his neck harder. Fine then, he said as he sucked the dark chakra from Naruto's body. It wasn't the leftover Kyuubi/Ribi spawn he was taking the energy created by all his dark emotions over the years, and it was draining. Oh, such a nice snack, but I guess I don't need you anymore, do I? Shino smirked before he chucked Naruto at the wall, breaking it open and revealing a hole in the Hokage's monument as he fell back into the Warzone village. Shino laughed at the destruction he saw from the hole and jumped out with his captive on his shoulder. His destination? The large fortress floating above the village known as the village hidden in the sky. Today, the village hidden in the leaves would be destroyed by them. Today, they would make their return. Ard, Shino growled as he was knocked out of the sky by Karasu. Get away, you ant. No, I think not, Karasu replied as she manipulated the gravity around them to take Amaru away from the man. Oh hell no. Shino roared as he charged at the girl to get back his quarry, but was blocked by the boy he thought he killed. You just don't know when to die. Yeah, I have that problem, Naruto quipped as he got into a ready stance alongside Kuru and Karasu. Fine, boy, you want to see the real power of Dark Chakra? Here it is. Body Revival Jutsu, he screamed as Dark Chakra flooded his body, making him look like a bodybuilder as his clothes were torn off. He looked like muscles were building upon muscles, and it looked very intimidating, if not a bit creepy as the muscles kept folding over each other. Now died. With that said, he disappeared faster than before, only to reappear in front of Naruto, punching him in the gut, which sent him further into the war-torn village, stopping battles as it caught people's attention. Shino didn't waste time with the girls as he shot off towards Naruto, seeing him as more of a threat. When the blonde got back up, he saw Shino rushing toward him. Deciding enough was enough, he activated his ghost step seal to let Shino just pass through him and unbalance the man. With the man distracted, Naruto activated his other seals to then blind him and then stab him with a Shinik blade, but surprisingly, it broke against the man's skin. Oh, that was not good. Fool, Shino replied with a smug look as he formed a ball of black energy in his hand that had 2 rings revolving around it. Super Revival Fist, he exclaimed before shoving it at Naruto. The blonde, in a panic, tried to stop it with just his hands, once more forgetting he could just ghost step his way out. Thanks to that panic, he never noticed the Rinnegan appear once more on his hands, and as the jutsu neared them, it activated the Preta path, absorbing the jutsu along with the dark chakra within Shino's body. What? Shino shouted in shock as he felt himself being drained. He quickly ripped his hand away from Naruto's body, feeling he had only 10% of his dark chakra left. That wasn't right. But for him, it got worse because when he looked at Naruto, having all that dark chakra in his body with no knowledge of how to control it, the blonde was going into a berserker rage. The blonde's hair went jet black along with his skin as the dark chakra leaked from his body, ripping up his clothes. His normal eyes blackened at first before they turned blood red. What was worse, though, were the Rinnegan on his hands. They too turned an angry red, and it looked as if they and the dark chakra were in control, not the boy. Shino looked back at where he left the girls and Amaru and grimaced. He would need that Ribi, now. Looking between her and the dark chakra-possessed Naruto, he made his choice and ran for the girl, hoping his power was enough to get to her. Rai! Naruto screamed as he chased after the man. Shino was nearly at Amaru, but he was knocked away by Dark Naruto into a nearby building. Ugh, this was not how it was supposed to go, he groaned to himself. As the old doctor emerged from the rubble, he saw Naruto standing there, a creepy leer on his face. It was unsettling. Then, Naruto did something bizarre. He placed his palms over his eyes, and the seals attached to them crawled onto his face. When he removed his hands and opened his eyes, those red Rinnegan eyes stared at Shino with an insane look. Naruto then charged, laughing, before his run turned into a glide. Darkness enveloped the possessed boy, making him look like a deranged wraith out for blood. The next thing Shino knew, he was high in the air, the wind knocked out of him. Dark Naruto continued to fly around him, maniacally beating the man as if it were the most enjoyable thing in the world. Finally, the dark blonde kicked Shino to the ground, creating a trench that stretched to Amaru. Karu couldn't believe it. Naruto had never been so brutal with his attacks. Naruto! See, come on, stop acting like this, she pleaded, reaching out to him. Naruto paused his slow advance toward Shino and looked at Kuru and Karasu beside her. The blonde then smiled, his teeth gleaming against the darkness of his body. Combined with his red Rinnegan, it was a menacing sight. Naruto is not here at the moment, the dark being replied in a dual voice, sending chills down their spines. If you want to leave a message, I'll be happy to kill you. Shino, seizing the distraction, scrambled out of the trench and desperately grabbed Amaru. Come on out, Ribby, he shouted, releasing the beast from its seal on her. Amaru screamed as dark energy burst from her seal, rapidly forming the beast known as Ribby. It seemed to stare at her for a moment before looking at Shino. Its mask unnerved the man, but he knew he needed help fighting Naruto. That berserker blonde was ruining his plans. I need your power to defeat him and then this village, Shino declared. Ribby stared at Shino for a moment before looking at the blonde who had lost his mind. It made a strange sound, and the two stared at each other for a few seconds. Kara swore she heard Naruto say mother before Ribby turned on Shino, ripping open its mouth and bisecting the old man with its teeth, shocking the group. Arg! Why? Shino screamed before his upper half was swallowed whole by the beast, leaving only his legs and his question unanswered. Ribby then slithered over to Naruto and wrapped itself around the blonde. Before the others could react, it nuzzled Naruto, greatly confusing everyone, even a slowly recovering Amaru. Let's have fun, Dark Naruto declared, turning to the girl with death in his eyes, Ribby seemingly agreeing. He held out his hands as dark chakra gathered around them, and his eyes pulsed. Ribby attached itself to him, powering up the attack and shattering the ground around them. Darkness, Stop, a voice commanded, and Naruto froze. They looked around to see the battlefield had frozen, focusing on them, mostly Leaf Shinobi. But what caught everyone's attention was her. Rin. She was back, and everyone was immediately on guard. Oh, don't act like that, she said with a laugh. It's not like I'm here to start anything this time. Then what are you here for? Karu asked venomously. Simple, to collect what's mine now that it's free. Hell, I even killed those silly sky ninjas since they were of no use to me, Rin said as she walked up to Ribby as it leered at her. Now come. It bowed its head before merging with her, a mask appearing over her face to show the process was a success. Are we really going to let her do this? Karu growled. Yes, you will, Rin said as she appeared before the girl and put her finger under her chin, lifting her up. Because Daddy isn't here anymore to save you. That's right, I know about that. With that said, Rin pushed Karu away and into a building wall with a smile. Now, there is one thing left, she stated as she walked back to Naruto, her power keeping everyone in place, scaring the living daylights out of them. You grew faster than I thought you would. Could have been all that dark chakra you now possess. Dark Naruto just stared at her before the darkness ripped itself away from him, revealing a dark copy of Naruto as the real one fell on his backside. What? Naruto asked before he looked up to see Rin was back. That in itself was alarming, but he also couldn't remember anything after he took Shino's power. Such a good boy, Rin mocked. I really don't know how you survived my last attack, but you did good in creating another child from the spawn I implanted in you. But, as much as I would love having you, I already have a husband who would love to kill you. So in his place, I will do it myself. Daddy, Kushina cried as she appeared on the scene with Mei in tow. Rin looked at Kushina with wide eyes before bursting into hysterical laughter. Oh my, I didn't even hear about this. But, this is just rich. She thinks you are her daddy. Rin paused before grinning darkly at Kushina as her hands started to glow with dark energy. Oh Kushina dear, I am sorry, but your daddy won't be around anymore. His uses have run dry. No, Kushina screamed as Rin thrust her hand at Naruto, aiming to impale him in the chest. She didn't know why, but this lady scared her to death, and she also hated her deeply. She didn't want her dad to die. Not to her. As Rin's hand came closer, Naruto stared at her in defiance. Just then, her hand was reflected away from him by a faint green force field of sorts. He didn't really see it, but Rin did, as she was thrown off balance. She sneered at him while he just looked on, confused. Rin let a coy smile return to her face and said, well then, this will be really fun. Don't worry, you fools, I will bring order to this world, but a simple avatar won't do this time. I guess certain sacrifices will have to be made. She said to all around her before she turned to her new creation that still had the red Rinnegan, making her smile even more. Come, Nightmare, your father and brother, Spawn, wish to see you. We have many things to do in the coming years. Yes, mother, the newly dubbed Nightmare replied. Rin turned back to Naruto and said, have fun in the meantime, boy. It will be the last you have for quite a while. She then turned her head to the floating fortress above Konoha and smiled devilishly before she and her son warped to it, and then the whole thing disappeared. Weeks later, Naruto sat on the newly repaired Hokage monument, observing the quickly mended village. He couldn't grasp why Rin had simply left. Whatever had stopped her from killing him seemed to have irritated her enough to declare something about bringing order to this place. What did that mean? Then there was what she created within him when she tried to kill him by extracting his darker self. It seemed that during that process, she implanted another spawn to grow inside him. Did that mean if he had died, a spawn of hers would have secretly destroyed Konoha from the inside? That was a grim thought. Thankfully, it was gone, and Tsunade had thoroughly checked to ensure no other spawns remained within him. Looking at his hands, he sighed in annoyance. Nightmare had activated a hidden part of the tri-seal, causing the seal to actively travel to his face where the eyes would be more useful. However, with the self-extraction from his person, Nightmare had taken the Rinnegan, leaving him with only the blood of the Yamanaka and the light side of the Nara's shadow power. That explained why he couldn't use full-on shadows. Nightmare was truly a scary being, something to be wary of next time he saw it. That thought led to Inoichi and Shikaku confronting him about their blood being used. After he explained he got it from the hospital, they decided to set up a deal. He would learn from them how to correctly use their powers. It was enlightening. They were initially upset, but Naruto's version of their powers was more like branching off, as he was turning them into his own. But there was still a problem. He still needed a third power for the tri-seal. He just didn't know what to do, and Itachi wasn't willing to give him more eyes after what Danzo revealed. Perhaps he could replace it with whatever power the entity in the box was offering. It had been contacting him in his dreams, after all. But that would mean going to one of Orochimaru's other bases. He doubted Tsunade would let him go to the dead man's hideouts all on his own. So how would he get to it? He could go on a training trip, something Jiraiya was offering, but he immediately refused to go anywhere with that man. Still, Tsunade would demand he go with someone, and Kuro was out as she had taken an apprenticeship with Tsunade herself to get strong and save lives. She felt that training to keep destroying things wasn't what she wanted. Healing people was her goal. Sure, she would work on her already awesome skills, but she wanted more. So that left Karasu, Kurotsuke, Mei, and Kushina. Although only 4 years old, Kushina wanted to be around him, and he felt that if he went anywhere, she would have to come, just to be safe from Rin if she decided to return sooner. He was still iffy about Mei. She was too boy crazy, and he doubted that would work. Still, Kushina liked her for some reason. Kurotsuke was the liaison between Konoha and IWA, so that would be difficult, but from what she had said, her dad actually wanted the job, so maybe she could come while Kitsuke took over for a while. Finally, there was Karasu. He couldn't think of a reason for her not to come with him. She was a good fighter, and she was still learning human emotion. She had become a good friend to him, and it seemed she relied on him for some reason. So perhaps traveling with him was good for her to learn more about the world that Danzo had deprived her of. Hinata wasn't an option as she was the next head of the Hyuga clan and was taking lessons for that. She was already busy, and he wouldn't interfere with that. Getting up, he made his decision. Now he just needed to convince Tsunade that a training trip was a good idea. "I'm sorry, what now?" Tsunade asked. "I want to go on a training trip of my own," Naruto replied. "And not the one Jiraiya offered?" Tsunade asked again. With his nod, she sighed. "Alright, but you'll have to take people with you. For some reason, you seem to attract trouble, so having people with you will hopefully prevent that, but I kind of doubt it." "Awesome, I'd like to take Kushina, Karasu, and Kurotsuke," Naruto stated. "Okay, I get Karasu since you two seem to be close, but why Kushina and Kurotsuke?" Naruto sighed. "I'd like to keep an eye on my mother-turned-daughter. I don't know if Rin wants her for some reason, and I'd rather not lose her, so I'd rather be the one to protect her while I travel and train." Tsunade smirked at that. "You've gotten protective of her lately." "Yeah, well, she's a cute kid," Naruto replied with a blush. "Yes, I know, I was just messing with you, but you have to admit that this is a better way to get on better terms with her, even if it is a little weird." "I guess," Naruto grumbled. "Anyway, the reason I want to take Kurotsuke is because I haven't seen her in a bit, and I'm sure her skills have gotten better, but we both know her dad wants her job." "You have a point, though I suspect he feels he's getting old and just wants an easier job," Tsunade said before snapping at Naruto, "and not a word about my age, son." Naruto just whistled innocently. He often liked to call her old just to get a rise out of her. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sure you don't," Tsunade deadpanned. "Fine, I guess you could go with them, but please be careful." "Anything else?" "Yes, can I have the locations for Orochimaru's other bases that we haven't raided yet?" Naruto asked. "Why?" Tsunade asked. Anything dealing with her old teammate wasn't pleasant. "I'm looking for something he acquired." Naruto explained what he saw in the dream, and while Tsunade knew this was a bad idea, something was looking out for him. Better to find out what it was and why Orochimaru wanted it, even if it nearly killed the man. That part really irked her as a mother. "I see, here," Tsunade said as she handed the folder to him but didn't let him take it. "Promise me you'll come back, and don't you dare let Kushina in there." "I promise," Naruto replied with conviction. That was another reason he was taking both girls, one to go with him just in case, and the other to keep Kushina away from the darkness of Orochimaru's madness. She stared into his eyes, making sure he was taking this seriously. Finally, she relented and let him take the folder. Fine then. I'll make this a long-term mission. Report your finds when you can. I will, and thank you. No problem, Tsunade said before she got up and hugged him. Just please be careful. I will. We're looking for something you saw in a dream, Kuratsuki asked skeptically. Yes, Naruto replied. The training I get, because like you said, you kept freezing in battle and not using the right attacks, but finding something from a dream? That's a bit odd. Indeed, Karasu replied, seeing the logic behind that statement. She agreed Naruto needed more training since his battle skills had declined a bit. The others even told her this started after his darkness was extracted from him. It was like that was what was driving him. He had the power, but not the skills to use them anymore. So daddy wants to find a ghost from a dream? Kushina asked cutely. That sounds scary. It might be, but I can handle it, Naruto replied with a smile as he messed up her hair before taking out the key. Besides, while I was asleep, I got this key in the dream, and when I awoke, it was in my hands. Karasu looked at the key critically and knew it was very old just by initial observation. If Naruto was telling the truth, something really did want him to find it. That was concerning, and she would protect him if it wanted him dead. After all, he helped her, so it was her turn to help him. When they arrived at the village gates, they saw Kura standing there with a few of their friends, Mei, Yugo, Amaru, Isaribi, and Karen. Ironically, they were all helping Tsunade out in the hospital or actively taking lessons from the woman herself. Kura smirked and said, You didn't think you could leave without saying goodbye, did you? Not really, Naruto deadpanned with a smile. It just meant they actually cared. I want to thank you, Naruto. You saved me and gave me a purpose. I will help protect our home until you return, Yugo replied as Isaribi and Karen flanked him, nodding as well, smiling at him for his help. If it wasn't for him and his team, they would still be in Amaka's hands. No problem, but Kuru and Menma did help a lot, Naruto replied, wondering if his sick-in-the-head brother was actually getting better. Yugo just nodded, but for him, Naruto did all the work. So, how long will you be gone? Mei asked seductively. 2 years, Naruto replied. I need to get more experience in my training and find my drive. Oh, come back soon then, Mei replied with a smile. And come back safe, big bro, Kura stated while hugging him. Heh, I will, don't worry too much, Naruto said before he and his traveling partners headed off, him holding Kushina's hand and the other two on his sides. Kura smiled at the scene, a little sad that her brother had to get away from Konoha just to train and their de-aged mother going with him. It made her wonder if she was ever going to be back to her old self. Then another thought passed. Those two are going to have a head start, aren't they? Yep, Mei replied with a frown. But that just means we'll just have to work harder. So true, Kura replied with a determined glint in her eye. Yugo, Karen, Amaru, and Isaribi just looked at the two redheads oddly. Pure destruction. That was all that remained of Orochimaru's base that actually held the box. Apparently, the dream was rather vague about the surroundings and what happened to them. Oh sure, they were warned that something dark had obliterated the land near the small town they passed. But this was ridiculous. The base was in shambles. What were once simple rooms looked exploded, and oddly enough, Naruto was sure that all the twisted-looking spires were made from high-powered fire jutsus. Are you sure this is a good idea? I'm unsure of the danger we're in, and I don't like being unprepared, Karasu stated as she looked around, constantly on guard. Such were the effects of growing up en route. I have a plan if anything attacks us, Naruto lied. He also doubted anything was actually alive or would even attack them. Daddy, why are we even here? Kushina asked from her position on his shoulders. Since there was no ceiling, Naruto felt comfortable letting her ride on his shoulders. We're looking for a strange-looking box, Naruto replied. I see one, the little redhead replied as she pointed to the left. Debris blocked the way for Naruto and Karasu, but Kushina could easily see it from her position. Taking Kushina's word for it, they jumped over the mess of debris and landed right in front of the box. This is it, Naruto thought as he set Kushina back on the ground, much to her childlike annoyance. He took out the double-sided key and looked between the key and the box, wondering if this was the right thing to do. Karasu eyed the strange red box with golden designs on it. Something about it didn't seem right, but at the same time, she felt a strong power from it that made her father look like a weak little academy student. Just what had Naruto been in contact with? Naruto, deciding to just get this over with and stop the pointless debates going on in their heads, just thrust the key inside the lock. Kushina tugged on Naruto's sleeve in fear as the box glowed for a moment before sending out a wave of power, knocking all three of them onto their butts. Looking back at it, they saw what Naruto saw in his dream, the wispy green figure that formed the shape of a human. It sat on the box, just staring at them with no actual face until it reformed in a smoky form into that of a green-eyed Naruto. It smiled at them before addressing the blonde boy himself. I'm glad you made it. I was beginning to think you weren't interested. Why does the smoke man look like Daddy? Kushina asked aloud. curious child, or mother as she once was. How interesting, the double chuckled. Who are you really? Orochimaru seemed to know and thought he could get power from you, Naruto replied. Yes, that silly snake thought he could, but in the end, he did not understand my power, the double replied. As for who I am, well, I am the entity known as Chaos. Why would a higher being want to contact one of us? Karasu asked. That is the question, isn't it? Chaos replied before a frown marred his face, making him look older as he looked past them and to the land around them. I guess you could say the reason I reached out to young Naruto is that I need his help. This land is one of my own creations, and it is in danger. From whom? Naruto asked skeptically. From my sister, of course, Order, Chaos replied tiredly. For such a long time, we have fought for control over the worlds in creation, but balance was born to make sure we never overthrew one another. Our mother, creation, thought it was a good idea at the time. But sometimes, balance can be difficult. So, in order to stop this madness, I created a world of my very own, wanting to prove that chaos itself was not that bad, that balance was wrong about the end of that extreme. I'm guessing something went wrong, Karasu replied. Indeed. I had forgotten that in every dimension, war was ever present, and it exploited the pure chaos of my world. The nature of every living being has war in it, and all that does is caused. No, he must activate what he calls Super Sage mode and maintain it, Chaos replied with a smile. Naruto countered, that was a fluke. Aisabu had to lend me his power to achieve it. Chaos nodded, smiling. That's true, but consider this Aisabu as pure chakra, just like the world itself. That's why we have Sage mode, to use the world's chakra. Aisabu merely helped you expand your reserves and grow stronger. Trust me, you'll manage it, just believe in yourself. Naruto frowned, then summoned Goku and Vegeta. He explained the situation and what he needed. Vegeta grumbled, it's about time someone tried to call upon the power of the Super Sage. What do you mean? Who else used that power? Karasu asked, confused. His first avatar, of course, Vegeta replied rudely, pointing to Chaos. Then there was Hashirama, the Hawk Summoner, but he couldn't maintain it for long. Alright then, Naruto said, taking a deep breath. Let's do this. The two monkey summons nodded, jumping onto his shoulders to help draw in nature chakra. The transformation was quick, as usual, with monkey features appearing all over him. At this point, the two monkeys jumped off, understanding this was something Naruto had to do alone. Even Shikaka backed away, with Aisabu's sealed form still connected to him. Naruto concentrated, pulling in more and more of the chakra of the world, or nature chakra. He's right, Naruto thought. My tolerance for this power has increased, but there's a block. Could that be the limit I need to break? It was as good a lead as any. So, he drew upon more and more power, feeling the barrier crack. With a mighty yell and tug, the limit broke, and his power skyrocketed, his physical form radiating a bright golden aura. This was it, Super Sage mode. It felt incredible, but he also felt himself drawing in even more nature chakra, which was dangerous. He wasn't sure of the limit in this form and didn't want to turn into a monkey statue. So, he forced himself to stop absorbing more. That's where things got complicated. He started losing power quickly as the energy began to leave him. Naturally, he panicked, but quickly thought it through. This felt much like the water walking exercise, where the energy flow needed to be constant. The human body couldn't hold all that energy at once, so it flowed out quickly. Maybe he had to maintain a constant flow for the energy itself to allow him to stay in Super Sage mode. Trying it, Naruto found his quick theory was right. It was hard to keep up, of course, but he felt that with practice, like with water walking, he might master this new form. Whoa, congrats Naruto! Goku exclaimed loudly as Naruto focused on him. Yay, daddy's all golden now. Kushina laughed, hugging a confused Goku from behind, which made Vegeta smirk. Yes, you've found the secret, it seems. I'm glad. Now, let me give you a glimpse of the power you can achieve once you become my avatar, Chaos replied happily before a single stream of energy arced from him to Naruto. The effects were instant as the golden aura mixed with green, resembling another legendary warrior. However, Naruto quickly fell to his knees. Like before with Danzo, it was simply too much. The weight of such power was something he couldn't maintain yet, and he quickly lost control, dropping out of Sage mode and returning to normal, panting as if he'd run a mile. What the hell? Naruto said after a moment as Kushina and Karasu helped him up. Chaos nodded sagely and said, that power is what you will eventually achieve, Naruto. It's a power you must work for, as you have done all this time. Now you must do it again, along with your other powers. I see, Naruto replied, thinking about it. Then that's good. Having something instantly isn't truly worthwhile. Yes, I accept that, and I accept your offer. Good, because I've sort of made it a rule of no direct interference, and I don't know how far you would have made it against my sister if you chose to go after her. Chaos paused, then added, while our journey will be long, I feel that to combat my sister's parasite army, we should create our own group. That seems logical, Karasu said, while Kushina, bored with the talking, was annoying Vegeta and Gaku. Should we partner up with the remaining Jinchuriki as well? Yes, you should find them and help them as best you can, but eventually, Naruto will need to use their power to help him defeat my sister, just as she once used the power of the Shinju against me and my avatar. Chaos seemed to ponder for a moment before a smile graced his lips. Shukaku, do you wish to live a human life? Shukaku froze at being spoken to directly until he returned to his mini form from the backpack. He looked conflicted before saying, my time after creation was spent making a large desert to play around in and confuse people for fun. But when humans caught wind of my power and sealed me into their Jinchuriki, I felt madness and just one wish to escape and live a normal life. So yes, I wish to become human. Then we shall work on a way to do that so you and your siblings can live the way they want, as I'm sure Isabu wants the same, no? Yes, that's correct, the sealed turtle replied. Good, then maybe this will turn out well so that this fight will help our side even more, Chaos replied. Naruto, to build this group, I feel that we must pick up the pieces of an old one. So my advice is to head to the village hidden in rain, and on the way, experimenting with seals will help with the tailed beast's wish. It's as good a plan as any right now, Naruto replied with a shrug. He had a few years before he had to return to Konoha anyway. Training with seals in his new Super Sage mode was going to keep him busy, that was for sure. Plus, this group to combat Rin and Order. This was going to be fun.